What is going on? Hopefully this is smoothing out. I'm watching my video, like my intro video, chunk as it's loading. Greetings, greetings, greetings from the low country in the great swampland state of South Kakalaki. You're listening to GAM Catches Up. I'm like, I don't know what's happening here. I'm watching this. I fired up the stream, and I don't even know if I'm coming through loud and clear. It feels like everything is just chunk lagging right now. I mean, it's crazy. Good to see you, Eugene. Good to see everybody. So stranded, shout out to you. Shout out to Eugene. Um, stranded saying gas prices are $3.50. Let's see if I can say this name right. Hormuz. Yes, the Strait of Hormuz. That is usually where the problem is. Wow, I'm running on a serious delay, guys. I can tell you that much. I don't know why. Maybe much like my brain, daylight savings time DST has given me PTSD because I hate the leap forward. The fall back, I'm all for. Extra hour of sleep and all that kind of stuff. We just need to leave it alone. Can we just abolish daylight savings time? I'm all screwed up. Like I feel like I am. I just woke up. Also feel like I'm being a little loud on the mic, and I don't mean to be. That might help me when I pull away from it. Looks like the stream is stabilized. I don't know. I don't know if we're under cyber attack or what the hell has been going on, but my internet has been janky as of late. I mean, seriously janky. Yeah, I didn't notice either, Eugene, about the daylight savings time. I noticed that one, but the gas prices, I haven't noticed. I filled up like a week ago, and I barely drive. We barely leave the house, so that happens. Let's see where we're at with good old Sheila. Heyo, when you go in there and the legs are, you know, popped apart. But I was overlooking this model just to see what I wanted to touch up on it. I'm right in here, came out smooth and all that kind of stuff. Um, but I can definitely see this extra little spatter here and here. I'm going to try and clean these up. I'm actually going to airbrush them in and then hit it again with a very, very light green. Last time I tried to do the light green, it blew out. Of course, tonight we're going to have to nail her face, make her look pretty. And then I'm going to tighten up the white on these boots. Maybe touch up the purple too. Make sure we're looking really nice on that, on her suit, everything. And go from there. Then I should be ratcheting her together. But yeah, like I've got these little, I don't even know if you guys can see them or not. At least it doesn't appear like my camera's lagging out this time. But yeah, so like right here, this extra little dot, unless she's got some She-Hulk pimples, like she's hitting her monthlies and getting some pimples going, then I'm gonna have to erase that stuff. I don't have my intro screen on, Stranded. I'm watching the stream too, like on my side monitor where I can see the chat. My intro screen's been off for a good minute or two. Like it should be camera. Like that's what I'm seeing right now as camera. Bubba's agreeing with you saying still no picture. Why can I see it and you guys can't? And I'm not just talking about my PC, I mean separate device. Hold on, let me pull up a third device. I wonder if maybe it's not me who is having the issues. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it isn't GAM. No, I mean I logged in on my other tablet and I can see the video. So I don't know. Hiccup in the matrix. Although I did notice something that I didn't do because I'm in again PTSD when it comes to DST. I still have the Icarus thumbnail up from last night, and that's got to go because we are definitely not playing Icarus tonight. I'll just take it back to one of the older She-Hulks for now. Save that off. That should look better now for anybody who's tuning in. I don't want to mislead people who think it's gaming night. I think I'm lagging too. But I'm telling you what, it's not me lagging. I'm even going to take one of the wireless devices. I want to take a look. I'm just going to run an internet speed test. I think it's actually YouTube. You know, I was thinking it was me. Oh no, that is slow as hell. I'm like at like 56 megabits per second right now down, which is terrible. Normally I'm at like 800 down, 800 up. Now, granted, the stream's sucking down some speed. I mean, it's still saying my internet connection's very fast. You know what? Let's do that. I know this is gonna suck. Let's see where I'm at with my internet speeds. But it feels I'm starting to wonder Starting to wonder if I got to blow out this PC and reload it. The only problem is I may or may not have a legit. No, I have a legit version of Windows 10 on here. I think because this PC will not handle Windows 11. My left chat is exactly what it should be. So if it's running slow, it's running slow. But like I said, I don't know if it's me. Could also be because I have Discord up too. That eats a lot, but I don't think it would eat that much. Let's take a look. Just so you guys can see exactly what I'm looking at. We're gonna run that speed test. Let's see what we got. I mean, it's running slow. This is usually 800, 800. And Windows 10 should not be pulling any kind of update. So it looked like it kicked back up to a little bit of speed there at the end because I'm 500 up. Usually I'm 800, 800, roundabouts, 900, 800. Fire it off again. Let's see what we get. I just shut down my other hardwired PC. Yeah, I'm only 195 up. That's why. So yeah, that's why you're seeing that massive lag. It's almost like something is blocking my download connection. I mean, I'm 21 milliseconds behind. Which isn't terrible latency, but it is for me. Normally, I'm at like 10. So something's up with that. Yeah, I should be running way quicker than this, ladies and gentlemen. Normally, it doesn't suck this bad. Now I'm getting like in the fives. That sounds good. It looks good on paper. What it right around where you multiple devices streaming, HD video, video conferencing, and gaming at the same time. Yes, but something is not right. I'm getting a fifth of what I should be getting from my pipeline down. Take a look. Watched 3 movies since I got offline yesterday and then today. I watched 3 different movies. I watched The Bride, I watched War Machine, and I watched Cold Storage. And boy, do I got some reviews. Um, ba, 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 ba. Let me see. I just want to see if we are having trouble in the area. Oh, actually, you know what? It's right on the front page. Yep, no problems with YouTube right now. So, looks like 7 a.m. today. There is a crap. We're looking at like 84 reports as of 8 o'clock almost. Video streaming, the app, server connections. So 13%. Look at the reports map. Go down. Yeah. Looks like because I'm connecting to North Charleston, which actually goes out to Atlanta. And that looks like where we're getting the problems at. So it might be a bottleneck in Atlanta. The great state of Georgia. It's ABL. He's cutting my stream. You know what? I am going to shut down. Let's see if I shut this down. Hello, David Mon. Shut down. I'm shutting down Discord, and I'm going to run that testing again. Let's go back to that internet test. Run that speed. Dear Lord, the fall off after I killed Discord is even worse. It's getting slower and slower. It's supposed to be getting faster and faster as I kill things off. Cancel that. Let's retry it. Holy shit. My pipeline is like clogged. Yeah, it's not good. Definitely not good. And I mean, we're running on Cat 8 cable to this, so I should have the fastest pipeline as possible. Shut that down. Let's get back to the normal screening. Just run off the 2 app unless Bob or somebody wants to call in which case I'll fire up Discord again if somebody wants to talk. Oh. Definitely looks like it's going to be one of those nights for old GAM. Go figure. Of course, it would be during daylight savings time when my brain is just about as laggy as the internet. I don't know what's up with it. I'm going to have to check all connections after I get done the stream or whatever. Hopefully, it still pumps it out, though. Is my camera still good? My camera's working fine this time, though. Go figure that. Hey, yo, you know something, GAM? I'm here. I'm here to help unclog that pipeline, okay? I'm going to sit here. I'll use the blue dingus, and we'll just beat it down real fast. We'll open that pipeline for you, bud. Don't worry. I got your back, brother. So, yeah, gas prices apparently have spiked 75 cents, I think, on the gallon. Somewhere in that neighborhood from what I'm seeing. Not just from what Stranded said. That's what she said. But just in general. And that has everything to do with the Strait of Hormuz is shut down. Now, granted, we've apparently wiped out the entire Iranian Navy, so why they're not letting the oil out, I don't know. I mean, unless they're going to capture the oil and then, start shipping it to America. But, drill, baby, drill, right? That's another one of those big things that Trump implemented. And since we got David Mon in the chat, we got to talk about his prime minister finally coming around and going, right, you blokes can land at our air bases now. And Trump coming out and putting out a tweet saying, you're too little, too late. Like, way to join a war that's already been won or something like this. So, he kind of roasted good old Keir Starmer there. He's like, yeah, why didn't you go in with us to begin with? Well, I mean, why did you even have to go in? But yeah, I watched a lady go off on TV on Keir Starmer. That's interesting. I only need, let's see. Shit, now I got to figure out which color it was. Can't remember. I can't remember which color I used. No, that's the dark. Got to be the step up. But yeah, the war's still ongoing. I was just reading right before I went live. The 7th service member, American service member, lost their life. Which I think it's, if we're keeping score here, it's 1,200 Iranian people dead. Now, I don't know if that's civilians and military or just military or what they're counting here. but apparently we've killed like right around 1,200, and they killed 7 of us. We've apparently wiped out their entire navy, including like shout out to Bob. Bob was spot on with that one with the torpedo. Apparently, it's like they don't do that anymore. Like it's been a long time since somebody's gotten sunk by a torpedo, and there's definitely video out there of them just like lighting that bad boy up. They've wiped out most of their missile stockpiles. All this stuff though doesn't worry me, if I'm to be honest. It's okay. Now you've wiped all this out. Now what? You've done all these things. That's great and all that, but now what? Do we go in there? We're going to be landing troops? Like, what's the deal? What's the deal with this? Are we going to be landing troops? How exactly are we going to implement regime change, and who is taking power? They still can't answer this question. Like, okay, the dog caught the car. Now what? Look at her boobs. Actually, out of everything on this model, the boobs are actually fine. Apparently, I can paint boobs. What's up, Perry? How are you, man? Good to see you. Yeah, everybody smash the like button. All that fun stuff. Make sure you're subbed if you haven't been. Make sure YouTube hasn't unsubbed you. Also in the news, Kristi Noem, the guy who's replacing her. I knew he looked familiar, but I couldn't figure. I'm like, I've seen this dude before. You see somebody and you're like, well, he wasn't really all that important. And then I realized where I've seen him before. I realized exactly who this guy is. So, and I want to say it was under Biden. They had brought in the head of the one union. It's I want to say in New York City or something. It's like the Teamsters union. Like his name's Sean something, and he was on the House floor, and the head of the union had called this dude out. His name's Mark Wayne Mullen, and he had called him out on Twitter and said acting like a tough guy in Senate hearings and all this other stuff. This guy's like clown shoes, basically, and all this. Well, Mark Wayne Mullen, the guy who's replacing Kristi Noem, he's like, yeah, I built my plumbing business from the ground up and all this because you said I didn't even know how business works. And he's like, yeah, so you told me that I'm just a clown and that, I'm being a fake tough guy. Well, I'll tell you what, we're here right now. We can engage in mutual combat as consenting adults. You want to do this right here, right now. And the head of the Teamsters union's like, oh, we can do this if you want. And he started to stand up and they had to set him back down. Like he was going to fight the dude on the floor, like during a Senate hearing. And like, I don't know if you guys remember when this happened or not, but as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my God, I forgot all about that. Yep, you're right. You're not wrong, Perry. The dog did catch the car. But now what do you do with it? I'm just like a dog chasing a car. If I caught it, do I look like a man with a plan? Yeah, not good. It's a whole lot of not good. We're looking at a whole bunch of ugly. Which, like I said, this one's going to be a real chat-driven show because between Thursday's show and Friday's show, I have burnt through all my movie trailers. Most of the news, there's not huge stuff going on in the news. Stranded coming right in with those gas prices. It's definitely like the shit that's going on out there. But That's a 2 second thing because it's like, yep, that's what happens when you go and cut off somebody who is a huge oil supplier and the other ones aren't stepping up just quite yet. We're going to feel that pain. Revel, tell me about it. I've got PTSD from daylight savings time. Like, I woke up, I felt like I didn't go to sleep. I'm like, yo, wait, I stream in like an hour? I stream in like 2 hours? Like, what is going on here? I feel like my timing's off. And my timing is off. Because turns out the clock is leaving ahead an hour. What about you, Reb? What you got for me, buddy? Usually you come in here with the good stuff. Revel's here to save the day. Thank God for Revel. I mean, I've been streaming a lot later than normal lately. It's odd screwing everything up, too. Yeah, I mean, so, and it's funny. One of those funny things because the woman I married is a morning person. Of course, if you guys haven't noticed, I'm kind of a night owl. So whenever it hits like September, well, usually October, and the clocks scale back, I'm like a pig in shit. I'm just like, oh, yay, extra hour up late. I can sleep in during the day. And the wife's just like, gee, I fucking hate this. And then when it flips around and it gets to this time of the year, and it's like, shit, the clock's went ahead an hour. I'm all out of sorts. I'm all jacked up. The wife's just like, yay. She's got extra energy and like bouncing around and shit. And I'm like out of it. Wow, that's crazy, Revel. Amish people usually don't kill their own, or hell, they don't kill at all, really. And Bubs, yeah, you're right. That's just it. Bubba knows how this goes. If you really want to knuckle down with somebody, or you really want to fight with somebody, you don't do it where there's a crowd around you. You do it when you got the person one on one, because nobody's going to pull you apart and break it up if you start getting your ass kicked. That's when you know who the real tough guy is. Good call on that one, Bubs. Like anytime it's one of those, like you always see it, like hold me back, and nobody goes to hold the guy back, and then he's still not going forward to fight till somebody grabs a hold of him, and then all of a sudden he wants to fight. Well, of course she's going to whine about voter fraud. When it comes to Jasmine Crockett, the whole thing was she's going to blame it on racism and all kinds of other stuff. It's the same way. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Jesse Jackson Jr. coming out the day after his daddy's funeral and flipping shit basically on Biden, Clinton, and Obama. So apparently he invited, I don't know if he invited Trump. He really should have, because that's who funded his daddy's campaign back in the day in the 80s, was Donald Trump. He was the one who actually believed Jesse Jackson should be the next president back in the 80s. And Clinton, Obama, and Biden all gave speeches, but they made it all political and everything else. And Jesse Jackson Jr.'s rule was, I want no politics at my dad's funeral. The moment they got up there, they turned everything to politics. And he was like, it wasn't supposed to be about that. And he legit lambasts all three presidents. Dude, Jasmine Crockett, it's all an act. Everything she did, where she acting all hood rat and all that kind of shit, it's a complete act. She's working the public. She's got like a marketing degree from a university. Now, I'm not saying she didn't grow up, maybe, in that kind of, like in a rougher environment. Who knows? right? I don't know the entirety of her backstory, but I do know I've seen interviews before she ever got to Congress, and she's very well spoken. She knows what she's saying. She's very smart and all that. And then she kind of dumbs it down, like on purpose. Like, and it's an act. And I think people can just see through bullshit now. I really do. I believe people are seeing through bullshit. I believe that this going forward, we've had turnouts in the 70s, 80, like, what was it? Biden got like 85 million votes or something ridiculous. Trump got a shit ton of votes. I'm telling you, I think the next election cycle or whatever, we're going to see less and less votes because people are sick of it on both sides. I don't think this is just like the Republicans are infighting or whatever. I think it's a Democrat thing too, where they're like, yeah, we're sick of this bullshit. I think the average person just wants solutions to what's going on in the world. And we really aren't getting them. Like, if anything, it feels like we're getting more and more problems. We're not getting the actual solutions we need. Maybe I'm alone in thinking this one, but yeah, I really do think that we are not getting solutions the way we need them to repair everything. And that's kind of where we're at. I think everybody wants somebody who's a unifier. But the problem is, in order to get elected, you've got to be a divider. Like, you can say, yeah, the other side, they're also my constituents too, but that's not how you're going to win an election. You've got to divide people in order to win because you got to get that chunk of the faction that's hardcore to get behind you. I swear, politics is just the biggest racket I've ever seen. They already did away with her seat, bub. So what they did was they redistricted Texas, and when they did, it eliminated her congressional seat. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure I'm remembering this correctly. So her seat was going bye-bye because of the way, I don't know if it's gerrymandering or what, but they redid the district lines, and when they did, it wipes out her seat. So she wouldn't have been able to get reelected even if she wanted to. So she tried running for, the next office up. And when she did, she got primaried. Like another dude, the Great White Hope, and he's like, I'm telling you, like, if anything, she had way more charisma and stuff like this than the other guy. But I guess the other guy's message, because I don't follow Texas politics to a T, I just know that the other guy, apparently he was like, yeah, it's like a Cinderella story. Like, I can't believe I won and all this kind of stuff, but everybody wanted that option over her. So I think I think even if she had run, all they had to do is run like a glass of water next to her and she would have lost. Because I'm starting to see it, and when I get into the movie reviews, like I said, I had one movie that was decent, one movie that was middle of the road, like it was all right. I don't know that I'd go pay to see it, and the last movie was the movie I had the highest hopes for. Turned out to be the worst movie of the bunch, and not just the worst movie. It was akin to Joker 2. Bad. But I think Hollywood is starting to learn a lesson about if you're giving fun entertainment, then people are going to go see it or want to see it and watch it, and it's going to get reviewed pretty well. If you keep pushing some kind of narrative or, make it super leaning one way, regardless of which way that is, but mainly towards the woke end of things. Like if you go hardcore on the right, it's going to be the same result, in my opinion. Right? You can't just like, well, we're the anti-woke movie. That's going to be just as bad. Just give us entertainment. And yeah, I watched this. Man, I had such high hopes for it too. I got half an hour in and turned it off. I was like, I can't watch anymore. This is absolute crap. Like, it was just terrible. Like, colorectal examinations are more popular than Jasmine Crockett. Catching the clap from a glory hole is more welcoming than Jasmine Crockett. But yeah, it like Hollywood's starting to figure it out, I think, which means that we're probably going to get some good movies here. Horror movies have kind of figured it out. Seeing something like Scary Movie, the trailer for the new Scary Movie, I've got a lot of high hopes for it, even if it is tongue-in-cheek, cheesy, and a stupid movie. Sometimes you need those stupid, fun movies to just relax with. And that is kind of where I was with War Machine. So War Machine was the best of the three movies that I saw. It was exactly what I thought it was going to be. So movie starts off. Let's see if I can't shoot this right, this properly this time. Nope, I'm starting to spot. I don't know why it's doing that. Damn it. As Smurf would say, I got to keep my tip clean. But yeah, War Machine, the way it was done, it starts off kind of like a redemption story, right? So it's two brothers. They're both in the army. The one brother is like, we need to become the ranger, or I want to go into ranger school, but I'm going in with my brother. They both have these tattoos. DFQ is what the tattoo says, which I kind of dug. Meant don't fucking quit, right? And that's like kind of the Rangers' motto is, you never fucking quit. And they're stuck on the side of the road. The one brother's an engineer. He's played by Alan Richson. And all of a sudden they get hit by artillery. Alan Richson is basically the only one who kind of survives it. But he picks up his brother, puts him on his shoulders, and he tries carrying him back to a military base and passes out before he crosses the line getting into the military base. He was like 100 yards off. So his brother dies. So he ends up enrolling in Ranger school and all that. And never really faces the trauma of losing his brother. Like, refuses to. And then they go into Ranger school, everything, and he's top of his class, but they're talking about washing him out. And the reason they're talking about washing him out, they're like, yeah, it's not the physical, it's the mental. Like, you have unresolved issues, you need to deal with these. For us to, we want you to be a leader and all this stuff, and you're not stepping up. Like, it's almost like you're afraid to step up because of what happened. And they're going to wash him out, and instead, they make him a squad leader and send him into the final mission. And they have to go out there, they have to hit this target, and he's like, he's in charge of the squad or whatever. And he's supposed to go out and take his team and hit this target. And then if they make it across the line, they become Rangers. right? So the Rangers are basically in the Navy. You have the SEALs there, you have Green Berets, stuff like this. They're one of the elites of our special forces. Yeah, it must be YouTube because you got moderator positions. But they get out there and they think they're on target, and they're like, no, you know what? Our target, they're like crashed out in the woods in the middle of the night. Like they're dropped into the middle of just like forest, and they're supposed to find like this command center or whatever. It's all a mock battle. Like even their guns are all rigged with blanks with like lasers on them, so that this way, if they shoot a target, it sets off like a vest. That kind of almost like laser tag, but it's just typical training stuff. They got real demolitions on them, like real explosive C4 and shit. And during the night, all of a sudden, there's this big flash of light and like a kaboom. And they're like, oh shit, they must have realized we were like bunkering down to sleep. So they're dropping artillery to keep us on our toes. And they end up marching to where this thing is. And they find like, it looks like a ship. This big metal thing in the ground, and they're like, that must be our target. And they're all like, I don't know, something's wrong with my comms. Like the comms go out, the compass is going like crazy, so they can't get a reading on where they are. And they're like, damn, they're using cyber warfare basically to screw with us. And Alan Richson, whatever his name is, his name's 81. They just go by numbers in the movie. They never even tell you the dude's name. But he orders them. He's like, okay, look, you guys stay back here. He sets everybody up tactically. And he's like, and then we'll have the demo team go in, blow up our target. He's like, but something's not right. Our target feels like it should be further south than this. And while they're up on this hill, they're looking at the ship or whatever. He gets a glint of metal that's down south of him in like this riverbed. He goes, look, I'm going to go recon and go see what's going on with that. You guys, set up the charges and all this stuff. So they move in, they're putting the charges on there. And he goes down the hill and he realizes like, oh shit, that's the down plane that we're supposed to be finding. That's what I thought it was going to be. And that's what it is. He's like, and then he realizes like, that's not our target. So he comes running back. And as he's running back, they detonated the charges in this ship. They're like, there's not a scratch on it. Like the detonation did nothing to this ship. They go running back like he comes running back and like this thing opens fire and just starts like it scans the area and then just starts annihilating, like I'm going to say probably about quarter to half the team immediately, just killing them. And then turns into basically like a walking mech, and it starts hunting them down. And it's kind of like Predator / Terminator. It's Predator with the Terminator. And it turns out it actually is an alien. Like it's not the military using some specialized equipment. It actually is an alien. And he's got to figure out how to beat it. His whole squad gets wiped out except for him and one guy who gets like severely injured. And he finds a way to beat it. He ends up carrying that guy and making it across the line at the end of the movie and like gets his Ranger stripes or whatever. But there's a lot of action to it. The kill scenes in it were great. Like when I say like, the laser hits somebody, it blows like their arm off. It looked like they really got their arm blown off, blowing people in half, blowing holes through people. Like it was good. But it was also a stupid action movie. Right. And it went from like a redemption arc, like it's still at the end of the movie, it's still a redemption arc, but it was like a redemption arc with the Terminator / Predator thrown in there. So I thought it was, that one was actually like, I was like, all right, cool. It's a decent popcorn flick, and even better, it's on Netflix. So everybody pretty much has access to it. Like you can just watch it, if you have Netflix. And then the second movie, I I'll get to the worst one of the bunch, which is still disappointing to me because I thought it might be good. Actually, it was a shout out to Eugene. Eugene's like, yeah, I think this one's going to be crap. And I was like, nah, man, I think, we're looking at the casting, we're looking at who's directing and everything else. They might have something here. Oh boy. The second one was Cold Storage. And it was basically, we had a space station that crashed down in the 1979 or whatever. It was Space Lab, and it broke apart and it fell to Earth. And it's a horror comedy is what it is. And the way they did it was actually a fungus that they put up in outer space because they were trying to develop antifungals for astronauts in case an astronaut got a fungus infection in space. But something happened while it was in space and it mutated, crashes down to Earth in 79 and like wipes out this small nowhere desert town in the middle of Australia. They took a sample of it, but they ended up like melting the whole town. And then they put it inside of a military storage facility. Well, over time, that facility gets defunded and they turn it into just a normal ass storage facility with a whole underground bunker system and all this with a bomb attached. And then you guys know how this story goes. The fungus gets free. People get infected. And that one, it was all slapstick. Like, had Leslie, oh God, I almost called him Leslie Nielsen. What's his name? Liam Neeson. Had Liam Neeson in it as like, he found it in 79, but now he's back like trying to help these two people that are just basically desk jockeys for this storage facility. And they're like the main heroes of it and everything else. It was funny. It was all right. It was just, like I could have I spent too much time watching it, in my opinion, but it was funny in parts. It had the effects were pretty fun in it. People like exploding because this fungus builds up in them and can control their mind, kind of like the fungus that ants get. And it'll go to a place where it can explode and infect others. So think of exploding zombies that infect others with the spores. It was okay. Like I said, I could have taken or leaving that movie, and that's pretty much why I didn't even review the trailer for it. I was just like, it looks all right. The big one, though, the big disappointment, and the one that I made it half an hour into, because I don't know what the hell it was trying to be. I just don't. And that was The Bride. Maggie Gyllenhaal directing. You got Christian Bale in it, right? It was god awful. I mean, it was just god awful. It was terrible. Like, you start off with the ghost of Mary Shelley basically like telling you what's going on. Like that she is dead and she doesn't know where here is, and she's like in the afterlife, and I don't know if she was supposedly possessed the body of the one girl, or they tried to do it where it was like artsy fartsy and kind of just like Joker 2. Like Joker 2, they try to make it like a musical with a crime drama, with the depression angle to it, with like all this stuff, and it just does not work. It was like, this is my artistic view on things. You know, when people say I've got a very artistic view on things, and it turns out it's more like they've got an autistic view on things. Yeah, it was kind of like that. I have not seen any reviews outside of, like, I don't know if anybody even reviewed it yet. I'm sure somebody did. I don't know how it's doing critically, but I'll tell you what, if people are like, wow, this is amazing cinema, those people need a punch in the mouth, because whoever's telling you that, they lied. This movie was just the first like 20 minutes of it, and that's all I could stomach. It's a rare occasion when I don't like, if a movie's so bad that it's good. You know what I mean? You're like, oh God, this is terrible, but I gotta watch it because it's like a train wreck and fun. This was like bad, where it was like it did like a dog shit in my coffee and I'm drinking it. What is this? Pour this shit down the sink. It's bad. Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you, Stranded. It was not good. And Perry, you know, freedom of speech being a lie from the government. I don't think so. You know, um, I don't think that's how that works. I think it was that the problem is you live in an internet age and you were raised in one because of how young you are. You got to understand, and you got to go back to when that shit was written. You were talking about a bunch of people that if they spoke out against the King of England, they were basically hung and executed in the town square. They couldn't say what was on their mind. They couldn't fight back. That's the whole reason for the Constitution, was to prevent tyranny of a leader. It's the whole reason for the checks and balances too, is so that nobody has absolute power over everything. And so freedom of speech, freedom of religion, you notice that was a big thing because you had people getting prosecuted for having a different religion, a religious opinion. So it was all about prosecution in the beginning. I don't think it's all a lie, because I'll tell you what, shout out, and I let's give credit where credit's due. In that case, Perry, to YouTube, because I say a lot of shit on here that is controversial, that does go against narrative, that isn't one side or the other, that is nasty to both sides of it. But it's just it's the truth. I have yet to have any one of my episodes banned, and I'm on like episode like what am I on, like 96 or something, 97. We're 3 away from 100. As far as the painting streams go, I've never been banned. They have never censored my words. Now they'll censor my chat's words, but they've never censored my words, told me I had to take a video down, nothing else. They've actually been pretty good to me and adhered to freedom of speech the entire time I've been doing this. So, and nobody's knocked at my door either and said, yeah, you need to come with us. But I also don't call for violence against people. I actually play my First Amendment right to the Constitution. And even then, I've stepped over the line here and there, and they don't blast me. Yeah. And freedom of speech gives us the right to criticize our government. You can sit here and say Donald Trump's a complete shithead, and they're not going to arrest you for it. You can say Joe Biden is a fumbling, bumbling, dead person. Nobody's going to come and beat your ass for it. You know, back in those days, that's exactly what would happen, though. They would show up like you're seeing it. You want to see lack of the First Amendment or freedom of speech? Go over to England and say something against the Pakistani community there and watch what happens. 12,000 people arrested for expressing their opinion online because they just, don't like what's happening in their country. So I disagree with you as far as freedom of speech being a lie or a trap. It's not. You can't sit there and call for violence, though. That's not protected. You can yell fire in a crowded theater if there's actually fire in a crowded theater, but you can't do it to instill panic in a population. Yet our news does that, so, they kind of get away with it and call themselves the news on top of it. Nope. No, so that's just it, Stranded. You can criticize the Orange Man on YouTube when he's not in office, but it also depends on there's certain words that YouTube automatically that AI is trained to ban now, like immediately. Like just I can't even shut that shit off. Like I couldn't if I wanted to. They got a speech monitor in the chat. And there's people that actually do watch the streams, believe it or not. They get paid even on like a little crappy stream like mine. They're paid to watch your streams. But now AI is starting to monitor them. So, but that's just it. Given the right, the whole point to your rights, regardless if you believe in a god or you believe in a spaghetti monster or you believe in nothing but, there's nothing after death, there is no higher power, right? There are inalienable rights that have been granted to you from the writers of the Constitution's opinion, from God, but they're just what you naturally have, that every person should have the right to. So they're not giving you the right, they're enforcing and protecting that right. That's what the Constitution is supposed to do, is to protect your ability and your rights. They're not actually giving them to you. Supposedly they come directly from, like I said, if you're religious, it comes directly from your God. If you're an atheist even, then it's just what you should naturally have as a human being with sentient thought. That's correct. You can criticize the shit out of the government. I criticize the government on a damn near show, like every show. I've criticized this government. I criticize it when it's Republicans. Criticize it when it's Democrats. I feel that everybody's got their biases. Even me. Because I see things a certain way, right? Other people see them a different way, but you still have a right to express them either way. And you should be allowed to. And why are they censoring you? What are you saying, Eugene? That's like, I'm still trying to figure out how come Eugene gets censored more than all of us. Which criticisms are valid? All of them. All of them are valid. Because you are allowed to feel however you feel. Shout out to Melissa. She sat here and had a whole debate with me because she's vote blue no matter who, and she sees the world in a certain way. I don't see it in the same way. The two of us had a discussion. I can't even call it a debate. We had a discussion. And while I didn't agree with her, she didn't agree with me. We still had that discussion. She was able to say what was on her mind and the way she sees the world. I was able to say what was on my mind and how I see the world. We met on certain things and agreed. There was other stuff that we completely vehemently disagree on, but we were allowed to express it. That didn't get censored. They didn't tell me, hey, GAM, you got to cut out your parts on YouTube, and they didn't tell me I had to cut Melissa's parts out. You're supposed to be able to see things the way you interpret the world, depending your experiences, everything else. I mean, for me, I just argue what I see as fact. Based on reality, what's true? I mean, it depends. You have to actually pick a lane. You can't just say everything's fake, everything's real, unless you're going to, then you need to, even then you need to pick a lane with it. So are you going to argue simulation theory? Are you going to argue multidimensional? Are you going to argue that we're in a matrix and that everything's just an electrical impulse, including your thoughts, and therefore nothing's real? Like reality is only what you perceive it as? I think reality is really the consensus of everybody. And also what you can actually prove by evidence and science. That's me, though. To you, your reality might be that, we were all brought here by a unicorn that flew by in space and took a dump on the way past, and that became Earth as it solidified. You never know. The problem is, if you focus so deep and so go down too many rabbit holes, you will lose your mind. Because then everything becomes real and unreal all at the same time. Gets confusing and you confuse yourself with it. very easily. Take a look. Okay, yeah, that looks better on the skin toning, although again, I think it's kind of hard for you guys to see it. I definitely got those highlights in like I wanted them. Let's check out her butt. Now that sounds funny every time I say it, but when you got a girl wearing a bathing suit, yeah. So we now have it where it's toned out, looking much better. Yep, those highlights are popping now. Good. Even using emojis. Dear Lord. They're blocking your emojis now? I mean, Stranded, you're a moderator. You should be able to say whatever and get away with it, even if it's something on the naughty list. That's dry. Where's my water? Shit, am I out of water? Water everywhere. Not a drop to drink. Yeah, I mean, at this point, the only thing that I see getting censored a lot lately, we can thank our Congress for this kind of shit, but is if you've got a criticism of Israel, actually. That's been a big one to be censored lately. Not even like calling Trump an asshole or something. It's more like, oh, well, Israel this or Israel that. But it's not complete censorship because I get away with saying it. And not just that, but you got shows like, we all agree you can have Trump derangement syndrome. You can have Biden derangement syndrome, right? You can get hung up on, yes, well, and just anything the person does is awful, right? And there's definitely people like that with Israel. They don't give a fair criticism. Well, yeah, I guess that's the best way of saying it. They're criticizing not just the government, but all the people there. That kind of thing. And they're hung up on it and obsessed, and everything is Israel's fault. Like the Young Turks, everything is Israel on that show. And spoiler alert, not everything's Israel. And you're right. We do get hung up on like what color shirts people wear. Like YouTube definitely leans to the left. I mean, if we're to be honest about it, same way Rumble leans to the right. Um, Google, look where they're headquartered, all that kind of stuff. Like just look at how Google is structured. Definitely want to go with a different version of white here, and I'm not sure which one. I think I'm going to go with dead white. Let's try that. So I want to tighten up these shoes, everything else before I get to the head. I agree. They do like like try and list the band's suicidal tendencies. Does it let it go through? That's the name of a band. That's an old school band too. But it's one of those things where I I don't know. Elon Musk is running into this issue with Twitter when it comes to like the UK in particular. People are going on Twitter saying stuff and then they want to fine him all this. I think YouTube is trying to play it safe because they don't want to lose money. They are a business after all. You know, and while people can get upset about it, there's a reason why I'm not streaming on Rumble because, well, if we're to be honest, Rumble kind of sucks. It's where you end up on Rumble when you have abuse, like when you want to say all kinds of stuff and get away with it. There's in, shout out to them because they actually do adhere to free speech, freedom of speech. They don't even care. They give zero shits. They're like, yep, if it's protected by the Constitution, you can do it. You can say it. It's the same thing with there was an app that got killed off called Parler, and Parler was the same way. Before Elon Musk went and bought Twitter, Parler was like going to be the next Twitter, and it was starting to pick up steam, and then they took it off the app stores and everything else, which was ridiculous. You're supposed to be in a competitive market. Oh, hey, maybe the CIA is on Eugene's ass. You ever think of that? They've seen the movie Fight Club, and that sounds like Eugene. Eugene is really Tyler Durden. Eugene's not even his real name. So maybe Eugene is actually Tyler Durden. So I don't know if he looks like Edward Norton or Brad Pitt, but that's Eugene for you. Eugene's always pushing that envelope and that edge. They specifically target him. Because I think out of everybody, and Perry, you said some stuff that's way against the government or against some of the standards, believe it or not. Bob's definitely, shout out to Bob, man. Bob just talks plainly, and they have yet, I was waiting for it. Bob was actually, I'm thankful to Bob because I found out exactly certain words, like, will this word get me in trouble? Will that word get me in trouble? And I thought it was going to. And yeah, they did nothing to me. I mean, absolutely zero. Maybe they don't like your music, Eugene. Maybe that's what it is. You got to put up, yeah, if you put up haters eat these nuts, they would love you again. But you haven't done that. So until you put up haters eat these nuts, dialer turd. That's awesome. I love it. Dialer turd. Dialer turd. I love Fight Club, but was it just me or did everybody see the twist that they were the same person the whole time, like even the first time you watched it? Which I don't know if you could, maybe you could get away with that movie now. I don't know if you could or not because of the whole them blowing up the financial institutions at the end of the movie. I might consider it domestic terrorism or inspiring domestic terrorism. Project Mayhem. So I don't know. Yeah, this dead white is definitely coating a little better. That's just it. There are definitely some movie theories out there. Some of them are bunk, but some of them like have a lot of plausibility. For example, I know like that's one of them. You're right, Stranded. It's like a sequel to Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and the way they lay out the thing. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember some of them. Like E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Actually, he is part of Star Wars. Like his Star Wars actually takes place in our universe because when he in the movie E.T. when he sees Yoda, like the kid dressed up as Yoda during Halloween on Earth, he starts screaming home, home, home. So he recognizes Yoda, and then they have the ETs sitting on the console in the prequels, like one of the delegations from the different planets. They're actually like the same aliens as ET is. So ET, like Star Wars, actually takes place in our universe, just a different galaxy. Right, where's your mind, Danny Boss? If you wanna hop on and talk, Danny, you got to let me know because I got to fire up Discord again. I kind of killed down Discord because the net was being funky as usual. So if you want to come in and talk and tell us your thoughts on your boy Keir Starmer and like him finally saying, right, we're going to support America in this war. And then Trump coming back and saying like, yeah, we're pretty much already done with what we would have needed you for. So you can go fuck yourself, buddy. But he said it in a nicer way than that. But yeah, I know there are a lot of those type of conspiracy things in movies where like movies link together or this actually turns out like all the big one was the Pixar one because all the different little cameos and Pixar's come out and said no, the universes aren't actually linked. But they always did cameos for the next movie in whatever the current movie was. Like this was going to be the next project. Yes, I've heard about. So, from what I've heard about Discord, just a heads up on this one, guys. I heard that it's pretty much going to be like adult sites soon, where in order to use Discord, you're going to have to submit an actual ID. And I'm of two minds on this. I understand because you don't want little kids going into certain discords, and I've been on discords that I've had to leave the discord because people just post a lot of adult content in them, so I've had to bail out of the discord. So if you've got a bunch of little kids and it's a video game discord, for example, and everybody's posting these dirty pictures, even though you've got the thing marked not safe for work or whatever, you know, you can expose a little kid to some things they should not be seeing. It's the best way I can put that. Yeah, it's stuff that a little kid should not be exposed to. And I think what's really brought light to it, if I'm to be honest, is the whole Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk assassination thing. They used Discord basically to communicate and all that stuff. So I think there's so much blowback on it that they're like, yeah, we need to monitor it. And this way, somebody creates a username, well, we can track them. Oh, you're good, Danny. I was just asking. I didn't know. Like, look, I've said this before, Danny. Same thing for David Mon. You guys always have full reign. Anytime you guys want to come in, anytime you guys want to have a conversation, anytime you got something to add, because your voice is silenced over in the UK. And if I can help give back that voice in any way, shape, or form, I'm going to. So that's where I'm at with that. And so I'm always going to ask you, yeah, if you want to call in, just it's GAM trying to give you back some of that First Amendment that you deserve over there. Yeah, but stranded everything's information gathering. I mean, has anybody ever really read through the like 57 pages worth of legalese on even just signing up for Gmail or something? You agree to, Give us your firstborn, 40 acres of land and a mule. Like they'll write shit in there and everybody's just like, nah, I just want to use the damn app. Just, yeah, okay, whatever. Nobody reads the legalese. And why are kids on it is what Rebel's asking. Kids, one, absentee parents. It's real. It's a miracle to me that parents in the here and now, and I'm not saying all parents, but a good chunk of them, right, will post pictures of their kids when they're babies, all the way till they can have their own Facebook. They hand them a cell phone and say, hey, here you go. Here's a cell phone at like age 6, age 3, age 2, whatever. And those kids go everywhere. Some put parental locks on there, but a lot of parents just throw them the cell phone because they don't want to be bothered with raising the kid, or they're too busy to raise their kid. I don't know about being the man, Danny, but the whole thing is I want everybody to have a voice. I want everybody to be able to express opinion. Even if it's stuff that I abhor and am totally against, everybody should have the right to say what they want. Not that it's free from consequences, but the same point in time when it comes to you British folk, it's brutal. It's brutal because you guys could express things at one point and it just has gone away. Ian, that's definitely a possibility. It could be Sean Ryan might have a hand in it, but he more or less, Discord was only a minor part of it. Roblox and video games. And I'm going to be God honest with you. That's something that really does need to be looked at, because Roblox, I'm never going to play Roblox. Right? I'm a hardcore gamer, and I'm never going to touch Roblox. And I had somebody, actually my buddy D, shout out to Bagum. His son was playing Roblox, was like, hey, come check out this fun mini game with me or whatever. And I loaded it up and I was playing with him. Well, playing with him on the game or whatever. And I played like 2 rounds of it. I was like, I don't understand this. I don't like this. I uninstalled it. It's like, sorry, bud, if you want to come play something else with us, I'll play. But I don't want to play Roblox. Like, I don't like this. And he was like, oh, okay. But it's primarily aimed at, and I think he was like 9 or 10 years old at the time. So it's aimed at little guys and girls. It's all square. It's all cutesy and all that. And the way Roblox even generates money is by by a creator community making mini games for it and all this other stuff. And because of that, you're going to get those predators that are going to go there and be like, oh, it's basically like it's a playground, but it's online and I don't have to stay 50 feet from it, even though I'm convicted. So when you're looking at it from that perspective, it's like, yeah, this needs to be investigated, monitored. And then when something does come up, they take no action. They're like, oh yes, we know there's a problem and we're addressing it. They don't address shit. Perry, I'm 1,000% in agreement with you on that one. And Reb, yeah, they're supposed to testify in front of Congress. I want to see them drug in there and not just testify, but I think they should have pay mass penalties out to whatever children have been affected by it. Just saying. You get horrific shit. There's one guy, Sean Ryan, has him on the show all the time. And that's what he's out there hunting these motherfuckers down. And God bless that man, because he's doing the work that our FBI should be doing. I mean, all you really need is a small contingent of like five to 10 people in the FBI. And how many agents do they have? That's all they do is hunt down pedos on like little kids games like that, like Roblox, Minecraft. I mean, there's not so many on Minecraft. What you really get on Minecraft instead are people that steal other people's accounts. So they're technically committing cyber fraud. You know, like nail these people out. And the problem is, a chunk of them, a good chunk of them, aren't in the U.S. either. So at that point, have our CIA, you know, instead of having them embedded and doing regime change, how about we have them embedded and just taking out pedos even overseas? I'm trying to see, like, why can't I see? Oh, there it is. I was looking for where Stranded asked who's Sean Ryan. Yeah, so Sean Ryan was a former, yeah, I think he was like a Navy SEAL, and then he went into the CIA and then realized, like, he's not against our government. He thinks we still have the best nation in the world and all that, but he speaks out constantly to a point where, like Dan Crenshaw basically threatened him at one point in time and was like, I'm going to sue you and all this because Sean Ryan was asking, like, where does he get all his money from and stuff like this? And he was like, yeah, unless you issue an apology, all this other stuff, I'm going to take you to court. Sean Ryan made a whole video. He's like, my answer to you, Congressman Crenshaw, is no. And I can't wait to see you in Discovery. Then we'll find out exactly where all your money comes from and everything else. Yeah, Sean Ryan, like Crenshaw dropped everything. I mean, I don't know if they're running cover for them. Well, billionaire pedos, yes. Yeah, to me, that's what I see with the Epstein files. Is like that's the thing with the Epstein files. You get to see just how dirty it is up at the top and the sick things people do, and who's willing to protect them, and how high up that goes where they'll protect them. My opinion. Retro video gaming is awesome, but I'll tell you what, I want you to think about this one too. Think of the guys that I have on regularly. I stream with, really close friends with David Mon, Smurf, Twisted. Right, those three right there. Just a Rogue of the Leaf. Shout out to all four of those guys. Right, they've been on here. Well, Twisted more now than he was before, but the other three, like Smurf, streams with me, you know, or like is on stream with me or streams with me, however you want to say it, constantly. David jumps in here and there. Rogue comes in, checks on me to make sure I'm not just going off the rails and all that stuff. I consider them close friends and brothers at this point. I've known them for, in some cases, like Smurfs, like 8 years, almost 9 years. Um, there is something about online gaming where there's some really, really good people out there. You just have to find them. You have to find your people, just like anything else in this world. You're going to come across some real scumbags and you're going to come across some really decent people. And it's just a matter of time and spending time with somebody playing a game because you're both enjoying the shit out of the game. And then you start talking. Next thing you know, you guys like, I don't know. I don't want to go out and make friends in the real world anymore. I've got all the friends I needed since the time I was like in my 20s. And even half of them I shed and like got rid of because I just look at them and go, motherfucker, you never evolved. So retro gaming was cool and all that, but I've downloaded retro games and played some of them. Some still hold up. Some you go back and try to play them and you just can't. Like the magic was for that time period and it's gone now. but you can still get a Sega. Hell, you can go out and I think it's At Games is the name of the company. They actually make retro consoles, or it's like an emulator that and the sticks and everything else look the same. They're only like $60, and it has like 20 to 50 games on it, depending on which one you get. But yeah, you can still play the retro shit. Yeah, Japan. The Japanese definitely. I mean, Atari pretty much killed video games. They were the big video game thing, but it was really Nintendo that turned it from a fad to a multi-million-dollar business, or multi-billion-dollar business, I should say. Because once Mario and Zelda and Metroid and all that hit, was amazing. And what's shitty, what's shitty about it was Nintendo always, even though adult gamers were all like, well, this is all kiddie bullshit or whatever, they still really made some solid games and all that, made it affordable for the entire family to play. So little kids to adults, right? And nowadays they've made it unaffordable. Me as an adult gamer, I will not buy the Switch 2. I will not buy their games because they come out with some amazing games. They're $80. On Xbox, I can get the same game that, or I can get a different game that I'm more into and all that for $40, $30 when they go on sale. Nintendo will run a sale here or there and they'll knock $20 off. It's still $60. I'm like, I can get a brand new game for like $60. Nintendo has basically priced families out of the market. And the reason why is because you had different presidents of Nintendo come through. And it was always supposed to be for the family, for kids, for the family to play together, or what have you. And the last president, his name was Iwata, passed away. When he did, these two Japanese businessmen took over, and they did away with things such as the Greatest Hits series. So, for example, Luigi's Mansion came out at $50. I wasn't going to drop $50 on Luigi's Mansion. It sold, I don't know, 2-3 million copies of it at $50. And then they waited a couple months after that, and then they put out the Greatest Hits version of it. The Greatest Hits version cost $20. All their Greatest Hits games were $20. The thinking behind it was, we've made all this money off of it. Everybody pretty much has this game now. We want everybody to play this game because it's a good game. So why not knock it down to $20? And then this way, people that can't afford that $50 price point can play our game and still have fun with it. And they did away with all that thinking. Now the thinking is that no matter if we sold 3 million copies of a game, then everybody's willing to pay that price point going forward for perpetuity, forever. So stuff like Metroid Dread, which was the whole reason why I got the original Switch, was because I wanted to play that game. I still haven't picked up because it hasn't fallen below $60. I'm like, you guys can kiss my entire ass. The 2600, I don't know that it's worth all that much. Like in the box, all that kind of stuff. Because you got to remember, with the Atari 2600, you had different versions of it. You had the Sears, which is crazy to say, but you had a Sears version of that of the 2600. You had the actual Atari one. You had upgraded versions of the 2600 when the 5200 came out. You had like 4 or 5 different versions of that machine, and not all of them were actual Atari. But Atari, at that point, if you want to play it, again, that at games, they sell machines called Atari Classics or Atari Legends or whatever, and they just plug right into your TV. Now they even plug right into HDMI. And you go back and play some of those games and you have a fondness for it. And then you realize like you'll get bored with it in probably 5 to 10 minutes. You're like, it doesn't, it's an unfortunate thing. Some stuff you can't go back and redo because it just looks dated. And when it comes to video games, you know, being raised on old one button, Atari, myself, going back, I'm just like, oh, this is rough. Like, it's fun for a minute. Nostalgia hits you, especially if you grew up with it. But it's like 2-button Nintendo. It's kind of hard to go back. Like, you can still play. It's still held up, but barely. Like, it's holding on by a string. You're better off waiting for a reimagining or a redo of the game with the better controller scheme nowadays. And what's funny is because Eugene was talking Sega and Danny yelled out Sega, right? I still have all my old Sega stuff. I have everything except for the 32X, even though I have 32X games. So I have the Genesis, both generations of the system. I have the CD, the Sega CD attachment. 32X is the only thing I don't think I have, but I have no interest in it either. Like, they came out with a couple games for it, but it didn't catch on. Yep, you got the one that looks like the mini Nintendo. Those things actually, when they put them out, they did a Super Nintendo version too, and that's the problem with them. They glitch because they're emulators. Is really what they are. Wow, I just dropped my entire paintbrush right out of my hand. Um, Matter of fact, you can, if you have a PC, you can actually get all those games. And I can't really go into it because technically it's illegal how you get them. But there is a program called MAME, MAME. And you can download all the old Nintendo cartridges, arcade games, everything else right to MAME. Yeah, I never owned a Saturn when they were out. And there was a point in my life where I was collecting all the old systems. And this tells you how awesome my wife is, right? My wife paid attention when I was speaking and told her, like, oh, yeah, the only system I still have yet to own that was retro and came out, it's a Philips CDI. But my favorite of the old systems was actually the Panasonic 3DO. And my wife actually got me one. She found one and got it for me for, I think it was either I think it was my birthday. Could have been our anniversary, but I really do believe that was a birthday present for some reason. But she got it and surprised me with it. And what's funny is, again, if you know where to look on the internet, and I can't tell you where to look, but you can find all the old games. Back in the day, they didn't have copyright protection on the games, particularly the CD ones. The only one that was rough was the PlayStation. Like, the old PlayStation had that black coating on the bottom of the discs. That was the copyright protection. And I don't know how the protection worked or whatever. There is a workaround for it in the here and now when you're doing the emulators. But as far as like 3DO, you can just legit, you have to burn the disc off where it's at 2 or 4 times speed. I think it was 4 times speed. I can't remember. But you can legit just take the ROM, turn it into a disc, put it into the console, and it'll play. So you can play like the entirety of 3DO's library on their console, like those old games that have gone away. And some of them work better than others, like everything. Have a good night, Stranded. Thank you, thank you, thank you for always being awesome and always being amazing. Have a good day at work. Well, hopefully I won't be painting until 4:30 tonight. I don't know though. I'm all screwed up from this time switch over. I kind of figured tonight would be a quiet one because I'm painting. Um, it's Sunday in the middle of a time change. And everybody's been tuning in for the gaming streams, especially because we've been playing the hell out. Well, I've been playing the hell out of Icarus, which shout out to Late Night Streams. I checked out his channel. He did a 24-hour marathon on the new DLC that's out for the PC. We are not getting it on Xbox apparently. I thought it was supposed to launch with it. We got something else called New Frontier that is already baked into the game. But yeah, shout out to him because he did a 2-parter, 12-hour stream just playing the new DLC. Really went in on it. So if you want to see what's coming up for us, it looked like it has everything to do with oil and like making oil pipes, oil rigs, that kind of stuff. Apparently it goes right now we're at tier 4 on our building stuff that we can get to. It takes tier 5. So it's a whole new addition to what I'm already playing. Definitely some cool stuff. Damn, I am definitely going to have to touch up this purple too. Because I got a couple blowouts here and there. Well, what else is going on, guys? What else is going on in this world? We got wars, Amish people like losing their shit. Like I said, my movie reviews, it was quick. I can just warn everybody about The Bride being terrible. I really wanted that movie to be good. I was like, this could be really good, and it wasn't. It was when a movie makes me rage quit. Well, not even rage quit, just what the fuck am I watching? Quit after 20 minutes. It's a rare occasion. Like if I had been in the movie theater, I would have walked out on it. I had just been like, "Yep, nope, I'm done." Tap tap tap. I'm tapping out on this one. I mean, at worst case, you guys are bored of hearing me talk. We can go with the experiment where I play Art Bell. That's going to be your call. Because any which way you slice it, I've got to paint and I've got to get her done. I got to get her off the bench. I have too many other damn projects coming up, including because I hit my 4-month mark on the one guy's site. I was able to call out a previous term, any previous term I wanted. I called one out that has a juggernaut that I've been dying to paint. It was the whole reason why I even signed up for the guy's Patreon, was because he offered his back models, and it's an awesome juggernaut. But it's the same guy who did the model here for She-Hulk, so it's a very highly detailed one, and he looks badass. And then Wicked has dropped. It's an actual comic book cover of Cyclops and Jean Grey, the whole Phoenix saga, and it's going to be a whole diorama. It's going to be a huge one because it's going to be. I've got to paint Jean Grey. I've got to paint Cyclops. Ooh, that's not good. I'm gonna have to get in here. I just realized there's green that on that finger that wraps around that I did not hit. That one's gonna be a crazy one. I'm gonna have to. I have to get the. I got new magnets too. They're bigger and everything else, so I have to re-drill Wasp's head. I reprinted them. I got to re-drill both of them. Set that all up. Lots and lots of stuff, like keeping the models flowing, staying creative. So a lot of work. But if you guys are bored of hearing my gums run, I can always put on Art Bell. I think we can get away with playing them. But I don't know what everybody else is up to. Everybody else tired, bored. As we can go over, like, kind of touched on the war, but reality is all I'm seeing is bombs falling everywhere. Iran bombing everybody that's around them, which is still to me like the dumbest thing you could possibly do. Dragging somebody else into a fight that is going to end up being against you because you went and hit them is like, are you guys like trying to get everybody in the Middle East to just like bomb you all at the same time? I'm definitely not seeing Russia get involved, and I'm not seeing China get involved with it, which is kind of shocking to me. Smart on their part. Like, I think Russia's got enough problems in Ukraine right now, but I could definitely see them kind of getting involved, and China not getting involved is very telling. They're kind of sitting back and going, "Yes, we shall let you exhaust your ammo supply, America, and if this regime falls, maybe we can renegotiate to a better deal with Iran while they rebuild." So they're playing a very long game like they always do, and it's smart. Plus, if this does turn into a quagmire or does become a giant ass mess, it's definitely going to, and China stays out of it, they're going to just build up their resources, build up their money, all that while we're exhausting ours. It's kind of exactly what the whole proxy war with Ukraine was when it came to Russia. So it was smart, but crazy at the same time. Crazy that you leave your ally out there like that, but smart at the same extent. Smart play, good strategy. And I don't like it because I like us being the global leader of things. I like being in that position. But it's starting to feel like that's going to be slipping here soon. That we are going to be beaten down. Take a number 2 spot soon. And the worst part is it'll make my own joke the truth. In America, we're number 1. I'm actually shocked we haven't, shout out to Beans, by the way. Haven't seen Beans in the chat yet. Seen Rebel. Seen Ian. Seen Eugene. Eugene's still typing. He's typed out like 6 paragraphs worth of things, and they keep rejecting him. Like he's just getting banned from chats. No sign of drunk Bob either. Maybe Bob's out there at the hotel bar doing, what he was talking about on the stream on Thursday. At the end there, hanging out. Actually, I think Bob. I know Bob said he had to go eat dinner with his daughter, but I don't know if that was last night or tonight. Any which way you slice it. It's also weird because right now it says 9:45 on the time clock, but it feels like the show just should have just started, which I hate daylight savings time. Like I said, it does give me PTSD. Gives me the fog of the brain. Gives me brain fog. Knowing that I'm an hour off. Or feeling like I'm an hour off. And then going, why do I feel like I'm an hour off? Oh, yeah, because I am, technically. What, you know what? There was something else in the news. Something that no one's covering. What's up, Beans? Just shouting you out a little bit ago. There is one thing that is in the news that nobody has covered yet, that I've not seen any major coverage on. So Nancy May has put forth a bill that would release all information on people in Congress, congressmen and all this, dating back to the 70s, that have had to pay out for sexual misconduct and have used basically taxpayer funding to silence voices. 357 Congress people voted against the bill. And the one that really went off on it was Anna Paulina Luna. She was like, I support this bill 1,000%. Why isn't. And she was going off on Republicans about it. But they basically killed it. You didn't miss a whole lot of anything, Beans. I mean, I'm like basically the equivalent of Quirky from Life Goes On at this point because of the whole time switcheroo. I'm all thrown off. Like my internal clock is running funky. But yeah, Anna Paulina Luna went off about that. Matter of fact, I wonder if I can find the clip because it's one of those things that we should be paying attention to, but nobody is because of everything else. Let's see, the Ubis Tubis. Wow. Yeah, I knew it was going to be a fucked up night tonight, but it really is. Bill, Luna. I think this is it. You're watching C-SPAN. Let me mute that real quick before it even starts up. Pause it. So I'm hoping this is the right clip. And it looks like it kind of. I saw it at a different camera angle because Comer's in the background. Let's take a look. Bring this bad boy up. Yeah, it's been weird tonight. Oh, oh, oh. What? Why does this do this? I don't understand why the damn program doesn't just pick up the A side of things. Boom. All right, here we go. This should be the clip. Make sure. I'm watching my other stream just to see if it picks up this stream. There it goes. All right, here we go.
All right. I support Representative Mace's subpoena here, as well as the amendment to it. And I just think it's really disgusting how this institution protects itself, because y'all just half of them voted to send this stuff to House Ethics, where you know it's going to die. We know that members of Congress are using taxpayer dollars to pay off sexual harassment. We just had a member of Congress literally sexually harass a woman that then lit herself on fire, and you guys all protected him. You guys all protected my own side, your side. And so if you guys want to talk about victims, if you want to go out and virtue signal, and then you guys are going to kill her stuff on the floor and then try to pass it, yeah, of course we should subpoena all of this stuff. But just, I'm not going to sit here and play games. I think it's a complete fraud. I think that's why the American people hate us. I think the midterms are coming up, and everyone should go on record for this. And I hope that members are exposed for this. I hope it goes back, I think, to the 70s, because it's wrong that it's happening. It's wrong that we cover up for it. It's wrong that we can't censor our own side because people are busy making deals because you guys don't want to censor your side. It's a deal that's been cut, and people hate us for it. So, yeah, I support it.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. You got to love it. Shout out to Anna Paulina Luna. Fantastic. I could not express that sentiment anymore myself. You want to know why we don't get the Epstein files in its entirety and everything? Because of this kind of shit. So the bill basically would list out every congressman, every congressperson that has sexually harassed or, done dirty things behind the scenes, and then use taxpayer dollars to pay off the victims, to keep them silent. And I'm like legit, 1000% legitimately, I'm all there for it. And I think she said it best. Y'all want a virtue signal? You want to know why people hate us? This is why people hate us. She's right. Because they all voted for those Epstein files release, right? To show how virtuous they were, knowing that shit would not be released in a lot of cases. There were some, Lauren Boebert, Rokana, Massey, Thomas Massey, MTG, shout out to her, that were like, yeah, we need to release this. We need to help these victims and all this other stuff. They were being real with it. Then you had the ones like, James Comer, who, I want all the transparencies in the world. And like, yeah, no, you don't, dude. You're probably one of them. So shout out to that. That was awesome. But it was something I saw and I was like, wow, this is fantastic. Like, I love the way she went off. I just do. Doesn't matter if you, that's the one thing we should all be able to agree on, no problem. Is that why are they a protected class of people? Why can Congress get away with shit like this? It shouldn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. You should not be able to be corrupt like that. I mean, I'm the same way with the insider trading shit. It's like, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. You should not be able to get away with that. That should be no. Like, it's a hard no. There's just certain things. This should be just layups. Should just be a given. Yeah, I mean, well, that's just it. Yeah. And then the worst part is the ones that actually do go in like that and go hardcore. Look at what happened with the MTG. I didn't agree with everything she said. There was definitely some shit she would say at times where I was like, yeah, I'm not feeling that. But at the same point in time, I wasn't going to call and threaten her kids or something because I disagreed with her. You know, I wasn't going to threaten her business. I don't particularly like what's her name, Jayapal, or I don't like Jayapal. I don't like Ilhan Omar or AOC or anything else. I'm not going to go threaten their fucking families, or you know what I mean? Like they can express their opinion, just come back with a better opinion. You don't have to silence people's voices. Just have a conversation, make them, put both sides out there, see what people are feeling, see which side people agree with. And I can say the bulk of the American people, I can't speak for every one of them, but I guarantee you a good chunk of us want to know. So, are you taking my money out of my paycheck, my pocket, out of my kids' mouths so I can fund this government and all this other stuff? And even if you're on the left where it's like, well, we need to fund the schools, we need to fund all these special interest programs and all that, even that shit, you're taking the money from it. So this way you can pay an NDA to somebody because, one of these senators, congressmen, whatever, decided they wanted to play grab ass in the back room and, harass somebody. I don't care if they're female or male either. Like, that's some bullshit to me. It's serious bullshit, in my opinion. I think that I pay if we're paying out congressmen and senators salaries to go to Washington to represent us, then you better do your damn job. I'm not sending you there to play grab ass or have sex on the Senate floor. It's the same way with Christy Nome. Apparently, her getting clipped and fired and all that. Apparently, that dude Corey Lewandowski, I think his name is, he quit the moment she got fired and left with her. That should tell you all you need to know about that bullshit. Yes. And that's the other part of it right there. Good call on that one, Ian. This shouldn't be. Nancy Mace brings this about, right? Anna Paulina Luna is right there with her. How come I'm not hearing Rokana or Thomas Massey on this one? I know Thomas Massey. Well, no, I can't say I know now. You would think that the ones that have done nothing, like haven't screwed around or whatever, would have been like, oh yeah, I'm coming out for this big time. I know if I was on Congress, I'd be able to come up for it big time because I don't screw around on my wife. So it's like, well, what are you protecting your buddy then? Is it about party? What is it about? Because this should be a legit layup. It should be an easy shot. It's a tap in putt. Like, what are you guys doing here? The problem is, I think they put their pocketbook ahead of the and party ahead of the country. And how do we fix it? How do we fix it as a country? We're literally putting you in there because you're telling us you're going to clean stuff up or what have you, and then you're not. And they wonder why. Well, I don't understand. Nobody showed up to vote. It's got to be voter fraud. It's got to be no. How about you're just like you do shit nobody likes? You ever think of that? Like, to me, that was the most obvious fact that Anna Paulina Luna shouted right there was, this is why people hate us. My big thing is, if you've done nothing wrong, you know you've done nothing wrong, and it comes out, right? Like a woman accuses you and it has no credibility to it, defend the shit out of yourself and put it right out there ahead of them. Famously, Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz thought he did nothing wrong. He got ahead of everything, was just like, look, they're trying to blackmail me for this, that, and the other thing. Now, I still think it's kind of fucked up, even if the girl was 18. It's, come on, bud. Like, what are we doing here? But at the same point in time, at least he was willing to confront it head on, because he was like, no, this is some bullshit. I mean, you can have friends and you're not answerable to all your friends. My friend, I have a friend who was in jail constantly, right? Like he was constantly in and out of jail. And as we got older, we distanced ourselves from him because he never did us a bad turn. But it didn't mean that he didn't do other bad shit. But we also weren't guilty of being in on it with him. Like, we didn't help him plan capers or go and rob people or all this other kind of dumb shit. Like, he robbed a gas station at one point. And it was like, you're not always guilty by association with those people. You may not want them. I didn't want them around my wife and my kids. I didn't want to, like, for me, it was like no damage, right? Because he was always a nice person to me. But once I got married, had kids, like, that's a different story. I think you can be in a leadership role and keep company. But the whole thing is, you better make sure that you're not doing something screwed up too. And my thing is, why do you have 357 Congress people voting against it? Like, either you're guilty of it or you're helping your friend cover their crime. And yeah, just because you got somebody to sign an NDA and you're paying them and all that other stuff doesn't mean there wasn't something that happened. Just because if somebody doesn't speak out on it doesn't mean it didn't happen, right? So, yeah, yep. I think that's bad. I see no good in it at all. And she's right. Like, how do you kill that bill? Like, I'm not gonna lie. It's one of the reasons I could never be in Congress or be a senator, because I would be that dickhead when this bill came up, when they vetoed the bill. I'd be like, so let me tell you, let's just be honest with the American taxpayers. It's my time to talk, right? Yeah, oh yeah. We're paying X amount of millions of dollars. This is how much is going out of taxpayers' money to cover your NDAs. And it would tell us exactly how dirty our Congress is just by that one statement. Like, I mean, is Congress now a dating sim? Like, what's going on here? Like, I know some of them were in the Epstein files, all that kind of crap, but Epstein's been dead for quite a while, so are people still continuing on? And I'm sure they are. Are people still continuing on the trend like he's alive? And that was one of the other things that bothers me too, if I'm to be honest. Just because Epstein's dead and the island's been exposed and all that other stuff, why do we think it ended? Maybe there's another island. Maybe there's another guy who isn't Epstein, but is just like Epstein out there. There's got to be. Law of averages says that you're going to have somebody else who is just as bad. Whenever you remove one bad, another bad's going to pop up somewhere else. If anything, we now know there's a market for that type shit, and somebody's got to be providing that market. And I think that's why I'm so pissed off that we haven't caught any of the co-conspirators, perpetrators. Nobody's gone to jail for it really on the American side of things, because that would be the ultimate deterrent. Is like, look, you're going to lose your fortune. You are going to lose your standing in our society. You're going to lose everything for engaging in these actions. You need to stop while the stopping's good. Okay. I had to read that twice there, Beans, because when you said it, you said, I think it's all over. I was like, no, I think it's still going on. And then I've read the rest of that where you're like, globally. Yeah, I agree. I think it's now, instead of it being one concentrated area, it's all over the damn place. It's like, hey, I want to get a butt lift in America. Well, we don't do butt lifts in America. Well, then I got to go to Brazil. You know, it's the same way like Andrew Tate got brought up on those charges or whatever. Now, I don't know if he is guilty or not, but apparently in Romania or wherever the hell he was being charged at, I don't even know where he was being charged at, but the age of consent was like 16, so he could technically get away with it. And under American law, that's completely against the law, no matter where you are. And it's like, you're still arguing, like, well, it was legal where I was. Okay, so if murder was legal where you were and you killed somebody, does that make it okay? Like, you can't be prosecuted by the law, but does that make it okay? It doesn't. Just my opinion, it doesn't. Morally, it does not make it legal. And it's the same thing with kids like that, because you're 25 years old and you're dating a 16-year-old, you got issues. It's bad enough if you're dating an 18-year-old, let alone a 16-year-old. You definitely got issues. Yeah, I watched that whole testimony too, Ian, that Perry had posted with Tim Tebow. I think that's who it was. And I agree with your sentiment too on that one. It's pretty crazy when you need a football player to come forward, present a map, and show you where all this is going on, instead of having somebody like, I don't know, maybe somebody of prominence or and power like like an AG of the United States, Pam Bondi, or maybe like a Cash Patel coming forward and going, check out this fucking map, guys. But nope, one's prepping for their hit on Fox News, and the other one is going to hockey games and getting hammered with the team. So, this fuck those kids because there's a hockey game on, and Fox News wants me to talk about how cool everything is and how well everything's going, and what a great job I'm doing. Get the fuck out of here with your shit, ma'am. Like you've lost your fucking mind. And like I said, I'm hammering one side because they're in power right now. If this was the other side in power, they would be getting hammered just as hard, not because they are no better. So don't think this is just a one-sided argument like, oh, well, I'm just going to shit on these people. I shit on the other side too. So it's a balance. It's total bullshit to me. And also it's like these victims and everything else, you're now starting to see like, women killed by illegals, stuff like that. Who actually really cares about the women that were getting killed and who just cares about the political talking point that they can own the other side with. I do remember the Save the Children thing. I've never been on Twitter, but I do remember the story. Yeah, well, I that was one of those things that Elon Musk. Actually, to tell you the truth, that's one that I'm actually shocked I have not heard. Yeah, Elon Musk tweeted this out because he was one of the big advocates for that. Because as much as I think, or anyone can think, really, that Elon Musk is just a trillion, or going to be the first trillionaire and all this kind of stuff, he has a shit ton of kids. He actually takes care of a shit ton of kids and financially, to a point where it's like, what the fuck? I think he just started naming like the kids the letters of the alphabet because he ran out of names. He's got so many damn kids, this guy. But he like when he took over Twitter, that was one of the things he immediately said was there is a huge pedo problem on Twitter. It actually does. He like admitted it even though he had just gotten the platform. So you got that grace period where it's like got to fix things, and he did address certain things like that on there. But yeah, you're not wrong. They did kill that hashtag. I do remember that. It's one of those things I don't understand, and maybe somebody can explain this one to me. Israel doesn't have any kind of like pedos fly to Israel, and this isn't even like me like, oh, Israel's evil or whatever. But I'm just curious, why don't they have a law against pedophilia in Israel? Because everybody that's a pedophile immediately boards a plane and go like Epstein. They were coming after him. He went to Israel. Why? Because it's not illegal over there apparently, or not prosecutable. Like I don't know. What is the deal with that? Why doesn't have Israel? Why you would think something that technically is funded in a religion that I'm pretty sure it's against that kind of shit. Pretty sure most religions, not all, but most, are against that kind of shit. Does Israel just like not give a fuck about their kids? Dude, not only was it boring, mister, but it was probably pretty dirty, wasn't it? Good to see you, brother. But I'm sure somebody out there knows the answer to that question, like why Israel allows like pedophiles to just willy nilly fly in there. Like they caught that one guy in Las Vegas, and he immediately left and went to Israel. I mean, if I was running my own like country or whatever, that would be the absolute last people I would want in there in my citizenry. Actually, to tell you the truth, if I was running my own country, it would be an executable offense. Bro. So one of so some of those things that you get used to in New Jersey growing up there and everything else, mister. Number one is no left turns. Every now and again, you might have a left turn signal that you can get to and all that kind of stuff, but mainly you have to take a jug handle or go around a circle but left turning isn't a thing. Like there was times where I used to have to turn into a parking lot to go over to a side road so I could go across the road. Like they don't have any left turn shit there. But yeah, I knew because we had to fly up to MIT for something to do with my daughter at one point, and we landed in Newark Airport. And I'll never forget deboarding the plane because you got to switch planes or whatever. We're deboarding the plane. As soon as I stepped out, the smell hit me. I was like, "Oh yeah, we're definitely back in New Jersey. Smells like trash, piss, and broken dreams here." And it's such a shame because the southern part of the state is beautiful. That northern part, it's filthy. Like it's been run like shit. And I can say that because I lived there for 30 something years. And I still think the saddest part of it all is that Philadelphia is even worse. Dude, Cape May is not great. I mean, if you're going to do anything as far as shore points, that kind of thing that you wanted to go to while you're there, mister, Seaside Heights is kind of like it's kind of a brutal shore point. Really, Wildwood is where you want to go. That was always the cleanest place. That was more like aimed at families and tourists. Seaside Heights was kind of the Seaside Heights was kind of the poor man's Wildwood. It's the best way of putting it. That's where I spent a lot of my time as a teen because we could afford it. Flying to the West Coast for 8 days. Wow. Yep. Like I said, South Carolina, very slow, very southern, but the beaches are beautiful down here. Um, the West Coast, I don't know. Better waves. It's too fucking expensive. It really is. And I haven't been there since you've had this crazy ass homeless crisis. Like, it was a little bad when I was there, but I haven't been there since I was like probably 16. I think 16 was the last time I was in California. So you're looking at, dear Lord, 25 years ago? No, 40, 50. Yeah, maybe 25 years ago. I mean, I learned to boogie board out there. Tried to surf, couldn't do it. I sucked at it. Kept falling off the fucking board and almost killing myself. Surfing's actually a lot more difficult than it looked. Go figure that one. But yeah, I haven't been out to California in a long ass time. Try to stay away from the West Coast if I can help it. The black sand beaches of Hawaii could be cool. Um, I've never been down to the Gulf as far as the oceans are. Been to Florida beaches. They were all right, but that's not the Gulf. You know, guys are going to have different aquatic life there. I would think. Black sand matters. I mean, isn't it just? Am I a retard in thinking this? But wouldn't the black sand just be basically sand mixed with ash from the volcano, or some kind of shard from like basically formed from volcanic, I guess, sputum or spume. I mean, hey, look, that's the same thing here, South Carolina. We don't have that shit on our beaches. Like, they definitely do not screw around here with, homeless people and drug addicts. Oh, I'm going to go live on the beach or whatever. No, 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 no. You can buy a property on that beach, but you better own the property because they go out there, they enforce the shit out of stuff like that. Like, you get caught littering, it's like a $2,000 fine. Like, they don't even fuck around a little bit down here with it. Well, at least not where I'm at anyway. But then again, was like rated like the beach I go to was rated like one of the biggest tourist destinations in the world for, I don't know if it was last year or a couple years ago. Like, it's definitely a tourist destination. But even like oh god, Myrtle Beach, which is a huge tourist destination. It's all junkies and crackheads all around the area, except for like the tourist block. Like, you go a block outside of the tourist area, crackheads. You go the other way, it's like meth heads, right? But the beaches are clean as shit. Mm. Yeah, I mean California. Like I said, I got actually a good chunk of family out in Cali, and I love all of them and all that. But yeah, I won't go. I won't go to California. I don't want to go there. My daughter lives in. I think she's in Washington now. She was in Oregon, and she keeps trying to get me to go out to the West Coast to visit. Eventually, I've got to go out and visit her, but I'm fighting that like hell not to. At the same time, not because I don't love my kiddo, but because I fucking hate the West Coast. I think the Northeast, growing up in the Northeast, everybody up there is uptight, serious, and kind of dickheads. The West Coast, people are way too aloof, man, and like chill and laid back for my taste. And then South Carolina, I've found is kind of that happy medium of people are serious when they need to be, but friendly, polite, and relaxed at the same time. So I've tried to stay away from all that kind of nonsense. But I know eventually I got to go see my kiddo. So, because she's come to me twice now, and that means I got to go visit her. But yeah, California, the vibe. Now, granted, maybe it's changed over time, but I doubt it. Fixing those damn little fingers. Get in here and get this thumb too while I'm at it. Definitely weird the way they position the one finger on that glove. Same thing on this side. No, the finger actually comes all the way out. What the fuck? Yeah, that's always a good question too. Which part of California? I mean, if you're up in the mountains, beautiful. You're towards the cities like LA, like a lot of my family's in Sacramento. Um, Bay Area and all that kind of stuff. Nah. Nope, can't do it. Hate it. Oh, beans, I'm telling you what, you go up into those mountains, like they're beautiful. I have family up there too. And like, I mean, it really is. It's beautiful. I mean, the best part and the shittiest part of California. Shittiest part is how it's run. Best part of Cali is it's pretty much climate control outside. It's always beautiful. The weather's beautiful. The landscape is beautiful. All that stuff. As long as you're away from the big cities, like you just said, people are very aloof. Very. What's going on, man? Whoa, what's up, bruh? That shit always drives me nuts. Like it really does. Yeah, see, I've never been to Southern Europe, so I couldn't tell you. I'd have to ask you or Mister about that one. Possibly Bob. Unfortunately, when Bob was in Southern Europe, he was getting thrown off of buses and thrown through plate glass windows with his bar chair, that kind of thing. So it's kind of hard to judge with Bob. He's never said if it was beautiful country or not. To be honest with you, I didn't even think about that till now. Yeah, he never has said, yeah, beautiful country there and all that. I know when he said he was in Israel, he's like, yeah, there's beautiful women everywhere, but he never told me exactly what the country was like. So I definitely would love to know. Thing is, I'm not going to take a trip there and check it out for myself either. That's never going to happen. I also one of the places I thought about visiting when I was younger. I was like, I wonder what it's actually like there. Was Russia. I wanted to know if it's like just because the only real exposure we ever have is Hollywood, and you have stuff like Smurf 4, Smurfy 4. I mean Rocky 4, where he fought Ivan Drago, but I think he went out in like the vast wasteland of Siberia in that movie. Are you talking when you say that the trash traffic and everything else? Are you talking about California or are you talking about Europe? It looks like East Europe with more vodka if possible. I mean, I wanted to check out like something like Moscow, like all the big golden domes, the old cathedrals, and all that kind of stuff. I think that shit would be really cool. But I will never take my happy ass outside the U.S. to go see any of these things. I just sorry, I'm an American and an opinionated one, and I'm lazy on top of it. So none of these things help. Here comes the dreaded part. Time to work on this face. Although I've got her toned in pretty good. I actually watched a couple makeup tutorials. You know what? I need black. I need black on this paint rack. Where the hell's my black? Why am I seeing my whites and everything? There it is. I already did pull black before. I want to get in there and I'm actually going to blacken the interior of the eye before I go over it in white, which I think is probably a stupid move. But you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. That would be a stupid move. I'm going to go in with a heavy dark green. Yeah, well, that's just it. Like I said, I was in California, God, 25 years ago, last time I visited. And the area where my grandmother lived was very clean. A lot of Mexican, well, not a ton of Mexican families, but a good chunk of Mexican families. Um, but yeah, I know it's gotten worse since the last time I was there. I hear it all the time from like family. I got one. It's funny. Because my aunt is 1000% hardcore staunch leftist, and she ended up moving to Colorado. And then my uncle still lives in California. He's hardcore like Trump. Those two fight on like a pretty consistent basis. You could go for a chunky Mexican. They're definitely there. Or you go down to Texas. You know that. Some of the best. Oh my God, the Mexican food was amazing. Just gonna line the top of the eye with the black. Even though I know she's got. She's got those little eyebrows. I need to go to a smaller brush, an even tinier brush. Let's go to my kill set here. The tiny tinies. Not liking the way that lined out. Working eyes is always brutal. Drew Bensky. Not even, I can't say I've watched him. All right. Let's see, do I want to keep that same thickness on the other eyebrow? Do I want those eyebrows to go a little bit lighter? I'll keep the same thickness. And we're going to get into that eyeball. I am going to a very, very fine brush for this one. Sorry, guys, if I'm not super talkative right now. Just trying to hyper focus on the face. I'll keep glancing, chatting, bullshitting, but trying not to fuck up these eyes. Because it's always the damn eyes that get me. Yeah, like I said, I think if I have to pick one spot, if I'm going to go out of the U.S. for anything, it would be to go to Japan. And I would want to do the tourist nerd kind of deal with it. You know what I mean? Let's see, I will use you for the iris. I will use one of those two for the eyeball. And I'm going to use you to actually paint the eye. That's just it. It would definitely have to be Japan and some of the tourist trap stuff, but a lot of the non-tourist trap stuff. Shit, I knew I was going to do that. I hit the lower eyeball. Not good. I think going to like Vatican City could be a cool thing, like, Catholic Disney World. That could be neat. What would be really cool is if they let you down into the vault to look through some of the old manuscripts. But good luck with that shit. Maybe I should have gone thinner with the brush tip, like even tighter. Clean up the lower lid now on both eyes. I mean, Alaska is actually expensive to travel to. And knowing somebody that actually lives in Alaska, like you're looking at like $20 for a box of Cheerios. Need to come in with a little bit of white right there, but I'm going down to a smaller brush before I even attempt it. Japan's on your bucket list. Yeah, I mean, Japan definitely has history that just the culture of it. Now, granted, I'm sure you go to like Tokyo or Kyoto or one of the bigger cities, it's gonna be all right. It's more those little out there in the country type things that would be the cool part for me to see. Seeing old temples, stuff like that. I'd have to have Mister go with me, so this way, one, I would feel like I'm walking around with a bodyguard that's in shape, and then Mister and I could go and raid one of the temples and be like, "Throw me the idol, Senor Gam. I throw you the whip. Adios, Senor." Oh yeah, the flight has got to be brutal. Flying there has got to be brutal. And yeah, I need to steady my hands, smoke a cigarette, breathe for a minute, because I got them eyes. Actually, catch focus on her face. Got the eye shape pretty good. I still got to come out on this right hand eyebrow a little bit. We're starting to catch shape on those eyes. Then I'll go into the lips, blacken out the hair. Shogun's ablazing. That's right. I can just imagine, like, because the whole thing is, I figure if I get in a fight over in Japan, I would love to have Mister with me, because Mister's like 6'3" and ripped. So, like, it would take like at least 20, 30 of those Japanese dudes to take him down. He'd be like kung fu this motherfucker and just like hooking left, right, front, and center, and just like teeth flying everywhere. It would look like Neo from the Matrix fighting all the Agent Smiths in the second Matrix movie. Just like they're all trying to dogpile him, just flying off of him like all over the place, just ragdolling him. Almost like an angry 10-year-old beating up a group of teddy bears. Like, it'd be crazy. We could take Bob with us too, Mister. I think if we took Bob with us, like, Bob's roughly the same height as them, so he'd be like, "Holy shit! I don't even have to kick him in the nuts. I can just start swinging for the fences, and they're the same height. I don't have to punch up anymore." Take Ian with us with his swagger, just like, "My country, let me show you something. This is how guns work." Like, oh shit. Eugene can get in a music battle with somebody over there. I would just he'll be playing his synth stuff, and they'll be playing like the old I don't even remember what the hell the instrument's called, like bong 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 bong, and then Eugene coming, haters eat these nuts, and like they can just have a whole battle with music. It'd be awesome. And then, if Mister, because they try to make Mister skip leg day, and he'd be having none of it. He'd eat his creatine, and then just turn into Godzilla on their ass and just start stomping buildings down and shit. And then when like 100, of them finally get us to the ground and have us like kind of beat, you just hear the door kick open, and all you'd hear is, "Hey, what you guys doing over there? My name's Smurf, huh? You want me to show you something? Blue Dingus time." And then it's all on like Donkey Kong again. I mean, honestly, that's probably a smart policy. Only going to a country if you can speak the language. I tried to learn Japanese like 5, 6 times now. Shit is difficult, because what I've noticed is it's not even just the words that you're saying, it's the inflection in your voice in which you're saying them. So I would have a hard time, because a lot of the shit I say is usually sarcastic or in a joking manner. And it would come across either super serious or like I was, calling them homosexual or something. The wife came in. She apparently there was a delivery at 9 o'clock, And she got me because I have every Joker pop that's ever been made. Well, with the exception of Conan O'Brien is the Joker and Freddie Funko is the Joker. But apparently this is Batman Ninja and it's the Joker Soldier. So that's a pretty cool one. Yeah, actually from Funko.com. And then I'm going to put him up on the wall. She also ordered me all different sizes of magnets so I can start drilling into the heads. Little guys here. These fuckers, those are some big ass magnets. Good Lord. I don't know what this one is. I gotta open it. I'm guessing these were all made in China because that looks like Chinese, not, yeah. Guanyong. 5mm by 4mm disc rolls, huh? How many of these dolls do I have? Almost too many. Almost too many, mister. And as I'm getting more advanced with it, so, god damn. That's some serious magnetism. I think those would be too big for Wasp's neck, but I could definitely use them on something. Problem is, I got like 2mm and 3mm, and they're smaller, but as Mister will tell you, as a man of science, the longer the magnet is, if the magnum, if the magnet's length matches the diameter, so these are 3mm by 3mm, for example, it's going to be stronger than if it's like a 3mm with a 1mm length to it. I mean, it sounds creepy, but I start selling them off eventually. And yeah. Yeah, eventually I'll get to a point where I can produce them and sell them. Stuff like this. And then I got these. This is so that I can find out if it's safe when I kidnap a marathon runner. Is it safe? Tell me, is it safe? What these, I actually got these for. Ouch. Show you. So like Wasp right here that I'm starting to work on. She is, these holes are way too small for the tools I was trying to get in there with to get the structure out. So now I can actually get in there and dig out all the structure into the smaller holes. Like, you guys probably can hear it crunching or clicking. But there's supports all in here because it's hollowed out. I can hear them shaking. So, gonna help me like really work on it. I mean, no woman likes this, but I'm gonna dig into her crotch with this and see if I can't, you know, pull out some support. But that's awesome. I needed these tools. It does sound kind of creepy, you're not wrong, but I want it to be where something has two heads to it. Now I can paint both heads and switch them out at will. So the easiest way of doing that is by legit using a power drill, drilling in, placing a strong magnet in the head, and then basically drilling into the body, the neck hole. So like, because you can see right here, like I put a Halloween in the neck key. They're called keys. You put it in there, I won't need glue anymore for certain parts of it. So if something has two arms, I can print out both sets of arms now. If something has two heads, I can print out two sets of heads, put magnets in there, and then snap, and you can just take them off at will and change them out. We were talking about you earlier, Bob, if we went over to Japan and we all got into a brawl. I said that you would have a good time over there, Bob, because the whole thing is like they're about the same height as you. So you'd be like, damn, I don't even have to kick anybody's nuts. I can just, swing for the fences here and pretty much not have to punch up anymore. Yes, Japan has a declining culture, unfortunately. They really do, which is crazy. I mean, I don't know. See, I think I can tell you now, if things go to shit in America, I know the wife's already like, we're going to Costa Rica. We're going someplace sunny, warm, and even closer to the equator or just past it. Like the one place I will not be moving is north. I'll never go back to the ice and snow anymore. I fucking hate the ice and snow. Well, color me color me interested, Bob. Let me make sure I fire up Discord again. I got my Discord shut down. Let me get there. I'll bring it up. But yeah, I'd love to hear your story, Bob. You know, we live for these stories. I have this odd feeling, and I'm just gonna say this. I have this feeling it's because you went to dinner with your daughter the other day. Um. Okay, Bob is there. And Discord is up. And boom! You're live, Bob. All right, we got Bob in on Discord. Hopefully it's coming through. I haven't heard him yet though. Cool, mister. Hope to see you soon. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, America's always going to be the greatest country on earth. Even when it's pretty shitty, it's still much better than most, if not all. I moved Bob into Discord. I still haven't heard him. Yeah, I'm not seeing his mic light up in Discord either. Remember, Bob, mute the stream and unmute the Discord. I know you're there, Bob. I got you moved in. You're in the voice chat. I don't hear you talking. I don't know, but I'm looking at Discord right now. If you're saying something, you can tell when you're talking because the circle around your picture in there is going to highlight green. And yeah, I'm not seeing any kind of highlight to it. But you are absolutely in the voice channel. I don't know why we can't hear you. Yeah, I've got the headphones on so I could hear that part. People in chat will hear you the moment you start talking, sir. All right, log out, try again. I'll switch over to Discord and look for you. Oh, wait, there you go. Now I can hear Bob. I heard him. He doesn't even have to log out. Bob, talk, bud.
Can you hear me?
There you go. You're loud and clear.
All right. I think I had a loose connection on my end. Not your fault.
Yeah, I know. I hate it when I got a loose erection too.
I said connection.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. My bad.
You're always putting words in my mouth.
Well, it's better than putting other things in your mouth, Bob.
Don't even. I'm the one that's been drinking. You're the one that's going down the rabbit hole.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So anyhow, I saw that Beans and some of the other people were talking about Japan and how it was on their bucket list to go. Is it on your bucket list?
I would love to see Japan. I'll never leave the U.S. I'm too lazy and all that kind of stuff. And plus, I don't travel outside country, period.
Well, as you know or may not know, I was actually over there for about 8 months. And the way it worked was we would go over there for 3 weeks at a time, fly over there, and we were in Yokosuka and Sasebo, and that's how they pronounce those cities. And then we would come home for a month and then fly back over there for 3 weeks and so on and so forth. Okay.
I'm following.
I
Yeah,
thought-
I'm listening.
I thought Japan would be a great place, exotic women and Mount Fuji and all that stuff, right? And it was, don't get me wrong. But I found out 2 things. Number one, I'm not attracted to women who don't have tits.
Jesus Christ,
Okay.
Bob. Here we go again. What did I tell you about naming body parts, Bob?
I don't remember that conversation, but anyhow.
That's the best part of it. That's why we love you, Bob. That's why we love you.
Number 2, I'm going to tell you all the story. You're not going to like it. Here's a shock for you. I kind of got into a fight with, pretty much the whole country. And here's why. Now, Japan is very efficient with their train system. Okay, you got the red line, you got the green line, you got the blue line. And then you got the bullet train. I never went on the bullet train, but we had to go from wherever we were and we had to take one of the trains. And these trains are packed, at, morning rush hour and afternoon rush hour. And so everybody hangs onto those straps, the ones up in the overhead, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. So in this particular case, I was actually going back to my hotel after being at a karaoke bar in Japan. It was about, 11:30 at night. Now, just to let you know, every bar in Japan is a karaoke bar. It just is. And so they had these little schoolgirls that apparently were, because the schoolgirls have to wear a uniform. It's a black and white checkered skirt.
Oh, yeah.
And a white button-up top. And so I'm riding on the train, and I noticed this. These old men there, the schoolgirls would grab a hold of the strap and face the window. That's typically what they did. And these little old guys, and I was young back then, would actually grab the strap right behind them, and they would grind themselves on these schoolgirls. I saw this with my own eyes. Well, sober Bob would have said something. Drunk Bob might have taken a little bit of action. So I'm just saying, Beans, I'm talking to you.
Oh, shit. He's talking directly at you, Beans.
If you go there, it's a great place. It's a wonderful place. Take in the culture. Take in the food. It's great. do not travel on a train by yourself. And she says what year this was. So this would have been, it's been, okay, 2000, this is, 20 years ago, 2007. But culture's hard to change. It really is. So that's my story about Japan. And I
So,
heard ABL talking about this the other night. I was going to call in and tell him that story, but ABL's not worth my story.
oh shit. Well, now I feel a little flattered on that one there, Bob, because I am worth your story. I appreciate that.
I'm just saying, I'm sure things have changed since then, but I kind of got into a fight with the whole train, and they were talking Japanese, and I didn't understand that. Of course,
Yeah.
I was speaking English, and they didn't understand that. But then they did understand that.
You wanted to fight.
No, I didn't want to fight. That's not the
Well,
point.
no, you were willing to. You were willing to.
Well, yeah, and they did, and it was weird because they didn't even understand why I was so upset. Now,
I
I've
mean,
got a daughter. You guys know that.
yeah. Well, trust me, I get it.
So basically, I was picturing my daughter being grind on by this old man on a freaking train, and she's just staring straight ahead. Not, because it's like at that time, I guess it was just sort of accepted.
So
And
yeah. I mean, so you were experiencing culture shock. So in their culture, it was all right. In your culture, that's not all right. It's kind of like,
well,
look at like Middle East, right? Take a girl, we'll just say any woman pretty much in America, and drop her into the Middle East. She's going to walk out of the house with her makeup done, her hair all out, and all that kind of stuff, and all kinds of skin showing because it's hot out there.
yeah, it's hot.
And they're going to stone her to death. Now, for us, that's abhorrent and that's disgusting and everything else. But for them, you went against their culture. You have a culture shock.
Yeah, well, that particular culture that I observed, and this is not a sea story. This is a
No,
fact. This
no,
is
no,
what
no,
I
no, no,
saw.
no, no, no. I understand.
And
But it's the same way, like, well, now they're cracking down on it a bit. But you think back to the 80s, 90s, hell, even some of the early 2000s, you used to be able to go and walk around the mall and smoke cigarettes, or you know, well, really they did away with it in the 90s, but in the 80s, you had ashtrays in the chair handles at the movie theater. You just smoke cigarettes in the movie theater. You could smoke them on airplanes, all that kind of thing. And now it's like that's completely no. But over in Japan, you can still do all that kind of stuff. They're finally starting to cut back on it, or like pass laws against it. But all the older people there smoke,
yeah,
notoriously smoke, chain smoke.
when I was in Japan, everybody smoked. I mean, all of them.
Yeah,
And I kind of fit in with that because I'm a smoker, and so nobody looked at me sideways. But I was just like, this was just a line that went too far,
yeah.
and so I let them know,
I'm not down
you
with
know,
this.
and maybe they understood, maybe they didn't understand. But I don't know that young lady that was happening to.
It didn't matter. It was just the
But
right thing to do.
well, I hope, I don't know, but I hope that she went and told her friends, and they told their friends, hey, this Ganji, that's what they called us, Ganjis, uh, stood up for me.
You
He
mean
didn't even know.
you mean Guy Jen?
Yeah, Gajin.
There you
Ganji.
go.
Gajin.
Yeah,
But
this
yeah,
Guy Jen stood up for me. Oh, Americans so crazy. I have fun with old man on thing. I about to get $50, and next thing I know, old man come in and beat people up. Crazy
Actually,
American.
I wasn't old back then, but
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. You're right. Oh, this man, same height as everybody else. Come in, beat everybody up.
what? Now you're making fun of my height, but yeah, you're not far off. But anyhow, I saw Beans in here talking about that and wanting to go over there, and that. And actually, I heard about this on the ABL stream the other night, and I was just like,
What was he covering Japan for?
I don't know.
What was he calling them all idiots like he did white European people?
No, it wasn't in that context, but
You know,
I don't even remember. But I'm just like, I've been there.
yeah.
You know,
I mean, well, yeah, because there's one guy who used to call in all the time, and he's a real cool guy too, and his name's like Made in Japan or something like that. And he used to call in from Japan all the time and just kind of give an update on what he was seeing while he was
I
there.
remember him.
Yeah, yeah, he'd call in every now and again. Real nice guy. I used to have conversations with him here and there.
He would actually put in a video feed, wouldn't he?
Yes, he would always call in with a video feed. And Beans, don't take the train there. There's a problem with that. Most everywhere you travel is by train in Japan.
You got to take the train. Yep.
Yeah.
That's
That's
pretty much the only way. But at least back then, maybe now you can get an Uber or something. But back then,
I don't know. They're really big on that train system. Like they're so big on it. There's rooms that you can rent while you're waiting on the train. That you can rent the room, and it's got like internet there. It's like a little booth, but it's even got like a nap spot so you can sleep waiting for the train and everything else. But most people get around. It's just like New York City. Well, it also depends, I guess, where you are. Like if you're actually in like Tokyo or Kyoto or Kyoto or something like this, the train is really the way you want to get around. Same way you have subways in New York or buses, that kind of thing.
I've been through New York a million times. I've only been in the city twice, but yeah, in Japan, at least where I was, and Yokosuka and Sasebo, if y'all don't know, is basically our two biggest naval bases over there. And so I was working there, and the only way you're right to get around is to take the train. And you got to understand the green train, the black train, and the red train. They travel at different speeds. So if you're going from point A to point B, you want to take the red train. But unfortunately, in Sasebo, you only have the black train, so you got to take it into Fukuoka, which, by the way, sounds a lot like "fuck you, okay." I got a Hard Rock T-shirt from Fukuoka, and always when people ask me how to pronounce that, I tell them "fuck you, okay."
Shit.
Yeah, you have to take the black train, and it stops at every freaking crossing guard. Takes you 2 hours to go from Fukuoka down to Sasebo, so that's a long trip. But you don't have any other options.
I imagine so. Yeah, Ian said. Ian said the round eye was short, mean, and ugly, but he protect me. He make fun of my chest, but then he protect me.
I didn't say anything about her chest.
Well, not right then.
Well, I will say that if you, this is just my opinion.
Smash like guys for the Bob stories too.
This is just my opinion, okay? If you get a Japanese woman who has been has some mixed breed in them,
oh shit. Okay.
they're freaking gorgeous. I mean, just gorgeous because they got some of that. It doesn't really matter what it is, but they develop chests, and they still have their Japanese features. Those women, just let it go that I have a type.
I was about to say that. Bob's definitely got a type. You know, you could always, Bob, you got that money now. You could always pay to have them just enhanced. That's all.
I it's funny you say something like that because I was just doing my taxes the other day, right? I got a tax lady.
Oh, Jesus!
I've
You
had the
can't.
same tax.
I don't think you can write that kind of shit off, Bob.
I don't know. I didn't ask her, but I've had the same tax lady for 30 years. And so I went in there and was filling out, she's got to file off all these paperwork and stuff. And, she knew my wife had passed away and stuff like that. And we were talking, and I said, I brought up the fact she was asking me how I was doing personally, because she's known me forever. And I said, well, I was talking to my kids the other day about dating.
Right.
And she was just like, oh, okay. She knows me. She's like, okay. In her mind, it's going, oh, this is not going to go well. And she was like telling me as I was walking out the door, she was like, look, just remember, you swipe right for good and left for bad or something like that.
Right.
On the phone, which I looked at her and I said, I'm not doing any phone dating. I said, if I'm going to meet a woman, I'm going to do it the old fashioned way. And she was like, oh, how's that? I said, I'm going to find her in a bar.
Oh, Jesus.
And she lost it. I mean, she puts her head down on the desk and just laughing her ass off. And I walked out the door.
See, you now that's just it, Bob. Like here's the trick: just go on there, right, and then
On
just on whatever that app site she's talking about. I think that's Tinder, right, guys? I've never had to use a dating app, so I don't know. But Bob, you just go on there and just swipe right on every last one of them.
What does that mean? Good or bad?
Good. You just swipe good for all of them, because then you'll be the hero of that app. Everybody will want to date you at that point, Bob.
Well, I mean, personally, I think if a woman gets to know me, she'd want to date me anyhow. But I mean, that's the hard part, is getting to know somebody. I've noticed this about the younger group, and you've got some youngins in here.
Every now and again, yeah. Well, I mean, you got Rogue. You know where Rogue met his soon-to-be wife? Shout out to her and him. He met her in church. He met her in church.
Okay.
He left God's sight for a while there. He turned his back on God. Said, I'm not, I'm not feeling the joy deep down in my heart. True story. And he was like, he still believed in Jesus and all that stuff, but he just wasn't feeling it anymore. And that was a rough conversation because his family's super religious. And then for some reason, he started to feel that joy again, decided to go back to church, and he met the woman he's going to marry. So divine intervention there, maybe. But yeah, that's where he met her, was church.
Well, I hadn't thought about that, to be honest with you, because I think if I walked into a church, I would probably immediately burst into flames. But I mean, I don't know. I haven't been to church in a long time.
Well, I mean, I'm just letting you know that's where Rogue met his bride to be. And well, I haven't interacted with her at all because Rogue's smart enough to keep like guys like me away from her. Where we tell her stories about, how like guys who married trans people like were trying to hit on them and pick them up for a while there, and he knows that story would come out. So, but yeah.
Well, I don't know Rogue, but I don't know if Rogue's a woman or a man.
A man. He's 1,000% a man. And once he found out that the dude was hitting on him, he ended all contact with him.
he seems to be a fairly intelligent young man.
Now, don't go building him up now. You're going to give him a big ego. No, you're gonna fill his head with nonsense. Don't go telling him that. I've been telling him, he's a worthless human being his whole life, and now you're gonna go tell him that. Damn it, you've ruined my whole illusion on Rogue.
Well, he doesn't have to listen to me.
Oh shit! But see, there you go. There's Rogue. He put it in the chat. He was like, "Church." How did you say it? Church isn't for perfect people anymore, Bob. Same way a hospital ain't for healthy people. And Rogue says,
question. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, Rogue said he's like, I'm smart as a sack of rocks, Bob, but thank you.
Well, I don't know the man, but he sounds somewhat intelligent. And Beans asked the question, are there any men still alive who want to have cool conversations, travel with, and do fun stuff?
His name's Mister, and you just missed him. He's getting a shower right now.
Beans, those men do exist. The only problem is, if they have money, most of them just working all the time.
Yeah, you know what? That was very honest and very well put. So that's just it. It's a catch-22. You have enough money to travel. Most times you're a bum. Like if you have the free time to travel, most times you're a bum. If you have the money to travel, most times you're a hardworking man and you can't leave your job. Even if you get a week's vacation or whatever, it's hard to get away for that week, because if you have that kind of money where you can actually travel and enjoy it, you have to put in that time even when you're off. Like you're dialing into the office at all times. So that's very well put, Bob. Good call on that one.
Well, Beans seems to think differently, but that's okay. Maybe I took your question wrong, Beans. I'm sorry.
No, I think you got it right. I do think you got it right. It's one of those things. You can find somebody here and there, but the whole thing is being successful and having a lot of money. Unless you're looking for somebody who just like inherited daddy's loot, but you want somebody who actually built it themselves and everything else, it's difficult. It's hard to find.
Yeah, I'm actually not even sure what I'm looking for, to be honest with you. If you listen to my daughter, she's like, you're not looking for anybody, because I don't want you to be looking for anybody. And
Yeah.
I'm like, well, it's a good thing you don't pay my bills.
Yeah, I think at this point, Bob, you are looking for not Mrs. Right, but Mrs. Right now.
I wouldn't totally disagree with that statement.
You're just looking for somebody to pass time with, not somebody to settle down and start a whole brand new life with. You know what I mean?
I can't do that again.
Right. Yeah. And you know what? I can feel you on that one, because I've told you this plenty of times. If whatever reason things fell apart with my wife, like she divorced me, if she passed away on me and it was just me by myself again, I'm done. I'm tapped out. I'm done. I got married one time. I put the wedding ring on the correct finger, and I've never taken that ring off. And that's because I married the right woman. I'm done. I'm tapped out.
Yeah.
I don't want to learn somebody else's bullshit. I don't want to share my bullshit with anybody else. You know what I mean? In that arena. And I'm done. Like, I'm tapped out. It doesn't matter. She could tell me I'm a scumbag and get the fuck out of the house right now and throw me out on my ass, because I would leave. And that would be it. That would be game over for me. Like, I wouldn't want to date anybody else. I wouldn't want to deal with anybody else. Like, that's it. I put all my I put all my chips in on one person. I bet right. I won, and I walked away from the table, and I'm going to stay away from that table.
You know, it's funny because my daughter the other night, you're right, we went to dinner, Japanese place, believe it or not. And her husband now was asking me, how come you don't wear a wedding band? And he knew us. He's been with Mary for, I don't know, 4.5, 5 years. So he knew Mama. And he's like, why don't you wear a wedding band? Because they had just gotten married. And so they were both wearing their, she calls it a stack or something. I don't know. And I said, well, I did wear a wedding band for like 2 weeks. And he's like, well, how come only 2 weeks? And I told him, I said, well, I was working down in the fire room. That's on a ship where they had boilers, okay? Not the gas turbine stuff that they have nowadays. Just back in the day, they had boilers. And I was welding up some overhead lights, welding them up in overhead. And to get down to the deck plate, you would just grab a hold of the light bracket, basically, if you were a good welder and you trusted the weld that you just put up, and you would swing down and land on the deck plate. Well, 2 weeks after I got married, I was doing that, and my ring got caught on the bolt on the light bracket that I just welded up. And it sliced my ring finger right down to the tendon.
Oh, yeah. Sounds right.
And I still got the scar. I'm looking at it right now. After that, I never wore a ring on any finger. So I was like, well, the rings look really nice, but, don't go down into a fire room.
Yeah, with me, I've said this before. So when I put this ring on, you know how many times I've taken it off?
How long have you been married?
We're coming up on 14 years.
I'd say none.
I've never taken it off. They tried to get me to take it off when we had to get on a plane because, you go through the metal detector. Beep, beep, beep. Right? Oh, you got to take your ring off. Nope. No, I don't. You can see the ring on my fucking finger. Here you go. I'll walk through and leave my hand back because they want you to remove all metal objects. And I got in an argument with TSA because I'm like, the only way this ring comes off, if you got an axe over there and you can cut my fucking finger off my hand. My ring does not come off my finger.
Well, this is a personal question, but is your ring gold or silver?
It's silver.
Why is it set off the metal detector?
Probably because it's cheap silver. Because when we got married, we did it where we went to the church and all that stuff. We didn't get expensive rings. The wife didn't want a huge diamond. Just like I get it caught in my hair, I get it caught on everything. I wouldn't want one of those. So we went with plain, simple, basic ass rings. I think my ring cost me like $40.
Yeah,
my ring does not come off my hand. If it leaves my hand, my finger goes with it. That's how that works. I refuse to take my ring off.
My ring and Mama's ring was white gold, both of them. And right after we got married, I changed it out and I had a buddy of mine, machinist mate, and he manufactured a stainless steel
Gotcha.
ring. That's what got hung on the light.
Yeah, well, I mean, now you get them. They make silicone rings, stuff like that. But the whole thing is, I made a promise. It was crazy because, and this is a true story. And I said I was going to do this before we got married. And again, you don't know Lord of the Rings, but it was a running joke between us. I was like, yeah, there's one ring to rule them all that controls all the other rings, right? So when I put the ring on my wife's finger, I even told the guy, the guy who oversees the ceremony for the state and all that kind of stuff. I said, I'm sorry, but I have to say this. As I was putting it on her finger, I was like, I take you to be my lawfully wedded wife, all that kind of stuff, and you have to repeat everything. And I was like, one ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. And I put the ring on her finger.
Wait a minute. Did she understand? I'm assuming that's a
Yes, she understood
an
exactly
important
what it was, and we were both
phrase.
laughing. So the whole thing is, you notice it's called Lord of the Rings, and it's not called, the Lord with the ring or something like that. The reason why is it was actually a trick that the Dark Lord did, like the evil guy Sauron in Lord of the
Okay,
Rings.
hang on. Okay. I want to hear this story because I don't know the movie.
Well,
You're talking about the movie, right?
the movie or the books, yeah.
But I got to get a beer.
All
So
right,
I'll be back.
go ahead. Hey, you know something, Rebel? Let me tell you something. As a man who works at Amazon, okay, I'm testing those out next week, okay? It's my turn to test those things out. So I've moved up in the world, okay? I've gone from the plugs to blue dingus rings. A ring ain't never stopped a bad person from doing bad things. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. But the whole thing is, I gave my word and I gave my honor to somebody. And that ring represents that promise that I made. And I will carry that promise with me till the day I die. That just because some men are weak, I'm not. And my word means something. My honor means something. That promise meant something. Still does mean something. And it will always mean something till the day I'm a corpse in the ground. And there's a reason I don't have a lot of marriage, like I wasn't married a bunch and all that. And I didn't get married till I was older because I treated it like I got fortunate. When I was younger, I had an older boss. He was like, God, I was like 25, 60 at that point, I want to say. Maybe a little younger, maybe late 50s. But he had explained to me because he was married the first time and he had to commit his first wife to a mental institution. He's like, it was one of the hardest things he ever did. And then, of course, they split up, got divorced or whatever, and he got remarried, and that marriage was super successful. And he explained it to me, like, you make that promise, you put that ring on, because there was a girl I was dating at the time, and I was like, well, maybe I'll marry this girl, derp, right? But he explained it to me, and the way he explained it to me, he's like, look, you guys go into this, everything's tied together, financial and otherwise. This is the person that you're going to deal with their bullshit for the rest of your life, and they're going to deal with yours. And no matter how tough times get, you're going to look to that person, and they're going to be your best friend. They are going to stand there and fight because they're in the same pile of shit as you are. You're tied together now. So before you go talking about getting married and all this other stuff, make sure you consider it, make sure it's the right one, and make sure you can uphold that promise. And for me, it was, like I said, it was also a matter of honor. People do grow apart. That's true. And that happens. And yeah, some people don't know how to be married. Then they shouldn't get fucking married. It's as simple as that. I didn't know how to be married when I was younger. Hell, when I first got married, I had, I had this idea of what it was. And in getting married, I was old enough to understand and watch other people's marriages fail and stuff like that. For example, I've never accused my wife of, oh, you're fucking around on me. You know why? Because I trust her implicitly, for one. If I didn't have that trust, I never would have married her. Right? And for two, I've never accused her of cheating on me because she felt the same exact way about marriage that I did. She understood. And that was a conversation that was had between the two of us before we ever got married. And it doesn't matter. Like I said, my wife could come in here and say, you're a scumbag. I hate you. Get the fuck out of here now. I'd grab important shit and leave. Right? I'm pretty sure I could do the same thing to her and we'd both land right. Because as individuals, we were strong. As a team, we're invulnerable. Like, we're indestructible as a team. Both of us are strong on our own. But it's also, guys cheating and all that other stuff and don't know how to be married. You learn. And sometimes it's a give and take. Some days are going to be shitty. Some days are going to be amazing. Some days you're going to fight. And the people that don't fight, that should scare you. If you're not arguing about something, even something petty or stupid, if you're agreeing on the big things, that's one thing, right? And you shouldn't fight on like the bigger picture stuff. But the little petty things that you're going to eventually get on each other's nerves with, if you can't accept about the other person, then you shouldn't get married.
I agree with that. I'm back, by the way. And in my marriage, we had very distinct roles. Okay.
Mm-hmm. How old were you when you got married, Bob?
Let me see. She shanghaied me when I was 19, and we got married when I was 20. And yes, she did Shanghai me. That was her doing, 100%. But anyhow,
Gotcha.
there are distinct roles, and our role was this, and it's probably the same in your marriage. I went to work, and I think I probably told you this before. I went to work and made money. I told her, you can either go to work
Or stay home.
or not. It's up to you. But all the bills will come out of my check. And she was like, that sounds good with me. And so for the next almost 40 years, I went to work and made money. She paid all the bills. I didn't even know how many checking accounts we had. After she passed away and we had to figure all this stuff out, I was going to 3 or 4 different banks, just trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Me and my daughter had to do that. But she took care of it. I said, I don't want any bounced checks. And if I ask you for $200 to put in my wallet, I want you to give me $200.
$200 to put in your wallet, right?
With no question.
So you guys came to that, and Bean said, in her opinion, people get married to each other and then try to change them. The whole thing is, I completely disagree. Well, I don't completely disagree with it because there are people who do that, right? And I don't know if it was this way with you and your wife, Bob, but it was definitely this way with me and my wife. My wife knew who I was. She's known me since kindergarten. She knows who I am. She knows what she can and can't change, and she can't change shit. And to be honest with you, it's the exact opposite. It's the same thing for me. We're identical in that I accept my wife for who she is. Faults or perfections. Doesn't matter. I married her. So whoever she is at heart, that's who she is. And we accept that about each other. We agree on the important things. We disagree on petty things. The wife, her political views, she is hardcore. She's got a picture of Ronald Reagan hanging on the fucking wall in her office.
I love Ronald Reagan.
Right? You know, she's like hardcore Republican. She always calls me like a little bitch fence setter. It's like, you little bitch fence setter. You're going to sit on that fence long enough, your ass is going to hurt. You know, stuff like that. But that, to us, that's the minor stuff. That's not, you know, if I walked in and said like, hey, I'm going to have my buddy over and he's a pedophile or a convicted pedophile, she'd throw me out of the fucking house. She'd be like, that motherfucker's getting shot if he comes in this house. We agree on that. You know what I mean? Like, that's an important thing we agree on. That's a moral life view that we agree on. Or, you know, raising the kids, stuff like that. We agreed. Same thing. Same, you know, like, she's better at it than I am, you know, 100,000%. But you agree. But I never married my wife because I thought I could change her into, I didn't want her to change. I wanted her to be exactly who she is. And that's only because I actually know her. Like, I know her soul. And that's why I put the ring on. That's why I have no problem and never take the ring off. That's why I can uphold my promise and be a good man. Because she also knows she married a giant fucking child. A giant ass man child who's painting dolls, as Mr. likes to say. And she encourages me to do it. She knows exactly who I am. I know exactly who she is. And the other part of it is there's no secrets. Like, there may be secrets from everybody else around us, but not from each other. We know the darkest parts of ourselves, and we know the best parts of ourselves. There's nothing hidden. It's an honest, open relationship in that regard when it comes to the information between us. And that's why at this point in my life, my marriage heads for 14 years. I can't wait for it to be 140 more because I don't want anybody else in this world. Smurf famously, like, he'll tell you, married 3 times, right? The woman he married, the third woman, was the woman he was always supposed to marry. And just, he fucked up twice and got it right on the third one. My dad's like that. My mom and my dad should never have been married. Right? Which is why they got divorced when I was like 7. But the woman my dad married, as my dad said to me, that's my partner. That's just it. That's how you have to look at it. They're your partner going through it with you.
My father married a woman to basically get his kids back. I don't know if you understand that, but.
And I agree with Beans too, because Beans said, you know, if they game for 15 hours a day and drink a shit ton, you know, all they're doing is drinking and playing games. You know, if that's not acceptable to you, then you shouldn't marry them. You know, like, I can understand you divorcing them or bouncing on them. And you don't want to stay together just for the kids. Because you do, it's going to breed a hatred between the two people, and then the kids have to live in an environment. Well, they're fighting again. Well, they're fighting again. Well, they're fighting again. You know, you bad juju there. But that's what I'm saying is there's a reason I waited to be as old as I was to get married, because I looked at all that and I watched all that happen around me. I watched a guy one time. This is a true story. There you go. You want one of GAM stories, Bob? My turn.
Please, go ahead.
My buddy and his wife was a pretty woman, too. They got married. They had dated for like 8 months, I want to say it was. Lovely person. This woman was a lovely person, school teacher. Real nice. He worked, you know, like a Joe job. He's a bigger dude, and, you know, they supported each other and all that. And they get married. Every time he'd go to work or whatever, he would come home and he would constantly accuse her of cheating. You're cheating on me. You're cheating on me. You're cheating on me. I know you're cheating on. I mean, like, he'd show up, like, he'd take a 15-minute smoke break at his job, drive all the way home half an hour away, and drive back to work just to see if he could bust in and catch her cheating on him.
Why?
Right? And he would accuse anybody that was around his wife that, well, you got to think for that dude. You got to think for that dude. You got to think for this dude.
This guy's got some,
right.
He's got some man issues.
And the whole time she was going, I'm not cheating. I'm not cheating. I'm not cheating. But he kept doing this to her, and he did this to her. They were married for, I think, almost 2 years. And
2 whole years. Okay.
For about 8 months after they got married, like the first, the honeymoon period, like 2-3 months, he didn't do this. And then for the next like 8 months, it was, you're cheating, you're cheating, you're cheating. And she started to get resentful. She started saying stuff to him like, look, you keep accusing me of this.
Might as well do it.
I might as well do it. And guess what ended up happening? She ended up sleeping with one of his friends who was hanging out and was a sympathetic ear to her.
The snake in the grass.
Well, you ready for this one? Because he was actually getting accused here and there of cheating with her. And he's like, dude, I'm not doing that to you.
Who's accusing him of that?
The same guy that was accusing his wife, right? So the friend and the wife ended up sitting there going like, yo, if he's accusing us of it,
we're doing it,
might as well fucking do it, right? And guess what? He ended up divorced from her, and she ended up marrying that dude, and they lived happily ever after and have 2 kids now. Because the jealousy was outstandingly brutal. Like, I mean, and you got it though. Right. I don't understand that either. I was like, I mean, this whole conversation I've said, I can't ever see my wife cheating on me. I would never cheat on my wife. Like, if you're going to do that, then why the fuck are you even married? Like, why'd you even take the vows or put the ring on? Just be a free spirit and just be like, nah, we're together, common law marriage, maybe after 7 years, but come on now.
I just don't understand the guy. I mean, from what you said, it sounded like from day one, he has in my opinion, he lacks confidence in his own masculinity. He lacks confidence in, okay.
Yeah, that's just it.
Got married to this woman, and in his head, he's like, she's going to cheat on me. She's going to cheat on me. She's going to cheat.
Right.
Well, if you keep that in your head, eventually she will.
Right. And exactly, Bob. And then the other part to me was, what are you doing what are you doing that's so fucked up that is going to make her cheat on you? Are you, underperforming in a certain arena? And even if that's so, right, you're underperforming in that arena, why would she cheat on you? Shouldn't you be trying to work through that as a couple? Couldn't you couldn't figure that part out? Usually, or are you cheating yourself? And that's why you're accusing the other person of always cheating. And I could understand, like in my wife's case, if my wife said, are you fucking cheating on me or whatever? I would understand, because in my past, and like I said, my wife knows me for who I am. I used to be real flirty. Like, I used to flirt a lot, right? So I get it. I'm like, okay, I understand where this is coming from. But at the same point in time, she also knows well enough that, yeah, he's not fucking doing something shady.
In almost 40 years of being married to my wife, the thought of her cheating on me never once, and I'm serious about this, never once crossed my mind. Not one time.
No, it hadn't crossed mine either. Like, because I always look at it this way. What's the better deal? What
do you mean by the better deal?
Well, usually when somebody cheats and all that kind of stuff, it's for the better deal. Regardless if it's man or woman, they cheat because it's a better deal. They look better. They have more money. They're smarter. They are stronger in this regard. They're more sympathetic to your feelings. Shit like this, man or woman. It's usually one of these arenas where it's like, oh well, he's cuter than my guy got fat and bald and old, right? Or you know, my girl, yeah, she ain't keeping in shape or whatever. I don't look at my wife outside of anything like she looked in high school, even though she looks completely different than she did in high school. Because when I look at her, I just see that girl that I knew when I was a kid. I see her soul. That's the only way I can describe it. Like I see her for her. And to me, it's like you're not going to be smarter. You're not going to be stronger. You're not going to be better. And you're definitely not going to deal with the shit that my wife's put up with me. You know, like there's no woman in the world that would tolerate half my shit, half my bullshit, no matter how funny some of it is. But like I said, everybody's always looking for the better deal. It's why you see young girls, right? This is one of those things, Bob, that's brutal. And why you got a pretty good shot here with it if you got into like a Tinder dating scene, right? Girls look for the flash, the money, and all that kind of stuff. A guy could not be good looking, but if he's got a ton of money, the girl's going to go for him, the younger girl. So what you're seeing is guys that are in like their early 20s and stuff like that that are just starting out in life. They can't find women their own age because the older guys are going for the younger girls. And the younger girls want the older guys because there's financial security in it. They don't want to build it together anymore. Like the younger guy may want to build it together. A lot of times it's the younger girl who doesn't.
Okay, well, I got a question for you. And this is just some advice I'm looking for because you seem to be not stupid, let's say that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only semi retarded, so yeah, I'll accept that.
Okay, so I'm an older guy,
Right.
and when I look in the mirror, I'm not bad looking, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I still got all my hair, still got all my teeth, and I have a little bit of money. We won't go into how much because Mama was very good with money.
Right.
So I've talked to you several times, and I think I've kind of gotten to know you a little bit, and I think you've kind of gotten to know me a little bit.
Right.
I don't want to remarry. It's not going to happen. Okay.
That's fair.
But I would like to have a nice side piece.
No, I got I got you, Bob. You want to have adult fun. That's the way we'll phrase that.
Okay.
Two consenting adults and just having fun.
Okay.
And,
So
and enjoying each
should I
other's
be
company.
who should I be looking for?
Uh,
Somebody younger?
No. Not way younger because not unless
Thinking
you
about 50.
not unless you're wanting to part with money. A lot of money. Because what they want is a sugar daddy.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. It's not going to be me. I'm thinking somebody 50, maybe established.
Okay, yeah, I
on their
mean,
own.
yeah, there you go. There's probably another consenting adult woman who's out there that may or may not be in the same boat as you. But Bob, they said this to you, and I know you were drunk when you had dropped the P bomb in here. But
I won't do
what
that
they were
tonight.
trying to tell you was like Beans and Melissa in particular were trying to tell you baby steps. You're not going to just be able to walk up on somebody and be like, hey, you want to go back to my place and do this, that, and the third. You may find that person. You're also going to wake up like YPP Burn, in this day and age.
Why people? I just got that.
Yeah, YPP Burn.
I've not had that problem in my life ever. and I
Yeah,
hope
well,
I
you
never
you
do.
don't want that problem either, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
But I've never had that problem either. But just the same, you don't want that problem. But yeah, I'm sure you'll find one, but you got to get to know them too.
That's
And
my problem because honestly, particularly at this stage of my life, this is going to sound odd. I actually would like to enjoy a nice, intelligent adult conversation.
Yeah, I can
don't know.
understand that. No, I get that. I get that one. Um, I definitely get that one. I'll tell you now, I don't know if Roger the Leaf's still in here. He'd tell you to go to church. That's what he would tell you.
Oh man, if I go to church, okay. I absolutely believe in God, and I absolutely believe in Jesus Christ, His Son.
Okay, fair.
I've particularly in my youth,
Mm-hmm.
did not have a easy life.
Right. We know this too.
So, in order for me to walk into a church, to be honest with you, you're probably going to have to handcuff me and walk me in, because I do not believe in organized religion.
Yeah,
Okay?
right. Yeah, I got you. And
I think
trust me, I
I
understand.
think it's a scam.
I do too.
Okay. My relationship with God is my relationship with God. It's none of your damn business.
Right.
But organized religion, I think, is just, it's like there was this guy in Tulsa.
Pay to play to save your soul.
Yeah.
The only thing that makes me think there's something to church and all that stuff is Rogue of the Leaf. Like I said, Bob, when I tell you, like, I know you don't know the man that well and all that stuff, purest human being I've ever met in my life is Rogue of the Leaf. And, like, a lot of it is based on the faith that he yields, which is why we're always teasing him. Like David, myself, Twisted, rest of the guys, we always tease him because we're like, yeah, if we ever play something like a fantasy game or something like this, you got to be the cleric. You have to be the holy man in the game because he is. He's just like naturally. If there was an embodiment of good walking the earth out of the men I've met, it would be Rogue of the Leaf. And he will tell you like, nah, you're going over the top with it and everything else. And all of us are like, no, bro, you don't understand how pure your soul actually is because you don't do evil things ever.
You ever hear of a guy named Oral Roberts?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, if I'm not mistaken, he had this big super church just outside of Tulsa.
Yeah, I think it was outside Tulsa, but that's like Jimmy Swaggart or
Same kind of thing.
the Bakers, PLA with Tammy Faye Baker and all that. I have sinned.
Yeah.
And with Jessica Hahn.
I just watching all this go down because it all kind of went down when I was, I had just left Shawnee, and I was like, why would I put my faith in one of these, what do they call them? Evangelist.
Yeah,
preachers?
evangelical preachers, yes.
Why would I put my faith or my money towards them when I can walk out of here on my back porch on a nice sunny day like it was yesterday, sit down, smoke a cigarette, and talk to God myself when I'm sober?
Dude, Ian's got one for you. How about this, Bob? Do you have a VFW or
Lifetime member.
a FOE or something? You
I'm
might want
a
to
lifetime member of the VFW.
Yeah, you may want to check down there for women too.
It's been a very, very. I had a buddy of mine named George. He actually got me signed up with the VFW. He's got a VFW in Norfolk.
Yeah, I used to play pool for the VFW. I definitely saw like girls in there every now and again. A lot of vets telling their stories and drinking with their buddies, But there was definitely a lot of women too that would hang out, especially on pool night.
I didn't think about that. Well, I don't. to be honest with you, me going out and trying to find a date is not something that I consciously think about.
Right.
I'm just like, I'll be driving my truck, and by the way, it's a stick shift, 5-speed with roll down windows, and it still runs like a top. So I'll see the girls in the neighborhood, and it's a subdivision, okay? I'll be driving down to the 7-Eleven or wherever we're going, and I'll see this girl jogging or whatever, and I'll be like,
Good night,
I
bro.
got my, yeah, good night, bro. I got my window down, and in my brain, I want to shout out, nice ass,
Right.
but I don't.
Well, if you do it with a $20 bill in your hand, it's not considered harassment. It's considered solicitation. So never have a $20 bill in your hand, Bob.
Well, no, I don't. But I just don't. I'm just saying, there's still some good-looking women out there that pique my interest. But the VFW, that's
Yeah, VFWs. I didn't even think about it until he mentioned it, but you're probably the problem with the bar scene. I don't know if it's like a college town, but sometimes you run into that issue when you go to like the normal local bar. Is you'll have all the college kids hanging out, and then
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you don't want to deal with that bullshit.
They opened up a bar called Buskey's just down the road. I don't know, 20 years ago. And it's the only local, quote, bar that's close
Right.
to me. So I stopped in there one night. And it's not a big bar. It's more like a elongated subway, you know what I mean? And so I'm sitting at the bar and I'm drinking. And I see this girl, and fairly attractive woman, and she's chatting with a couple dudes. And I'm sitting there going, that girl looks familiar.
It was one of your daughter's friends, wasn't it?
Negative.
Oh, okay. I thought that's where this story is going. It would have been hysterical.
No. It's even worse.
Oh, shit.
So I'm looking at her, and I'm like, okay. So I get my truck and come back home. Next day, it's a nice sunny day, and yes, I smoke, and most of the time I smoke right here next to my fireplace. But if it's a nice day, I like to sit outside and get some sun and smoke outside. And so I'm outside smoking, and I see this woman. I live in a cul-de-sac, okay? And I see this woman across from me.
Your neighbor's wife.
That's exactly correct.
And you're like, I know that chick. She looked familiar. Oh, shit.
I'm sitting there smoking my cigarette. So you got in the cul-de-sac, you got my house, you got Tom, the motorcycle guy's house, you got Tony, the cops guy's house, and you have her house across from me.
Right. Is
So
she married?
Outside, a long time.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
So
well,
I'm
then
sitting
again,
out-
Bob, you said you're a shorter man, right? So you might be able to hide under that bed better,
No. So I'm sitting out there smoking a cigarette, and this girl comes out of this house across from me, who I know. I mean, I don't know her well, but I've met her. And I'm like, damn. Yeah, I know she's my neighbor. But why does she all of a sudden look so familiar to me?
And then you're just like flashback to the bar and it starts playing
My
out in your
brain,
memory.
exactly right, exactly right. My brain went, damn, she was in Buskies last night.
Like,
And
oh,
she was with 2 dudes.
you're like, oh shit.
Now, here's the dilemma I got.
Do you tell her husband?
Exactly correct.
Well, yeah, because I mean, that could have been her brother and his friend that she was out with. It could be, maybe he's into cuckoldry and, like, you know, he likes to watch. Who knows? You never know.
So I sat there and she got in the car and she drove away. And I actually sat outside after I finished my cigarette contemplating this, because this was sober Bob, by the way. I was like, what's the right thing to do here? And I came to this conclusion. None ya.
None's your damn business.
Exactly correct. And I can go out tomorrow, sit on my front steps, and this is 25 years later, and she's still with her husband, who is a nice guy, but maybe a little overly helpful. I don't know if you know what that means.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
and they're still together, so that's good. It's probably, I think I made the right calls, Nunja.
Yeah, that was absolutely the right call, because unless you're friends with the dude, like you guys are real close and all this kind of stuff, that's one thing. It's not your place to go exposing somebody else's marriage shit. Then you're just a Karen or a busybody, you know? Like getting in you don't want to get in business that you have nothing to do with. Like I said, maybe the dude was like, oh yeah, I know about that, and if you want to come over and sleep with my wife, I'll watch you, you know, like some terrible shit like this. Or it could have been she was just out drinking with her brother and his friend, and like there was nothing to it. It was completely platonic.
I don't know the whole story, because beyond that, I didn't have anything to do with anything. But I was
Yeah,
like,
you never know what goes on in people's, like when those doors close, you don't know what the marriage is like.
true, very true.
You know, I've got a friend who, he and his wife, you know, they bring another girl in with them every now and again, and they're both cool with it. That's the way they live, and you know, hey, look, not my circus, not my monkeys. I don't judge them for it. They're consenting adults all having fun. So it's whatever. It's not how my marriage runs, but I'm not going to judge somebody else because their marriage is different, you know?
And you've got
Yeah.
people like GAM, who's part of the pagan life.
Right, part of the
Hey.
pagan life. What's up there, David Mon? It's David, not Danny, too. Just a heads up
Okay.
on that.
Jesus Christ, I figured Britain would surrender by now.
Oh, fucking well, Jesus.
Yeah, you're not going to get an argument out of David on that one or insult him. He's fucking he's more disgusted with his own country than Trump is right now.
What's going on, David?
I want to talk about it, bruv.
So,
Talk
I
about
mean,
what?
if you want a younger man's perspective, David's 21 now, or are you 22 yet?
I just turned 22.
So he just turned 22 years old. This is a young
Oh my
man's
God.
perspective about the dating life. Go ahead, David. Tell him about dating life now.
Dating life.
Yeah. What's
Ain't that
what's
right?
what's it like trying to date somebody nowadays in this day and age?
I'm assuming
There
we're
ain't no
talking about a
fucking
woman,
dating in
right?
this day and age. Let's just go around and fuck about. What people do. If you ain't got enough cash, they ain't interested.
Yeah.
Really?
It's about what they don't look for romance, they look for money. A lot of money.
Well, there's only so many rich men out there, David. Who else?
Yeah, well, that's not what they think. Yeah. If you ain't got money and you ain't got this, you ain't got that. Jesus. That's it. It's a dead romance in this generation.
That's sad to hear.
It's what I was
Mhm.
trying to tell you earlier, Bob. Like the young girls go for the old rich guys because they're like, yeah, I don't want to build a life or
lazy.
struggle. Right, exactly. I didn't want to say it that way, but yeah, David can.
Either that or they be posting on sites where, well, anyone would like to see whatever they want for a fiver, I suppose. Shit.
A what? Fiverr?
Like OnlyFans.
Oh, I don't. I haven't gone on any.
Yeah. Stay off
I'll
of
fuck it up.
OnlyFans.
I fucking don't know, jeez.
It's not for you, Bob. It's not for you.
No.
Well, it sounds like I should go to England, though.
No. Wouldn't recommend that either. Fuck. Listen, just because I said the birds go for older guys that are living life and looking good, don't mean they're living life and looking good. I'll tell you that for fucking free. Oof.
Right, I'll tell you that for bloody free, mate.
Well, David, can I ask a personal question?
No.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bob.
Do you want to get married and settle down, have kids?
I have Christian traditional beliefs.
That answers
Will that tell you all you need to know?
Yes, sir, it does.
Marvelous.
GAM made actually earlier, I don't know if you were listening, he made a suggestion to me.
No, I just got it now.
I'm sorry?
He said he just got
I
here.
wasn't listening. I just got here.
So GAM and I were talking about, why the hell are we talking about my dating life? I don't know. It's none of his damn business.
As you do.
But his suggestion, and maybe it wasn't his, maybe it was Bean's, was maybe go to church.
No, that was my suggestion. Like Rogue, like Paul.
What do you think about that?
Fuck, I'll go with two things here. Last I remember, the church ain't no fucking dating convention. But I suppose you might find the only, or some of the people that have what's left of humanity. If that makes sense. Respectful beliefs.
We'll switch out humanity for decency.
Decency. I couldn't think of the word.
But I think Bob's on. He wants to just smash and grab, dude.
He's either
I
mulling
wouldn't go to
over.
church for a smash and grab. How about that?
Okay. Let's set aside what Bob's looking for. What are you looking for, Danny? Are you looking for something?
I knew he was going to call you Danny.
Is it David?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry about
it
that.
It is David.
Are you
kiddo?
Are you looking for a smash and grab? Or are you looking for somebody to spend time with and get to know and
settle down?
Yeah, settle down. I said I'm a man of Christian belief and tradition. Like shit, I was told a man and a woman, live a life, happy one, all that bollocks. Yeah, that was that was one of the few things that never came up. Or well, was portrayed the right way.
Maybe you should go to church.
In this day and age, that's a fairy tale.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why so? Because my daughter actually just got married.
And how old would your daughter be, if you don't mind me asking?
She's older. She's 37.
I would like to say there's a fine distinct difference between your daughter's generation and my own.
Oh, I absolutely agree with that.
And it was somewhere down that line where people just wanted to fuck about, and then they just wanted an easy life. And that's just it. In this day and age, everyone wants just an easy, lazy life, to put it quite frank. Some people don't. They work for where they are, and they get there. Respect to them. But especially in the UK, fuck. There's a lot of people that would rather just have it handed to them.
Well, how many people can hand?
Yeah, well, they don't take that into consideration now, do they?
No.
It sounds like you got a lot more people asking for a handout than you got a lot more people that can hand.
Oh, that's like anywhere. Like, there's only so many millionaires and billionaires, and there's all of us that say, "Oh, just spare £1,000. They ain't gonna hand that to us."
Translate from English.
What part of that was English?
£1,000.
Yeah,
What?
I caught that.
It's
I
like
caught that
Elon
too.
Musk, and I went to him and asking him for $1,000. Now, he won't provide. Who the fuck am I? You know what I mean? Like shit. That's just it.
Well,
There ain't many Elon Musks in this world that can provide
well,
to
not
each
that kind of
individual person.
well, not that kind of quid. You're correct, but you're up early, right? So it's like 6:15 over there.
Up early, but we can go with that if you want.
Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna tell you a story.
it's like 6 in the morning for David right now.
Yeah.
Or,
I'm gonna tell you a story, David.
I don't know. What kind of story, Bob?
I might have told this story before. I asked my wife one time why she married me because my wife was gorgeous. I mean, stunning. That kind of gorgeous. And I asked her one time, why'd you marry me?
Because you made her laugh, Bob.
That's not true. That's part of it. But she told me, she says, because I knew you would be a good provider. That's what she told me. And she said, I made her laugh.
Reasonable.
So I don't know I don't know if you're looking for a woman or a man. It's none of my business. But
Fucking right.
David is looking for a woman. There is no well, actually,
that's not my.
yeah, he doesn't swing that way at all.
Actually, no. Go back on that, you dick.
I make fun of David all the time for when good old Rogue was getting hit on by the guy that ended up marrying a tranny. David was like, "Why couldn't that be me?" But
Okay.
I think David's changed his stripes as he's gotten older.
Yeah, all right, mate.
No,
Let me
seriously,
ask you, Bob.
David's never been gay. He's definitely been into Russian chicks, though.
Listen, we don't talk about that. Let me ask you, Bob. You say a provider. Elaborate.
Well, when I first met my wife, she was actually married to another man. Okay. And me and him actually got into a fight a little bit later. But when I asked her why she married me, this was probably 10, 12 years into our marriage, and I was probably drunk. And she was sitting right here in the couch or in the chair next to me. I asked her one time, I said, why'd you marry me? Because, she's gorgeous. I'm just Bob. And she told me, she says, because I knew you would be a provider and you made me laugh. That's exactly what she said. So
fair enough.
yeah, provider is important to women. Making
That's
them
just
laugh,
it.
actually. Another thing, women actually like men that make her laugh.
Still kind of do these days,
I mean,
but unfortunately, that's not as big a factor as it once was. At least in my opinion. Fuck, the British birds may be different than the Americans. But that's what I was going to say, Bob, was when I say we say provider, obviously we mean
financial.
to bring in the finances, do all that sort of bollocks. But let me ask this. Was she saying that in a way of she sits around, doesn't contribute at all, just expects you to do anything? Or was it an equal sharing bond that you guys could, what was the word again? Provide for each other?
Okay, because her words really, I don't think now, thinking about it, was what she meant to say, right? So, yes, she knew that I could provide, a home, pay the bills, make sure the electricity doesn't get. I understand that. But here's what I really think, now that I'm thinking about it, here's what I really think she was saying. And thank you, because this is actually the first time I've thought about it. Here's what I think she was actually saying. You make me feel safe. You make me feel secure. I think that's what she really meant.
So that was my wife's thing. She's like, from childhood, I always made her laugh. And the one person in the world she knew that would keep her safe, protect her, and let nothing touch her life or the kid's life was me. That I would give my own life. That it was all about. She knew she was safe at all times, and that's home. I am
Does that
home.
make any sense to you, David?
It does. But the reason I was asking that was to get a perspective for you. And one that can provide each other with many different oddities or things like you, laughter, money, finance, her comfort, and all the other bollocks. In this day and age, which I live in, most birds just want to be provided and not give anything back. They want, not give, if that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying, but
Perhaps that's a perspective point of view, though.
I get that. But, there's got to still be. I can't give up on this.
Saying it's every single one. I'm
the
just
whole
saying
thing
if
is,
I-
you got to remember, David's also talking to you from a perspective of somebody in their 20s, right?
I got that.
So you have women that are your age or around your age, Bob, that still have those old traditions, that want that old traditional dude to come in and bring it, And some of them, to be honest with you, were already married. Their husband died, or, they've lost their spouse, or it just didn't work up, ended up in divorce. And they just want to do the same thing you want to do, which is,
Fucking
spend
rebel.
time with each other.
Well, I mean, don't those women exist when they're younger, or do they just not figure that out until they get older?
It depends.
I think it goes
So-
both ways.
Right. Yeah. I think it does go both ways too. Some women, like, look at the girl that Rogue's going to marry. She's just as young as he is. She's setting herself up on a career path, doing all this kind of stuff. And yet she isn't just like a complete fucking pig. I hate to say it that way, because men are pigs too. It's even nowadays. But she has morals and all this kind of stuff and everything, and has said yes and wants to get married to him and all that. And she's still young. She didn't go for a rich dude. Trust me, she's going to make more money than Rogue, right? She's going to be the one who's the financial provider in that relationship. It's no slight at Rogue. It's just he's earning his way too. He's still young, but she's willing to build it with him. So there are still women out there like that, right? Gives you hope. When it comes to older women, like, do they learn that when they get older? Well, once they hit a certain point, those people that are rich and millionaires and all that, they want the girls because they can, give them the money, and then they're just there for them. Even if they're a real old decrepit dude, they're going to lose those tight bodies. Maybe they've had a kid or two. Maybe they, you know what I mean? Something took them out of that dating pool. And then, maybe they were married to a guy who made decent money and then better dealed them for somebody younger. And now they're on their own. Where do they go? They're just going to throw their hands up and say that's it, because that older woman is more than likely not going to be able to compete in that school of young men, or with, somebody who is younger than them. So, because they're not cute anymore. That's just it. everybody ages, everybody gets old, everybody gets fat, everybody gets bald, everybody gets, whatever. Like, it's going to happen. Doesn't matter who you, everybody's going to get ear hair, it's going to happen to you. And it's when you get to that point, when you're a woman, it's hard. And that's where you got to find a guy like, and my mom's, when she got remarried, shit, what was I, like 30? So she was right about your age, Bob, she was close to it. She's like in her late 50s. And the guy that married her was like, right, I think he might have been a little bit younger, but not much, like maybe a couple years. And the two of them got married.
Spitting facts.
And
Nothing but facts out of them.
But if I'm to be honest, like fully honest with that one, the thing is, my mom never would have looked in his direction. Never. Because he was too nice of a guy. To this day, he's still like one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. My stepdad. I look at him like he's my dad. I don't even call him like my stepdad because he's fucking nice as shit. He's like one of the nicest human beings you've ever met. And she didn't want that nice guy type. But she actually gave him a chance and it worked out.
Well, honestly, I'm actually a nice guy too, to be honest. And until you cross me, and then I'm not nice no more. But David, may I ask you, how do you date women over there? I mean, do you meet them online, or do you meet them at work, or how do you meet women?
Through a school and college back when I was there.
Social
Nowadays,
gatherings.
Pretty much, yes, if you will. Nowadays, not too many opportunities because school and college, you meet someone, you know them, you're basically stuck with them for ages. These day and age, fuck. Don't lie if I ain't been too interested in it personally. As dare I say, I wouldn't say I've had my fill, but I cannot be fucked to deal with that shit right now. To put it quite frank.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing though you're saying, Bob, which I can appreciate, is you're not looking for some 20-year-old girl. You're looking for somebody like in their 50s. You know what I mean? And that's just it. So, but here's the difference between men and boys too. A decent man wants a woman that can challenge him, keep up with him, be on par with him, and exist side by side with him. Again, 20-year-old in their 20s perspective is David. But from my perspective, like, I wouldn't want my wife to be like 10, 20 years younger than me because that's a whole bunch of shit I don't want to put up with. I want somebody who's
because they probably got their own kids and their kids got drama.
Well, no, I mean, I'm all right with that part of it, right? For me, it's more, how do you see the world evenly if they didn't chew the same dirt as you? You know what I mean? Like, I want somebody who's educated, smart, strong, and all that. Looks don't even matter all that fucking much to me now that I'm older. Like, it doesn't. I don't care what I look like, and I definitely don't care what they look like at that point, because it doesn't matter anymore. Like, that part of it's off the table because you can go get the flashy young girl, but do you really want to put up with those fucking headaches?
Well, that's the thing. Actually, I'll be shallow. I'll be the shallow one here. Looks do matter to me, but more than that is I don't want the drama.
Yep. And that's the other part. You're going to get.
I don't have time for it.
Right. And plus, if I have an interesting conversation, like if I go in the other room with my wife and I scream about something that is like a 1980s, 70s, late 70s to any time from that point going forward reference, my wife's going to get the joke. If I say it to a 20-year-old, they're going to be like, wait, what's a flux capacitor?
All right. Hang on. I'll be right back.
Eugene says, don't chase, build a life, and God will provide. Yeah, to an extent, but when you're younger like David is, you have to be a hunter. That's the way that works. When you're older, you can kind of kick back a little bit, but only if you have established yourself or you got an it factor to you Or, like most things, a lot of it, in my opinion, is also just luck. Like Ian was saying about being in a small town. That's why I had to go 2, 3, 4, 5 towns away to find new girls, you know? And yet I ended up marrying one that grew up with me as a kid in the same fucking town. But yeah, I mean, at Bob's age, like, he's already done his hunting phase. The hunt is over. I still think one of the funniest things said in a while was when we were all on stream the other night, and David had said something, and we're like, yeah, this is our fault because we raised him. Because that's kind of the truth. The problem with David and why he has trouble is because most modern women are in all these most modern things. And David's got like an old, if you ask David, tell me something.
What do you want to know?
Who's got one of the best guitar solos of all time?
That's a very dependable question.
Right. But give me 2 then.
Go with Led Zeppelin if you want on quite a few songs.
Okay. So
Free Bird being one of them.
So Freebird. Okay. Well, that's Leonard Skinner.
Yeah, I'm retarded right now. I'm like,
No, I know.
Like,
Well, I can tell. You got English a little bit there. You got that drag.
But
Leonard Skinner, right? What about Stranglehold? Who's Stranglehold by?
Hey, you can have your Ted Nugent if you want.
So that's just it. David's musical choices are Ted Nugent, Leonard Skinner, Led Zeppelin, shit like this, right? He tries to have a girl in his own age range and says any one of those 3 groups, they look at him and go, what do you mean it's not Taylor Swift?
The Weeknd, Taylor Swift, and Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah.
Like,
you know what I mean? And David looks at him like, what the fuck? And the problem is because he was raised by, you know, Twisted, me. Like, he got all this, he got old people's knowledge in him.
Yeah. Who played that song, Thunderstruck?
AC/DC.
AC/DC.
There's a guitar riff for you right there.
Man, why does everybody always go to Thunderstruck when it comes to AC/DC? What about You Shook Me All Night Long? How about Hell's Bells?
Fucking, like, shit.
Maybe it's just because they played it.
Long Way to the Top.
No, they played it on the movie Battleship.
Oh, they played A Long Way to the Top in fucking School of Rock. What's your point?
That's just why it popped in my head because I'm an.
I mean, fair enough.
The Rebel said it. You could meet a chick at a concert that likes the same music as you.
Unfortunately, yeah.
All the musicians Bob listened to are dead, though.
Off the same.
Like, I'm not even joking. A lot of the musicians I used to listen to are dead.
Most of the ones I listen to are either dead or stopped touring. Like, fuck me, I would have killed to see fucking Dire Straits, but you know that fucking Martin Knopfler ain't touring no more.
Yeah.
Shit, I'm lucky I just caught the last Kiss concert they fucking did. Doubt I'll ever see the real Alice Cooper because now he's going around with his Hollywood dickhead with fucking Johnny Depp and that. Which, well, I could still go there, but it ain't like original Alice Cooper, you know what I mean?
I actually flew with Gene Simmons.
Yeah, in a way, I think we punished David to an extent because we taught him old knowledge. And so he'd listen to stuff.
We? Who's we?
Hey, died
me, Twisted, and a whole bunch of other people that have known David for the past 7 years of his life.
I don't know.
Almost 8. Like, that's just it. He hung out with all us old guys, and then anything he was into, because he'd present something and be like, oh, this is amazing. He was listening to like Scorpions at the time. I'm like, oh yeah, have you ever heard this song? Check this out. And he would listen to it and be like, right, I'm keen on that. And then like he got old knowledge from old heads. So David's actually ahead of the curve when it comes to this stuff. The only problem is now he's got to find a girl that can keep up with that old knowledge.
It's going to be tough in Britain.
Fuck. Not a lot of birds with that knowledge. There are quite a few, but like, fuck. Who the fuck wants to go see a tribute band? No
Right.
offense, Rebel. Maybe I'm just a bit. I don't get to appreciate the lighter things like that. But it
I don't
ain't the
know.
same.
What is a tribute band?
Basically, a cover band.
So
So opening act.
let's say Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
Uh-huh.
It would be Larry Murphy and the Ball Breakers, right? And they would play all Tom Petty songs and sound close to Tom Petty, but playing all his music.
Like Kiss, but with two Z's.
Yeah.
Or the Who spelled
Honestly,
with HOO.
I've only been to one concert in my entire life.
Holy shit.
Just one.
Same, but well.
Wait, you've only been to one concert in your entire life?
That'd be correct.
Holy fuck, Bob. How's that possible?
I think you're asking the wrong question. I don't know who.
Yeah, that's a good question. Who did you see?
Oh, God. The only reason I did this was because I didn't have nothing else to do, to be honest with you. So,
Reasonable.
well, I was on the Vreeland, Knox class frigate. We'd pulled into Naples, Italy. And the XO, my executive officer, that'd be the number 2 in charge,
Right.
loved this band called Jethro Tull.
Holy shit. So was it like their Aqualung tour?
Correct. And they were playing in Rome, right?
That's a hell of a concert to see.
So he put out to the boat that he was going to rent, not he, the ship, the Navy, was going to rent a bus and drive up to Rome and go to this amphitheater and watch Jethro Tull. I didn't know who Jethro Tull was, but I didn't have nothing else to do. And to be honest with you, it was, might have been, letting the XO know who I was, make sure I wasn't going to go on the captain's mast or nothing. So I went up there, and it was a whole big deal. It was like a dinner and, the whole thing.
Yeah, that's cool. I saw like most of the legendary bands that I wanted to see. There's only a couple that I didn't.
Be nice.
The Rolling Stones I never saw. I never saw Kiss. I saw Page Plant a couple times. I saw Aerosmith. I've seen shit. You can go down the list. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Bon Jovi. One of my favorites that I ever saw was honestly Billy Joel. Billy Joel was amazing. Page and Plant were amazing too. The second time they came around, though, after they did Walking into Clarksdale, they did another tour called the No Quarter Tour. And, well, actually, no, wait. They did No Quarter and then they did Walking into Clarksdale, I think. I can't remember. Maybe I got them backwards. But you could tell Robert Plant's voice was damn near gone. Like, it was pretty much like, yeah, we're probably never going to see these guys again.
Well, this place was like, you could get like right up next to the stage. And so the scene that stuck with my head was watching my executive officer basically pounding his head on the stage of this guy playing a flute.
I don't doubt it.
And I was like, that's commitment. That dude's committed.
I mean, just rocking the fuck out of it. Like I said, Jethro Tull is one band that I've never seen, and that would have been a hell of a especially during the Aqualung tour.
Oh, it was crazy. I mean, there was so much marijuana smoke blowing around that thing. You got high just by standing there.
Yeah. Yeah, saw Roger
Don't do
Waters.
marijuana, David, by the way. Don't do that.
So?
What was it? Was
Don't-
it the
don't
Division
smoke
Bell
marijuana.
tour with Pink Floyd? And then I've seen Roger Waters separately. Jesus, I've seen so many of them. The one that I never got a chance to see because he killed himself before I could see it was Soundgarden was supposed to go on tour, and yeah, I didn't get a chance to get tickets to that. And he killed himself. The lead singer killed himself not long after. Nine Inch Nails would have been a fucking crazy one to see too. I did see, so true story, and Bob won't know what the hell I'm talking about. David might, but some of you guys in the chat, if you guys ever saw a show, it was called Metalocalypse, and it was on Adult Swim, and the band was called Death Clock. Well, the guy who did it was Brandon Smalls. He does all the music for Death Clock, and it was over in the Trocadero in Philadelphia, which I don't even think is there anymore. And it was him and the Philadelphia University of Music. All the kids were playing the music, and he was like singing and all that kind of stuff. And like he came out, did lead guitars on it, and sang. And they had like images from the cartoon up there or whatever. But the opening band for them, and I can't remember the name of the damn band, and I actually bought their CD. It was a tribute band to the Bee Gees, but a heavy metal version of the Bee Gees. And it was fucking amazing.
So, David, is there anything, I mean, you jumped on here and it's really early in the morning over there. Anything you would like to say or ask my opinion of or ask
Just bored.
Dan's opinion of? You're just bored. Okay.
Yeah.
I get that.
I'm just bored.
That sounds correct.
I'm not at the point where I can fall asleep. I've probably got a few hours left before I could even try to go to sleep.
Hey, were
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys
I'm
able to
just-
play Icarus by chance, David?
No. Just you lot. Which is kind of fucking annoying. Not because we can't play, it's just because you're getting more and more fucking ahead in knowledge and levels. Although you may reset, you got the fucking knowledge.
Fuck me, dude. I just did that. I'm going to have to go in there with light green again. Try to get fancy with the eyes and give her irises and fucked up.
David,
Not
are
a
you
double
working
eye too hard.
nights?
Dude, David doesn't work. He's a bum.
Well, I heard him and then it faded out.
Yeah, he's a bum, Bob. No, he has a certain life situation where he has a job, but he doesn't go anywhere for work.
Not a wealthy wage.
Yeah, he doesn't make much money.
Well, I mean, most young people don't make much money.
I mean,
Not to put it on, but when I was looking for a real job, don't get me wrong, I had very few, but fuck. In the economy in UK, if you're London area, which I am based, fucking job hunting's a cunt, mate. Like, even the unemployment rate's the highest they've ever been at 5% in the UK itself. And I'm not being funny, at least 4 point fucking, I can't even give you a direct number, is in the UK. Not obviously, in London. So it's like, I ain't gonna pull the, oh, I'm one of the 5% card, because the situation I'm not, but back when I was looking, mate, it ain't easy to get a job in this bitch. And you go for the worst fucking shit job and it's still like, you're fighting cunts for it. And especially nowadays, all they want is a fucking CV full of fucking experience. They don't care about nothing else. Obviously, as they shouldn't, but fuck. Can't go a break.
oh God.
I think Gan just spilt all of his paints.
I'm about to watch what's
Nope.
happening.
No. The model fell
Oh,
apart.
shit.
Yeah, the model fell apart. Try to get her to suspend by herself, but I just want to see how she's lining up, and it's actually lining up pretty damn good. Only thing I got to do is fix the eyeballs on this face, and she's damn near done.
Now, David, do you have any skills, or are you like a
Very
laborer?
tech savvy.
He's a
Very
great
tech
gamer.
savvy.
Yeah, he's a great gamer.
Oh, okay, gamer.
Meh. Tech savvy. Puzzle genius. Marvelous looks, could go into modeling. Top shagger.
I like this kid.
He's more like he looks like Paul Stanley from Kiss. Like if you've
Got
ever
the Gene
seen, I was
Simmons
made
body
for
build.
yeah with the Gene Simmons body build. There you go. That's a good way of putting it. I did a Medusa once, Reb. Not a big one. I did a mini for Medusa at one point in time. But yeah, I think I would be cool. Yeah, Medusa, like if I can find a decent print of her. I've got a couple on deck. Like I said, the wife's birthday is coming up here soon, so I got to put away the ones that I've got backstocked to an extent and get hers done. I've got a couple ready, but I really want to get her. I like to give her 4, 4, and 4.
If that was the case, Eugene, I'd be fucking concerned. It's not something a man should have.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, David. Have you seen?
Yeah,
Eugene said if
Eugene.
I had an OnlyFans, it should be called Spotted Dick.
Spotted dick is a sausage, isn't it?
No, it's a dessert. It's like
Oh.
some sort of cake with raisins.
Raisins.
I don't know why it's called Dick, but that's why it's called Spotted.
Doesn't sound good to me.
No, I've tried it, but well, I assume it's like a fruitcake. Just in a tin, a can.
Well, I like fruitcake, to be honest with you.
Well, then you might like Spotted Dick.
I think I'll take a hard pass on that one.
Why? What's wrong with it?
You know, it's funny. I've been all over the world, but England is one of the places I have not been.
It's not
weird.
particularly a bad thing. Once upon a time, I would have told you it was a good thing, but I think it's too late. Well, it is too late, though. But yes.
I've been to Ireland. Does that count?
No. Very different in its own good way.
Was it England or Spain that wouldn't let us?
Spain.
It was they wouldn't let us use Diego Garcia, right?
So, well, Spain still is not supporting the effort. Britain has come around. Keir Starmer gave in.
How much did that cost us?
Nothing, because Trump said to him, Trump put out a tweet and said, yeah, you basically threw in after the war's already over. Thanks, but no thanks. We don't need your shit here.
Oh, that's kind of harsh.
Shit.
I mean, it is what it is.
GAM coming in to back me on like some fight when the geezer's got no arms and a leg left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll throw in with you now.
Like he just throws a fucking pan at the cunt, knocks him over. Yay, we helped, we won the war. What do you mean we, motherfucker? Like shit.
David talks like a sailor.
Yeah, he does.
Ain't that right?
That's not a bad thing, by the way, David.
Oh no, it ain't. Fucking sailors, Jesus.
Yeah, I mean,
Been watching this show lately called Deadliest Catch, and I'll tell you now.
Oh, I love that show.
That's the sort of fucking sea business that was happening on your boat. Then fuck you know, fair enough, geezer.
nah, Bob was on a boat where they ate Cheerios out of
Big
fat
sheep.
man's belly buttons.
Oh,
Only when we cross the line.
See,
when was the line crossed though?
right there.
Actually, believe it or not, I went across the line. You know what that means, David?
Oi, oi, sailor.
Well, yeah, I was a sailor.
You're crossing the equator.
Going across the equator.
Fucking hell. I have not got that
So-
reference. And fuck.
If you've never been across the equator, you're called what they call you as a polywog, right? And once you've gone across the line and you got your certificate, which I have mounted right there on my wall that I'm looking at right now, you become a shellback. Well, there's this whole, or I don't know if they still do it, but this whole ritual where the shellbacks that are on the ship get to basically fuck with the polywogs, and they make them do all kinds of really nasty stuff. Okay, you got to crawl through a tube that's got garbage that's been sitting in there for a week in the hot sun, and you got Neptune, who's the fattest guy on the boat, and you got to take. It wasn't a Cheerio; it was a
Cherry.
I think it was a cherry. Yes, it was cherry. That's exactly right. You got to suck that out of his belly button, and you have to crawl on the non-skid deck, which is basically sandpaper, with no knee pads on. It's a whole big ceremony. But I went
I now
across.
see why they used to call sailors sailors. Ooh.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, but
You ever heard the saying oi, oi, sailor?
you got to slow your English down a little bit because I'm not.
Yeah, do you by chance know what I'm translating to?
No.
Well,
What are you translating
yeah,
to, David?
maybe it's just in England, but I thought it was all around.
Right.
I say the Navy. What's the way they put it as?
Here they
The
would call
fannies
it
of the war. The swingers,
the
if you will.
swingers.
Yeah, seamen.
He's talking about any port in the storm is what he's talking about.
Oh.
Right. You know. What he's talking about is being a Nancy, I think.
And Nancy might be the one.
What's Nancy?
He basically what David's saying is it's why a lot of sailors are gay.
Oh,
Now you've kicked him off.
I don't think that's a true statement.
Oh, well, probably not.
Well, I will say that at least when I was back in the Navy, the women sailors, yeah, they were gay, most of them.
Interesting.
But I mean, the dudes I hung out with were not gay. They were not light in the loafers at all.
Well, maybe they just didn't tell you they were
How do
gay.
you know?
And, yeah. Like maybe they just kept you out because you weren't gay.
Well, I'm pretty.
Maybe you were just ugly. They didn't want you involved.
Okay, even today, I'm not ugly.
Hey, look, Bob, there's few times in your life you should be happy to be ugly. That would be one of those times.
You know.
Maybe you're correct, yeah. Maybe you're
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, there's definitely certain points in my life where I don't find you attractive at all. Thank God.
Well, I hope you never find me attractive, to be honest with you.
Well, I don't,
There you
sir.
go.
I don't.
Otherwise, GAM's going to go home speaking like this.
Yep. Big old kick in the nuts for GAM. Great. With steel toes on, too.
But anyhow, here's one of the things I like about your show. You can have somebody like David call in. And honestly,
No, I just hop in at will.
well, yeah, that's fine. Honestly, I don't feel like hearing myself talk. I'd like to know what he's got to say. What's going on with him?
Yeah.
Jack and fucking shit. Let's carry on.
I explained this.
It means fuck all.
I've
I'm not doing nothing.
I've explained this to Smurf. I've explained this, especially Twisted is now starting, he's streaming on his YouTube. Like he started his own YouTube channel, which you guys can search for it. It's Team Twisted Gaming. It's one of the like 75 people with the same name. But it's there. But David tried to warn him about that one, guys, but he was like,
I didn't. The bot physically couldn't get his channel up until he got like 7 subs, and even then it didn't work. It only posts when he like releases the stream video after.
But the whole thing is, I say this all the time, Bob. It's always a godsend when David jumps in here or Rogue jumps in here, and I'm always grateful to you guys because I can talk for 8 hours. It's rough. Especially when you've talked for 12 hours and then 12 hours, which is what I've done in streaming so far up until tonight. So then if I got to talk for another 8 hours, you're kind of like, fuck, now what do I talk about? Because I've talked about damn near everything that's happened this week. I got to wait for the next news cycle or watch new movies or what have you. And I watched a couple of them, but I kind of blew through those movie reviews quick. So it's always great because then, like you said, you get to hear other people's voices. People bring their own flavor to the show. And, I think it was shout out to Melissa. Maybe it was Melissa Beans, Stranded, one of them. But they were like, yeah, you know what's cool about this? It's like, just come hang out with GAM, but you're doing it on the internet instead of chilling in a room,
Fuck, if we were chilling in your gaff, let me tell you, that pool table, you won't get rid of it after a game with me. You'd be shit.
And you will get smoked on my pool table, sir.
Nah, bruv. Nah.
Smoked.
No.
Like I
wouldn't be able to handle, Brit. I've been playing pools in pubs since I was a young'un.
Yeah, I've been playing them in tournaments since I was an old'un.
Yeah, well, that's the difference between barroom pool and fucking tournament pool, let me tell you.
Yeah, well, let me know when you want to put $100 a ball on a game. We'll play.
Yeah, buy my ticket.
Yeah. Well, it'd pay for your ticket twice if you won.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Y'all don't understand.
Oh no.
Oh, I do understand. With you, Bob, what I would do is I would bet small while you're sober and wait till you got drunk and then bet big.
That's usually what I do against my brethren when we got the poker out.
Here's what I got. And yeah, I might have shot billiards once or twice. And I have found there's a happy zone, you know what I mean? So when I'm sober, I tend to be a little tight. And when I've had a few drinks,
you loosen up, your shot gets better, your eyes relax. Yep.
A three bank rail is not uncommon. And then after that, then it just gets stupid. But
all right.
I'd shoot either one of y'all game of 9-ball any day.
9-ball's luck.
Can be.
Unless you're a defensive player, then it's a different game. 8-ball is definitely more difficult.
I'll shoot you 8-ball.
Okay. I have a suggestion for you because
Sure.
you know something. I'm not going to lie at all. It's going to cost you a little bit of money because each time you play, it's like I don't even know what it's up to. It was like $7 every time I played. Right? Like if I had actually had to play a match. If you actually are good with a pool stick, Bob, you want to meet girls in bars that are usually right around your age, maybe a little bit younger, so 40s to 60s, we'll say. Find a pool league. You can search it up online, look for the APA. And Amateur Pool Association. Okay. And find a pool team. You'll come in unranked and then you'll get a rank and you play say it's every Wednesday, every Tuesday, whatever. It's just like a bowling league or anything like this. But you'll be in a bar scene. you'll be shooting pool, and there are a shit ton of girls playing pool.
Really?
I'm not making this up. Like, honestly, remember when I said I would go to the VFW all the time? That's why, was because I was on a pool team. And most of the girls that were in there were there for pool league.
Well, I've never shot a woman in a game of pool, but
You've only
I
shot
did
one with a
actually-
gun, but you know, she was asking for it, so it's okay, Bob. We understand.
didn't shoot any woman with a gun.
What fucking Bob story have I missed?
Yeah, seriously.
He's lying on me. Okay, he
I
does it
don't
all
know.
the time.
He's a man
He
of
does it
truth
all the
90% of the time. Go for 80 if I'm being generous.
He lies on
Right.
me all the time.
No,
Really,
seriously.
what a coincidence.
But Bob, I'm not even joking with you. If you like playing pool and you're good at it,
I
you
can hold a stick.
find it. It will put you in a social situation. One night a week will be your pool night. You go out. There's people that wear shirts that say my drinking team has a pool problem, and there are a ton of girls on those pool teams.
I'll have to check that out. That's a good idea. Because
You can
I've
go to,
actually
yeah. You just got to find out where. Look up APA on the internet for its Amateur Pool Association, and you can definitely find a league in your area. It's a bar pool league, and then you'll compete. And I don't know what the biggest city is around you. I'm not sure. Norfolk. Okay, so that's just it. So Norfolk will probably hold the main tournament.
Not Norfolk. Don't call it Norfolk.
Well,
Not
I'm going to pronounce it like it's spelled: Norfolk. Norfolk.
okay,
But
go ahead.
But regardless of all this, pronunciation or not, so with New Jersey, because I was in southern New Jersey, our pool league, when you have like the minor bar league, if you're really good, your team's really good, you end up winning, like you go into playoffs and all that. One team wins, they go to Atlantic City, for example, to go shoot for a chance to win to go to Vegas. In your case, it would be, since you're in Virginia, you would have your local bars or what have you, and you have your barroom heroes in there shooting pool. And then you guys would go to Norfolk and throw down in there with other teams for a chance to go to Vegas. But you meet a shit ton of people, women, everything else.
People making fun of my accent now. Thanks a lot.
What do you mean? I didn't make fun of your
The
accent.
club. I'm British.
Yeah, how do you think David feels?
That's a good point, David. That's a very good point.
And that was a very good fucking point.
But actually, the whole pool thing that you're talking about, GAM, is
Yeah.
kind of piqued my interest.
Yeah, I'm not going to, like, seriously, because the whole thing is, I mean, granted, a lot of my ex-girlfriends were on pool teams, but
For fuck's sake.
you know, like in that case scenario, like that bar setting or whatever, you get some that drink, some that don't. You're hanging out with other guys, you're being sociable, and then on top of it, you will meet girls. Like, and there are a lot of female shooters that are fucking deadly with that stick.
Fucking Paul, I must definitely. Well, you know how to use that stick. You want to use mine? Some
Yeah,
shit like that.
I had, now I'm thinking about it. I actually got friends that have met at pool and are married now.
I got another Bob story for you if you want to hear it.
Always,
There we go.
always.
And it revolves around pool. So in, I don't know, 87, somewhere around there, 88 maybe, we had to go to Gitmo. You know what Gitmo is, Dave?
David.
Again, I was reading something.
So Gitmo, do you know what Gitmo is?
No.
Guantanamo Bay. It's where we so
Uh,
it's where we put like terrorists. Like if they catch like a terrorist, they throw them in there. It's basically like
it's like worse Alcatraz.
yeah, exactly.
Carry
Well,
on.
back in the day, if your ship went into a shipyard and you worked on stuff for a number of months, and then you had to come out and you had to go and get refresher training. In other words, you had to learn how to fight fires, you had to learn how to shoot down missiles, you had to learn how to do all this stuff. They'd send you to Gitmo. Now, Gitmo is owned by the United States and Cuba. Well, we had just gotten underway to go to Gitmo for, I think it was 5 weeks of refresher training. And it's basically 12 hours a day, every day, at general quarters where it's hot, sweaty, and generally not good. And you practice firefighting and you practice dewatering and you do all this stuff. So on the way to Gitmo, I found out that I had been selected as a chief petty officer. Now, the Navy's kind of unique in the fact that chief, not like in the Army or in the Air Force or the Marine Corps, once you're a chief petty officer, your commanding officer cannot reduce you down to an E6. So you went from, you're an E7. All the other services, they can reduce you in rank. The Navy, they can't do it because you're actually appointed by Congress to become a chief petty officer. Anyhow, so I was a chief selectee, which means I was not yet a chief. And there was like a 3-month period of time where
So
you went through
he was
the
he was no longer a girl, but not yet a woman, David.
I see. I kind
your
of get what
analogy.
you're saying with rankings and all that, but yeah.
Your analogy sucks, by the way, but it's accurate. So we're in Gitmo. We're going through refresher training, and the chief petty officers, E7s, E8s, E9s, took all of us slugs. That's what they called us, slugs. There was 5 of us to the Chiefs Club because you had 2 separate clubs. You had, actually, you had 3. You had the enlisted club, then you had the Chiefs Club, and then you had the Officers Club. So they took us slugs to the Chiefs Club because technically we're not supposed to be there because we're chiefs yet. And they made us do all kinds of really ugly stuff. Nothing sexual. Don't get it in your head. But we had to drink like
Jesus,
shots.
mate.
We had to drink shots that had, cigarettes put out in it. And,
Fun.
hazing kind of stuff. Well, they had a pool table there and they were shooting pool. And I was pretty good at it. So I'm shooting pool and I already won 3 games. So I beat all these chiefs in pool. And my fellow slugs was, talking crap. And so the other chiefs kind of took, they're like, these slugs are showing us up, that kind of thing. So I'm going down and I'm lining up a shot. And somebody hit the back of my stick while I'm lining up a shot. Now we're all drunk, okay? Everybody's drunk. I didn't even think about it. So I grabbed my pool stick really hard and I shoved it straight back. And I heard this guy go, oosh. I'm like, I kind of stood up as straight as I could. And I turn around and I see this black mountain moving towards my face. And I'm kind of swaying a little bit because, you kind of do that when you're a little drunk.
Away swinging.
Yeah. And I see it.
Yeah.
It's like slow motion. I see it coming towards me. And my brain doesn't say duck. It just looks at it. It's huge. I mean, it's huge. What it was Chief Cullum. His name, Chief Cullum. You can look him up. Chief Cullum's he's about 6'4", weighed about 240 pounds, solid muscle. Apparently, I had jabbed him in the stomach with my pull stick. And he told me later, I didn't know this at the time, but he told me later, he says, I didn't want to hit you. I just wanted to graze you a little bit. Well, between my rocking, I rocked forward just about the time his fist slammed into my nose. Well, he did knock me out. Blood started coming out of my nose like it was Niagara Falls. Just everywhere. Obviously, party's over. And they're all packing my nose with tissues and trying to make my nose stop. And trying to get me on board the cattle car so we can go back home, back to the boat. And they did have cattle cars back then. And they're like plugging it up. Don't say nothing, we'll get you back. Don't say nothing, we'll get you back. And I was just like, I'm so drunk at that point. I was like, where's that fucker at? I'll kick his black ass. These would not be probably the proper terms in today's day and age.
Is
But
that right?
I'm just like, where's he at? I'll kick his ass. And they actually sneaked me on board the ship. These chiefs. And they're just like, don't say nothing, don't say nothing. And they throw me in my rack. That's a bed. And I'm just like passed out. We get up next morning, go back to GQ, general quarters. Nobody said a word. Nobody got in trouble. I didn't say anything. Honestly, I don't know why I'm telling you this story, but I'm just saying. That's kind of... I know things might be tough over in England right now, but sometimes you just gotta grin and bear it.
You're surrounded by mongrels.
You said something about mongrels.
He said,
Yeah, so it's a bit hard when you're surrounded by mongrels. Fucking idiots. Whatever you'd call them.
Mm,
well, actually, I think the way you would say it, David, would be when you're surrounded by bastards.
Call them that. That's a soft term. It's bad when a swear word becomes a soft term compared to just calling them a fucking mongrel. There's a lot more meaning behind it, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna say, David, nothing I can say to help you. Nothing I can do to help you. You've got to raise up and take back your own country, sir.
Outnumbered.
Unfortunately, you left all the people that would raise up and help you take back your country here in America when we took that from you. So thank you for America.
I would say that I don't know what you do for a living, David.
He has sex with men for
My
money on the
hand.
docks.
Okay, both y'all's answers was confusing to me, but
That's okay. They should be.
I would say maybe think about going somewhere where you can do what you do to make a living that is a little less restricted.
I wish it was as easy as that.
Why isn't?
Because what he does for a living is take care of a person.
Ah,
So, I mean, can't really move that person either.
I understand that 100%.
Yep.
Then have like shit. Let's say I did get off my ass, got my shit together. I did move to America. Where would I go? What would I do? If shit went to shit, what would I fall back on? Mate, there ain't nothing there. I might have a few mates, but
What's up, Melissa?
like you could go so far with that.
I mean, the actual solution, it's unfortunate. It's going to take a change in government to fix David's issues. And
And
it
I
also
know it's permanent damage that's done
it
already.
goes
Bro.
to this too, Bob. I say this all the time, right? I'm a South Kakalaki proudly. It's my home. My home is a certain way. If they start changing shit for the worst, then I'm going to do what I can to fix it. I'm not just going to pack up and move and leave. The part of the problem and part of the reason why some of these places are in the state they're in is because the people that could do anything about it have packed up and left. They went south. Like all of a sudden, look at all the people, like Florida's booming and all that, but they're all people that left New York, New Jersey. You know what I mean? They left Pennsylvania, or well, Philly, New York, New Jersey usually. You got people from California go down to Texas, go to Colorado, and then what makes it even worse is they don't change the way they were voting, the way they thought about things in California. They brought their politics with them, and then now what? Now that shit spreads, and eventually it changes over, and everything goes to shit instead of just chunks of it. The only problem is, too, that you go broke by staying there and trying to fight it. So,
yeah, well, we really got screwed here in Virginia by this bitch who's a freaking governor,
yep.
who they touted as a moderator, and now she's trying to take my goddamn gun rights away from me and raise my goddamn taxes.
My guns.
They banned our guns. They raised our taxes. They took our jobs.
Well, it's not just me bitching about this, okay?
No, Eugene's been bitching about it too. He said like it's ridiculous. You told me how ridiculous it is, and that's just it. Now you guys are stuck with that for how many years? And the one thing they don't do is when they put in a tax, that tax never goes away. I've never seen them walk back a tax in, I think, in my life.
Well, down here, we actually have two states of Virginia. And I'm not talking about West Virginia. You've got Virginia, and then you've got Washington, D.C. suburbs. Unfortunately, for people like myself, that's where all the people live. And so they live off the government teat. And so they voted this person in, and the rest of Virginia, or the vast majority, Richmond's kind of a
Didn't you guys just have what was that dude's name?
the governor?
Yeah, the one before it.
Youngkin.
Youngkin. Yeah, Glenn Youngkin, right?
He was a good governor. He was a good governor.
Yeah, he's a Republican. So you guys, if he was such a good governor, why didn't you guys hold on to it?
Well, you can only have Virginia's weird.
No, I know, I know about that. What I'm saying is, how come it didn't go to Winsome Sears? How come it went to?
That's a good question. I thought she was actually going to win. I mean,
Right.
she had all the tickets punched. Woman, black woman. But Northern Virginia, Washington, D.C. says, no, we want to put somebody in here. And I get it. They want to put somebody in there that's going to protect their job. Now, unfortunately, the vast majority of those people work for the U.S. government, not for the state of Virginia. So guess what? They all still lost their job.
Yep.
But I got to pay the price.
Yeah, it's brutal.
It seems like Melissa's got some stuff going on.
Oh, yeah, she does. She's been going through it for a minute now. She's been going through it. Eugene's been going through it. Got a lot of people that have problems going on, Bob's.
Honestly, I went through a pretty hard time about a year ago, 2 years, year and a half.
Yeah, you did.
But I'm better now. So
yeah, you're definitely much better than when you first started talking too.
So I hope that Ian and Melissa I don't know if there's anything I can do for you, but if you want to reach out and say hello and got an ear to listen to, well, I'm here.
Yeah, I mean, you can send Bob a message on Discord. Bob will chat you up all night, especially he's got a few in him.
I'll tell you a funny story or 7.
I'll take one. Yeah, I mean, and that is rough. Yeah, because Melissa's currently separated or what have you, and it's been ugly. Try not to throw people's business out there. They can put it out there if they want. Eugene got denied. Apparently, he applied at Amazon to work alongside Smurf, and they said his balloon knot was too tight and couldn't test the equipment right. So
I think David's popping in and out.
Well, David's in now because he's half asleep. He's going to pop in, drop one line, and then fade back out because that's what David does.
No, my mic's just shit.
Well, that too.
This shit's on its final fucking legs again, mate. Let me tell you.
Again, you never replaced it the fucking first time it was on its final legs. Crazy bastard.
Once.
You
bastard. Brand though.
Let's see.
So what were you saying, David?
Yeah, nothing. I was just making stupid comments.
Yeah, he's just making a joke like normal. She-Hulk looks.
I missed the joke.
Actually, I'm shocked. She-Hulk actually is coming out nice here. Thought I'd fuck this all up. I actually got the face
Actually,
right.
she looks pretty good, and I'm not a model painter or nothing, but
no, I mean, my whole thing was I was afraid of. I'm trying to get it locked on. Let me see if I can get it locked on the face. So the face actually came out attractive, which that was the part that I was the most afraid of. Was fucking up this face, but it looks like it came out all right. Much better than the live action version, I'll tell you that much.
Fucking eye. She looks like she's been smoking a lot of reefer.
Well, she's supposed to.
There's nothing wrong with that as long as she's not driving.
Yeah, good call, Bob. Good call. I like that answer, Bob. Great call.
You know, it's funny because a couple years ago, I go over to my daughter's house, right? Before she got married. And my daughter actually owns the house. It's actually a condo. You know what that is, David?
Hmm? Say it
You
again,
Um,
know,
sorry.
you
go
know what a
ahead.
condo is?
Like an apartment of sorts. Bigger, better.
Yeah, sort of. But it's got a whole kitchen and living room and stuff downstairs. But upstairs, she's got two master baths or two master bedrooms. So she's got her master bedroom with her master bath, and she has another master bedroom and another master bath.
I
So
see.
she rents that one out. Okay, for 1,100. Now it's up to $1,100 a month. She rents that one out. Well, that $1,100 pays her mortgage. So basically, she's living in this condo for free, and all the repairs and anything that needs to be fixed, I go do. Because it's my daughter, right? So I think she's only got 5 years left on the mortgage. So at that time, she'll own it outright. But anyhow, I go over there unannounced. This is, I'm using quotation marks. What'd you say?
As you do.
Yeah, it's not my best trait. I just dropped in unannounced. And I walk, I knock on the door. And she opens it. I walk in. There's this haze. I mean, it's not like a sniff, okay? It's a freaking haze of marijuana smoke. Now I knew my daughter,
Partook.
she does what she does, okay? And I'm like, what the fuck? And she's got a roommate upstairs who's paying her money to stay upstairs. And then I go out the back and she's got this yard. It's sort of it's probably about 70 feet wide, but it's about 200 feet deep down to a creek. And she's got this greenhouse out back. Probably, I don't know, 20 feet long by, I don't know, 6 or 7 feet tall. And I go in the greenhouse. She's like, don't go in there, Daddy. Don't go in there, Daddy. I go in there. What's she doing? She's got marijuana plants that are like 5.5 feet tall. I'm
Growing the
just like,
devil's lettuce.
yeah, I mean, she's like, you shouldn't know about this. You should know. And this is back before it was legal. Now it's legal.
This was before it was legal.
Yeah.
Oh, Ian, by the way, I don't want to interrupt Bob's story, but the face, the detail in the face you were asking about, it was the way it was modeled and the way I painted it. It's both parts of that. The old printer could do those details. The paint wasn't as good, and the printer is really dialed in too. But yeah, it's really when it comes down to the detail like that. A lot of it now is the paint, like because there's no eyeballs in there. It's just flat. So I'm actually painting in the eyeball, and then the way I'm layering out paint gives it depth, dimension. Because I put undershadow in a slight mid-range color, and then I put a bigger mid-range color in there, and then a highlight. Sorry, Bob. Didn't mean to
No,
interrupt,
no,
Bob. I just wanted to
no, it's
answer
all
Ian's
good.
question because he asked that like a couple minutes ago, but you had just started the story, so I didn't want to interrupt the story. Never get in the way
GAM.
of a good story, sir.
GAM. It's
Yeah.
your stream.
And
You can do whatever you want. It's your stream.
I can, but I'm not an asshole like that. Like, I wasn't going to yell, sir, 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 excuse me, sir, put you on mute for like 10 minutes while I talk.
Anyhow, I go in the backyard, and I go into the greenhouse, and she's got these huge ass marijuana plants back there. And she comes back with Mike, now her husband, and she's like, "Dad, don't go back there, don't go back there." And I'm not stupid, although I have occasionally been accused of being stupid. And I open the greenhouse and I go in there, and she's got it all set up. It's got like misters, and it's got humidifiers going, and it's not. I mean, it's homemade, but this is pretty sophisticated. And I'm just like, I open up the zipper in the front, and she comes running up in the back, and she's like, "Well, Dad, I can explain. I can explain." I'm like, I'm not even drinking, right? I'm sober because I got to drive. And I just looked at her and stroked my mustache for a second because that's what I do when I'm thinking. And Mike, now her husband, was right behind her. And I was like, okay, how long you been doing this? And she's like, well, I was afraid to tell you, but we've been doing this for like 7 years. Okay. Can I take that bud right over there?
Oh, shit.
She was like, what? I said, there's a nice bud right over there. It's got some good seeds in it there. I take that bud right over there. And she was like, shocked. I mean, her jaw went down to the ground. And she was like, you want to take that bud? I was like, well, you want me to pay you for it? I'll pay you for it. And you could just see the
shock.
just drain right out of her face. I mean, I should have taken a picture.
That'd have
She
been
was
funny.
just like, well, yeah, go ahead. So this was her introduction to a little bit of not the perfect father she thought that I was.
Oh, I mean, hey, that's okay too. I mean, it's not like my buddy Bones used to always like we'd hustle weed and all this shit when we were kids. Get it, cut it down, sell it off, all that bit. Never grew it, but cut apart a QP into eighths and quarters or whatever and sell it. And Bones is he's like 18 years old, and he calls me up. He's like, "Yo, my dad found the stash." What the fuck, your dad? Oh shit, man, we're fucking dead, right? So what happened? He goes, he stole a fucking quarter from me, man. And then his dad would, every time we were around his dad would be like, "Hey, you guys got any weed on you? You got any more of that good stuff? You got any more?" Like, we're like, damn, dude, we never knew his dad was like a total stoner. And he was Vietnam era Navy man. But yeah, he would actually like smoke with us and shit, which we all thought was cool. And then as a parent, I was like, I would never smoke anything with my kids. Oh, dear Lord. Bob robbed his kids for weed, guys.
Ain't that right?
Bob was like, run your damn pockets. I want all your nugs. Oh, Jesus, everybody got quiet. Bob finished his story. Everybody went quiet. Did we lose Bob?
No, you didn't lose me. I just had to go take a piss.
Oh, okay. I mean, glad to see you're not peeing in bottles next to your phone.
No, I don't do that. Is David still here?
He is. I mean,
I'll
he's
be back in a sec, though.
right. I'll be back, mate. I got a bloody salty wanker to take care of.
So David's peeing in a bottle next to his stash.
Nah. No, but I did do. I knew a guy once who used to PC game like that. Used to play video games. Went in and like, bro, what's all these Gatorade bottles? Yo, don't touch those. Yeah, they were all full of piss.
It's like who was that dude that extremely rich built the goose?
Howard Hughes.
That's him. Didn't they just like display that he was pissing in these bottles and setting them outside of his?
Howard Hughes, yeah, because the whole thing with Howard Hughes was he was afraid of germs.
Yeah.
So he locked himself.
Germophobia.
Yeah, he like locked himself away and then would pee in bottles, stuff like that. And anybody who knows anything about trailer park boys, they're called piss jugs. It's the way of the fucking road, bubs. Way of the road. Yeah, I mean it's crazy. It's crazy, Bob. Who knew that you were like human and shit? Not your kids.
Well, this was the first time my daughter, who's not young, I mean, she's not old, but she's not young. But it was the first time my daughter ever, because she knows my points of view on particularly political things. We don't like
Right,
when
you're
we go
very
out to dinner.
conservative.
Yeah, well, when we go out to dinner, we don't have those conversations because her husband, now husband, is extremely
Liberal.
liberal. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean that happens.
whatever. But it was the first time my daughter actually looked at me as something other than just dad.
Oh yeah.
Okay? She kind of looked at me like, this guy's not all that stupid. And I don't know if you have children, right?
Oh yeah, dude. Yes, I does. And both of them, the reason why they're such good children and have their own houses and have both of them are well, one's running like a multi-million-dollar company now. The other one has his own business that he started off with a handshake to work at and then ended up buying out the owners. And they're all out of the house and all that stuff. And the reason why is because their entire lives, I showed them because I have videotape of my party days. This is what you don't do if you want to be, if you want to reach the level I'm at, do this shit. If you want to go beyond this, then don't do this shit. So I was the example of what not the fuck to do.
I get that. I really do.
And
Fortunately, my daughter's smarter than I am because uh, yeah, well, no, okay. Don't tell her this, okay? You got to promise me. You can't tell her this.
I promise, Bob, especially since she doesn't listen to this show, so you're good.
Well, I've told her about your show,
Uh-oh.
but I'm actually smarter than she is. But she makes her choices in her life. I don't criticize them. I support her in what she's trying to do. I don't always understand what she's trying to do, but I support her in that. So
My kids,
honestly,
I got
between the two
fortunate.
of us, I'm actually still smarter than she is.
My kids take after their mother. They're way fucking smarter than I am.
Ah, I wish I
Because
could send you a picture.
yeah, they do this thing, right, that I didn't do when I was their age coming up. They listen. So when I tell them something, they actually listen to me.
Mm.
And I never listen. You tell me to do something, I do the exact opposite. Just to fucking be a dick.
Okay, I've got an issue.
What's your issue?
I got to take the dog out again.
It's not an issue. Just walk dog. You're good, Bob. Go walk dog.
All right, I'll be back. Come on, boy.
Yep.
Go
You
out.
fucked up in your 20s still paying the price. I fucked up in my teens to my 20s and was just kept it perpetually going into like my early 30s. And knew I needed to change stuff, but couldn't figure it out. Couldn't set my feet. Had no guidance. The closest guidance I had was my friends, but they're all dealing with their own shit, so they can't. It's not like any of us were rich or could help each other or anything. And then, yeah, what it really took for me was my wife and my children. That's what changed my mindset. Where because I legit got to a point where it was just I'm going to drink myself to death, or I'm going to just go out and leave a good looking corpse. But it doesn't matter how good looking you are, the corpse is still just as ugly. And I had to learn that the hard way. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I got a second chance in life. And when I was given that second chance, I took it and ran with it and did everything I could with it. And I know I must have done something right because I'm able to sit here on the internet and talk to you guys while painting, as Mister would call it, my doll, right? And I got lucky to an extent, but I also put in all that work all the way through. Like I had certain codes that I didn't violate, which is probably what kept me alive as long as it did and served me. But then I learned how to be a fucking adult. And that's the shit part is learning. A grasshopper learning how to be an ant sucks. Doing 24-hour streams isn't difficult either. I mean, if you've got like a spare PC and like if you wanted to do like a wildlife stream, all you would do is connect to YouTube, call it a 24 hours, 24/7. Like I could leave my stream up constantly. You just need a consistent internet connection to it and a PC that's all it does. So you get what I like to call a dumb box, like a very cheap PC, like a throwaway PC, hook your camera to it, pointed it like if you're doing a nature trail or like squirrels eating stuff, go out there, make sure you put the food down so the squirrels come in and people can just watch. I mean, streaming really doesn't cost all that much to do. Well, maybe now with the price of PC parts and everything else. Streaming doesn't cost all that much to do. You can do it just with a simple laptop that has a camera on it. Just point the camera out, set everything up, turn it on, press start, and stream the shit. Once you start getting into like, okay, so you look at my stuff, but I've been doing it for a year and a half now, you know, working on my second year of this. And it's been, I had to replace the microphone. And the wife's like, here you go. Here's a better microphone. Here's a better camera. Here's better paints. Here's better this. Here's better that. But the whole thing was I going to stick with it, or was it a flash in the pan? Like, am I going to do this for a month? Just be like, you know what? Fuck this, and turn it off. I wasn't going to invest anything into it, you know? And even then, it's not like I'm making money back on this. Well, except for Beans. Thank you, Beans, for always tossing a coin to the Witcher. And Rebel, he tossed a coin to the Witcher once. You know, and even then, that money is just sitting there. I don't touch it. It sits there. If I need better equipment, stuff like this, then that's when I'd pull from it at this point. But I just have it sitting there for the time being. And anybody can stream. You know, you can stream anything. 24/7 music stream. You would have to build a playlist that goes for 24 hours, just upload it to YouTube, set it to stream, and just have it virtual stream. You could do that through OBS. Yeah, Beans, if you don't, I appreciate that you're welcome, but no, thank you so much. Because honestly, like, it always means something whenever I see, like, anytime you've ever tossed that coin, it has always meant something to me. I've never forgotten it, because I was like, damn, somebody actually does appreciate the show enough where they're willing to send, you know, toss a coin. And I'm like, I was shocked by it, if I'm to be honest. Like, shocked, because I'm just like, this is free entertainment for people. I don't expect anybody, there's no cost of admission. You know what I mean? I don't charge people to come on here and talk. None of that stuff. Like, I don't do all that. Which you know, and there's nothing wrong with making money off this kind of thing, I guess, as a streamer, because I see stuff like D-Day Cobra, like third best in the country for getting super chats, all this kind of shit, right? And they make a ton of money, but then I look at a guy like the Quartering, and he like expects his audience to fund his lifestyle, and I'm like, dude, you're kind of scum for that. Like, you know, there's another streamer, and I won't mention his name, and everybody here knows exactly who it is, but I always feel like he kind of takes that shit for granted too. Like, maybe not as much as, definitely nowhere near the Quartering's level of taking things for granted and buying extravagant stuff and all this other thing. But he definitely does it. He funds his lifestyle with it, and he makes money from YouTube. And it's just, I get it. You appreciate your creator. You tip him a coin or whatever. But, you know, I always want to make sure my audience knows that I appreciate the hell out of it, whether it's a nickel or, you know, $1 million. Like, I appreciate it, because it just means that you guys are enjoying what you're hearing, what you're seeing, or interactions or whatever. But this stream actually has some kind of value to it, as far as a monetary sense, as well as just a communal sense, I guess we'll say. How far is the distance, Ian? How far? You got to tell me how far the distance is, because the whole thing is, if it's like 150 yards or something like this, you can, if you're handy, then you can always run outdoor Ethernet cable. And now, granted, you have to drill a hole, but you drill a hole, you plug that in your router, and then you can run that outside, and you have a hardcore, hardwired connection out to where you're at. But it depends on distance, because you have something called attenuation. So your signal will degrade as it goes over a certain amount of yards. And you have to put a repeater in between and shit like this. But If it's like within 200 yards, I want to say, you can actually buy the Ethernet cable for like $40 and just run it.
Well, I'm back. Dog's happy.
Cool. And Eugene, the whole thing is, why doesn't your music hold value? Why do you feel that it doesn't hold value? So, I mean, my painting, does it actually hold value? Or me just, if I got on here, there's been streams where I haven't painted anything and I've just hopped on here and run my gums, right? The value in it should be that you enjoy creating it and then others enjoy you creating it or they enjoy listening to it. And they tell you that by their likes, by subbing to you or thumbs up or comments on it or what have you. You know what I mean? Again, like if I was painting this and it was coming out like shit, I'd expect you guys to tell me, Gam, that looks like shit. What the fuck are you doing? Have you gone full retard? Never go full retard, Gam. You've told us this. So I think the value really for you should be that you love creating the music and then other people are listening to it and enjoying it and telling you they're enjoying it. But for me, it's I'd be doing this even if I wasn't streaming. I was doing this before I was streaming. And that's why I started streaming was because people were curious on how I did this kind of shit. And to be honest with you, I look back at my old painting and it's like way, way more amateur than it is now. But it's taken time to get to that point where I'm actually like getting comfortable with it. It took me a while to get comfortable on the mic. You go back, listen to the first streams I did. I don't know if you weren't even here for him, Bob. It's before Bob had come along and like started watching, you know. But yeah, Bob, I would talk like 5 miles a minute. I crammed about 75 different topics in a 5-minute period because I thought I had to be fast, exciting, quick moving, all that kind of stuff. Really, instead of throwing something out there and letting it resonate, I would say like 2 lines about it and then just move on. And I still kind of do that at times. Like if it's like the movie reviews, sometimes I'll go in depth on them. Other times I'll be like, yeah, this just sucks. Let's move on to something better. So it takes time. I mean, you just got to put in the effort, the time, and if you're putting good stuff out, then people will find it and enjoy it. Even if you're putting bad stuff out, people are going to find it and razz you on it, and then it's up to you if you're going to take the criticism and run with it and make it better.
I did notice that the number of your subs has gone up.
Yes, it has. And man, I am so appreciative for that because I was sitting there at like 120, I think, for a long time, 119, 120 in that area. And all of a sudden it started going up again. I know it's part of it's because I'm playing a game that not many can play right now. And I've been giving, I've got a head start on it, for example. And then other stuff like look at like Melissa. Melissa was like, yeah, I like painting and making stuff and all that. She wandered in here one time. She heard my mouth running. She liked what I was painting. She stuck around, and I'm happy she did. So it's slow. It's organic. You know what I mean? My gross organic. You're not going to see me shoot up by like 1,000 subs, 10,000 subs, or anything like this because I'm not paying for them. And that's usually where it goes. And I haven't done anything that's super viral. Like I haven't pulled my balls out and thrown them on the table or something where, you know, you're going to get 1,000 subs and that kind of thing. So it's good. What's that?
Normally, I just heard a ping, which normally tells me
So you
somebody.
get like 10 more beers down Bob, he'll say a few things that make you go viral. Shit.
That,
Or get me
what I
thrown off
mean.
the internet. One of the two.
I just heard a
Listen,
ping, and normally
said
on discourse that says somebody jumped in.
Yeah, that's David jumping back in.
So, David, go ahead and criticize me on how much I drink, which, by the way, doesn't bother me at all.
it's not meant to bother you.
So Yeah, I mean, and I'm thankful. The whole thing is, I'll take quality subs because even there's people that, and I watch my view counts, and it's people that watch the live stream after the live stream. A lot of times they don't even comment on it. You got guys like Forever Demonetized. He's out there, right? He tunes in all the time, but he never says anything. Like he'll listen while he's playing a game or something, and I appreciate those people too. But I mean, I pick up all kinds of different people. I've kind of slowed down my role, so to speak. Um, I feel I'm pretty open minded and even handed too, where I can have a debate with like Melissa, who has political views that are not mine, but I'm not shitting on her either for having her views. You know, she's entitled to have her views. So I try to keep everything fair and even and like right up the middle.
I'm not even sure how I found this channel, to be honest with you.
You're on a drunken adventure one day and you found a lovely bit of land.
Nope. I know exactly how Bob found this channel.
Oh, I was taking a piss.
Shout out to the greatest mods on these interwebs, Sheree. That's how you found it.
That's exactly
That's
correct.
how you found this channel, was because when Sheree was a mod for somebody, I said, I'll see you later on stream. And she said something back to me in that chat. And she said, yep, I'll be there as soon as this is done or something. And when she did, you were like, wait, GAM streams? And then Sheree's like, yeah. And you were like, oh, you go over there and watch them? And she's like, yeah, you should come over and check it out. And you did.
You're exactly correct.
But yeah, and then you said the other guy that came in, I guess it was Thursday, that guy Mike, you said that he found me because Devin shouted me out in there. So
that's correct.
So you know what I mean? Beans is another one. Beans would be like, yo, you know, Steve Kerfuffle, shout out to him. He used to do the same damn thing. He'd be like, yep, check out GAM's stream, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's the shout outs in other streams. Sometimes you guys have brought in people that wouldn't normally have come and looked at it, like gone and searched for it, or it didn't come up in their log. Like Melissa, it came up in her log, and she was just like, what the fuck's this nerd doing? She came in, she's like, he's fat and sweaty, it sounds like. All right, yeah, but he's all right with the painting stuff. He's a geek, but you know, I can dig this, and hung out for a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. I remember Sheree shouted you out, and I was probably drunk, and I was like, let me go check this guy out.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I miss my Sheree.
You're actually the guy who showed me how to get on Discord. I never know anything about Discord. And you were like, okay, download this and do this and go to general and do this.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't know anything about Discord.
So my buddy Twisted, he wanted to start streaming, and what was it, 3 days we had to work with him, David? Trying to explain to him different things with the streaming and everything, and he listened to every goddamn last word I said, and I was shocked. Because normally he's just like, yeah, I got it. Next, you know, like, and then we'll be like, by the way, how do you, like, after he's already midstream. Twisted actually had to delete his very first stream though, because what did he yell? David and I were teasing him, and he had hit streaming by accident. So his stream was up. I'm like, yo, your stream's running. He's like, you guys are a bunch of gay bitches. He yelled at me and David.
Not even fucking 20 seconds into it.
Yeah, like the first thing you hear is me go, yo, man, you're streaming. He's like, yeah, well, you guys are a bunch of gay bitches. And I'm like, oh, shit.
And that went out live?
Yeah, it went out live. Yeah. Hey, he shut it down and had to delete the stream, but that was the first thing he said on his microphone was, you guys are a bunch of gay bitches.
No, I'm going to go back to this stream and I'm going to just clip the part where you just scream that out loud and just like manipulate it into a soundboard on the Discord.
Oh, God.
Who is that? I'm going to have to sub to that fucker.
Yeah, Twisted? Yeah, he'll be in on Friday.
Oh, fuck me. You and him will get along just fine.
Yeah, well, actually, I think Bob and Monkey might get along just fine.
Oh, fuck yeah, no, ain't that a
Yeah,
statement?
yeah, dude. Monkey is he's a wild man. I love Monkey.
Yeah, rowdy fella.
He's a rowdy one though.
Well, I've known to be a little bit rowdy myself.
That's why we're saying you get along, Bob.
Well, you know, some of my best friends growing up, long time ago, some of the best friends that I had when I was a kid, guess how I met them?
In the glory hole room.
Man, you need to get your
Drinking
mind,
from their belly button.
Eating cherries from their belly button.
mind, you need to get your mind right. No,
Hey, sup, guys? Smurf's in the chat now. He must be on break from Amazon, okay?
most of the guys that I grew up with that I liked and got along with, I started out with a fight.
Yep. That's legitimately, you're not wrong. Some of my best friends were, knuckling up against each other and then best of friends.
Okay, going into elementary school, so it's 126. It's George Washington Carver Elementary School.
Okay.
My dad got remarried to the bitch, and we moved to the 7th Street, Shawnee, and we go to school. I swear to God, me and my immediate family members were the only white people there. No shit.
Oh, Jesus, where are we going with this?
I'm just saying. Second day of school, wasn't even the first day. Second day of school, I got this guy's name is Manuel Davis, tall, skinny black dude.
And he was like, yo, white boy, what you doing up in my town? I'm going to run up in that and I'm going to clap them cheeks.
I don't even know why he was mad at me.
Because you're a white
Right?
and you're in his town.
Okay. So we're out on the playground area, right? And so we're kind of squaring off. We're not throwing punches, nothing like that, like I'll hit you, that kind of stuff. And I look behind him, and there's my brother, Joe. Joe's a maniac. Literally, he's a maniac.
You have another
And he-
brother named Bill by chance?
No,
Okay.
but he's got this, you know what a Cheshire grin is?
Hell yeah, I do.
The big cat grin.
Yeah, it's giant Cheshire cat from Alice in Wonderland. Of course I know what it is.
Anyhow, I see Joe coming up behind this dude, and he jumps up and snap kicks this dude right in the small of his back.
He's a karate man.
Not really. He's just fucking crazy.
Oh, yeah, that happens too.
About the same time, I threw a right punch.
You're like,
this
yeah!
This guy is falling forward with his back pushed in and runs right into my fist. Manuel Davis. Needless to say, the fight was over. And for the rest of the school year, I never had any problems out of anybody in that school. Ever. No problem. Went to an all-black elementary school. No problem. That's how I grew up.
Nice.
So when ABL talks about,
He's from the streets?
yeah, he's from the streets. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Not the streets I was at.
Exactly right. I'll be honest with you. And I've told you this before. I think I'm more from the streets than any of the is.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm just an old drunk white boy in Virginia.
Yep. That's true.
And Danny's got his own issues across the pond.
So does David.
David, I'm sorry.
That's actually what he meant, and you just like.
Yeah, I know.
What'd he say?
It's all right, David. He's Bob's
Well, I
racist
mean-
towards British people. Y'all sound the same to him.
No, I mean, okay, you got to fill me in on this. So Danny's from Australia?
No, Danny's from the UK as well. They're from different parts, so their accents are different.
Okay, well, forgive me, David.
I was part of the Mean Street Posse. That's fucking epic. I love it. It's me and Shane McMahon, baby. Yeah, yeah. Their accents are different. They're two totally different people. Danny is usually here with his Bible. David is usually here with his depression.
Ain't that fucking right?
Yeah, David's the one that jumps in whenever Smurf's on just to call him a dickhead and logs out. I don't know if you've ever caught that, Bob.
No, I have not.
Oh my God, it's hysterical. We'll be playing it. Smurf and I would be doing something or streaming or whatever, and out of nowhere, David would just hop into Discord, be like, "Smurf is a dickhead. That is all," and then leave and be gone for the rest of the night too.
Well, I mean, David, number one, why do you do that?
Because it's funny.
Well, number two, why do you do that?
It's funny.
Funny.
Okay, so
And the two of them are good friends. So
okay.
Nah,
You're just busting some chops.
right.
Yeah, be able to bust a motherfucker's balls. That's how friendships are built.
Okay, well,
Again, Bob, he was raised by us on the interwebs, by the old heads. So he can take a ball breaking and give him, and he's more lethal than anybody really realizes with his ball breakings too.
and yet you bust my
Find out
chops.
the personal details, shit get good.
Well, yeah. I break your chops, but I don't like go brutal with you, Bob. I'm not going to ever.
Well, you bust my chops about kicking people in the balls who deserve to be kicked in the balls.
That's because you
Yeah.
kick people in the balls on a regular
Well, then
basis.
Fucking this, no, not on a regular basis. Only the people who deserve it.
When they ask it.
I don't go
There must
look.
be plenty of fellas that ask
Hey,
that type of
David.
business.
David, Ian asked to be called a bloody wanker.
I'm not calling him a bloody wanker.
No,
What's a bloody wanker?
Well, he heard us sing about nothing nice.
Is that like a dick that has a period or something?
Yeah, mate, that's a bloody
pretty much. That would definitely be a bloody wanker.
Yeah. Well,
It's basically like calling somebody a fucking jerk off in America.
Somebody else just popped in the Discord. I heard it.
I
Yeah,
just
it was,
I just wanted to
say
come in
that
here and say
David
things.
is a dickhead.
Right.
And now you are too, Bob.
All right, now
For
you're
fuck's
forcing it. You should have left it at that.
It's Murphy's here.
Yeah, I hear him.
Did
Sounds
you
You know,
come-
Smurf, you meant to
Smurf,
say
you
that
seeing
wheel,
this?
then fuck off. Later, mate. No, I'm joking.
Wait, did he log out or no?
Oh, fucking hell, he actually left.
He
didn't
actually
even
left.
say
He
that
fucking
wheel.
David did you. He got you
No,
with
he
your own
didn't say
game.
that wheel. He didn't do it right. He has to come back in and say it, then leave again or some shit. We can't be having this.
I like
He hasn't
Smurf.
done it right.
I like his opinions. I like his point of view. It's not the same as mine, but yeah,
Well,
You know?
I mean, well, yeah, Smurf's fun. Smurf, like, I've been joking this whole time about his job at Amazon and everything else. You got some guys that would get super serious about that kind of thing, like, yo, man, don't take my job as a joke, and, all this kind of stuff. And I joke all the
Yeah.
time. And he takes it, he thinks it's funnier than hell.
I mean, fuck, you got to do the job if you love it.
Right. Not everybody can test butt plugs.
Right.
You gotta be built a certain way, mate. Right.
You
Oh,
need to tell
shit.
Have a
Smurf to
large.
jump back on. 'Cause I'd like to hear his point of view.
He already popped off.
I already gave you the satisfaction, Ian. Dickhead.
Oh, she's leany.
Hmm. I think David's getting a little defensive there.
Oh.
No.
She's definitely got
You know,
the
if I get
tilts.
defensive, I'll start calling you a cunt and every other fucking thing under the roof.
Okay, I didn't catch that. You said
Neil
I
did call you the
suck
C.
on your camera?
No, he'd call
If
you
I was
a
getting
see you
defensive,
next
I'd be calling
Tuesday.
everyone a cunt and every other thing in the books.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing that I don't know when I'm being offended by a British guy?
Probably
You're
a
not
good
meant.
thing.
What? That was a statement. You.
He's not actually offending you. He's just stating a fact.
Yeah, certain words would be coming out of my mouth if I was defensive.
Hmm. I don't have a lot of experience with British women or British men.
Oh.
I've had a couple of experiences with British women,
Oh
but
shit. Here we go.
they're just not British men. I don't have a perspective.
Well, David's had a lot of experience with British men. He goes more for Russian birds, though. Right, easy there, easy there. Don't talk about that, GAM.
I ain't saying shit.
Fix this. Like, I don't know why the camera. Is the camera cutting up? Camera's still good.
Why am I
Light.
hearing something in the background?
I don't know. It
But
could be me.
that's actually, but yeah, that model looks pretty good, other than the fact that she's green.
Well, I mean, what?
Meant to be.
She's supposed to be She-Hulk.
Oh, I've never actually seen She-Hulk
Well, you have now.
before.
Shit show.
So the whole thing is, you know who Hulk is, right? Bruce Banner.
David Banner. Yeah, Bruce Banner.
Well, yeah. David Bruce Banner, depending if you watch the TV show or the comic, right? Well, he had a cousin named Jennifer who is not staying up right now because I got to put the weights on. Anyway, his cousin gets jacked up real bad and she needs a blood transfusion. So he transfused his blood into her to save her life, but passed on the gamma radiation to her and turned her into a Hulk as well. And she's actually a lawyer. The only difference is that She-Hulk can't turn back to a normal girl. She's always green and big and all that.
So how does she move through normal life looking like that?
She just walks around exactly like she looks. She goes into courtrooms looking like this and argues cases and everything else.
Mm.
Yeah, the comic book, at first, they tried to do it serious, and then it became kind of like a joke. So every issue, she would always lose all her clothes for the most part. And then she became part of the Fantastic Four for a while there. She actually has like a pretty big history, though, in Marvel.
Well, y'all know a hell of a lot more about that environment than I do.
That's because I'm a nerd, Bob.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but I just the biggest nerdy movie I've watched, I think, was Iron Man or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I've collected comic books since I was a little kid. I usually show off my comics too whenever I'm painting something. I tried to dig hers out because I have the first issue. Well, first issue of the second volume, second run of it. And I couldn't get to it. I couldn't get it out. Couldn't dig it out. But yeah, I really wanted to challenge myself this time because I've done Squirrel Girl, who's another female hero. And Squirrel Girl was actually a lot easier than this. This one was kind of difficult because it was just so much skin showing and it's all green tones. So I had to hit it with different tones to get the coloring right on her and everything.
Now, what do you do with these things when you're done? Because I know you've done hundreds of them.
I haven't done
wouldn't say
hundreds.
Set 'em up
hundreds.
on a manual or something?
So some of them, like, you know, there's stuff I do for my wife. She displays them in her room because she has what we like to call the room of requirement. She requires silence, no pets involved, and it's like a relaxed reading room where she can go in there, read her books, pass out if she feels like it, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. Just total silence in that room. And my wife has, I can't even make this shit up. So cryptozoology in 14, which is a whole different thing. But cryptozoology in particular, she actually has one of the biggest libraries in the living room on the East Coast of the rarest books regarding the subject. She's actually like considered technically an expert in it. That kind of thing. And with the 3D printer, I can make stuff that isn't on the market. Well, nobody ever did a market for cryptozoology. And if they do, it's always chibi and cutesy and all this. Nobody ever does the real things. So, for example, like the Jersey Devil, Mothman, stuff like this. They don't do what people actually describe them as. They always paint them like how you would in a, like comic booky. You know what I mean? Like not realistic. So I started, when I first got my 3D printer, I started making models for her. And she loves them. So she displays a lot of those. My little nerd, Marvel and DC like comic book figures, I display them in my pool room. Oh shit. What's up, Anthony? Good to see you, man. But yeah, so, but the whole thing is these things are in such detail and all that. Now, there's other ones that I've done for other people. Like, for example, David Mon wanted, well, he didn't actually ask me for it. I just asked him if he wanted it and I painted it for him. But he wanted somebody named Hikoma Toga from an anime called My Hero Academia, and I painted that for him and sent it over to him. Unfortunately, customs broke it to shit before it got to him, so he had to glue pieces back together. But, you know, like Beans, one of the ones she wants is Henry Cavill Superman, and I finally got a model for it. I've been working on hollowing it out and getting it prepped because I'm going to have to paint that off and everything else for her. But eventually I get good enough at it, I'll start selling these fucking things. I'm just not good enough at it yet, in my opinion. I want it to be flawless because if somebody's going to put
Skies Austin Powers off you.
Yeah, if somebody wants to put out the money to buy one of them, like, so I'm going to tell you this now, Bob, and you're going to think I'm full of shit when I tell you this. When I say people pay hundreds of dollars for like this, something like this She-Hulk, people pay hundreds of dollars. But if I can do it for 50, 60 bucks, you know, and make it look really, really good and undercut the market. Yeah, I'm not even joking. Look up something called Sideshow Collectibles and look at the statue prices. You're going to be like, holy shit. I've seen GAM paint something that looks like this. Not as good as this. You know, like his paint job isn't as good, But yeah, they
This
made.
is why people don't date anymore. Because they're all into this. I'm not knocking you.
Oh no. Trust me,
enjoy
I
your
get it.
conversation.
I
But
get
this
it.
is why people don't date anymore, because they're all off in their own little vapor world.
Well, that's just it. My whole point to this stream in the beginning is, especially because you guys can kind of see them in the background, right? Like now, let me deflect light. These are all like expensive paints in the front, but the paints in the back cost me $1 a bottle. The other paints cost like anywhere from $3 to $4 a bottle. Right? I started off with those shitty paints. And I can't really even call them shitty because they got the job done and I painted some really nice stuff with them. However, the whole point to this was that anybody can do this at home. If I can do it with as bad as I have nerve damage in my neck, my hands don't work, stuff like that, and I can pull off this stuff, if somebody else wants to put in the time, they can do it too. The thing is, people either think they can't or it's impossible, which is also why I keep my screw-ups on the desk. Like if I move my camera over, you can see the Punisher's head in the background beyond that black bottle of paint. And the Punisher, like, he's one of my failures. I keep him right there to remind me that I fail. I've kept all my streams where I fuck up a paint job on here to show people that it's okay to fail. Just keep going. Don't stop. It was supposed to be more of an arts and crafts show kind of deal, and instead turned into, well, we talk about everything. Life, the universe, and everything. Politics, you name it. We talk about it.
That probably is my fault, but
No. It's not your fault. It's my fault. Again, remember what you said, Bob? Yeah, well, it is your show, GAM, you know. You can talk about whatever you want and everything else. Well, a lot of the topical stuff is political conversation. So it's my fault because
I
that's,
think I told you before, I've been thinking about creating my own YouTube video, but honestly, I don't do it because number one, I'm lazy and I don't want to put in the time. You put in the time.
yeah, I mean, I do, but you know what? I would be doing this if I wasn't streaming. I'd still be doing this. Right? It's just nobody would even know I was doing it. That's the only thing with it.
Well, I okay, here's the routine.
All right, I got to get the glue on her
Luke
hands.
cooks me dinner. We eat. Normally, I take a nap because that's what old men do after they eat.
Sometimes.
And then I get up and I'm either watching one of 3 television shows, which is not many,
Head does not want to root.
or I get on YouTube and I check out who's doing what. And then most of the time you're streaming what, 3 days a week?
3 days, yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, this guy's not stupid.
Not completely.
argue.
Again, half retarded.
I didn't hear what David said.
I don't know what David said either.
I would argue that fact.
He said he'd argue that fact.
Well, okay, well, David may know you, I'm sorry, better than me.
I just want to call him a fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
David just wants to break my balls because this glue is not holding either. It's not good.
All right, well.
But yeah, I'm not stupid. I was listening.
Actually, David actually brings out a good point. Very good point. You know, you can go on and watch Joe Rogan, you can go on and watch Candace Owens, you can go on and watch ABL, you can go on and watch all these people, right?
Right.
It's amazing what you can watch on YouTube, which I didn't even know existed until after my wife passed away. I didn't even know what YouTube was. I don't have Twitter. I don't have Twitch. I don't have Instagram. I don't have any of that stuff.
Right.
I found YouTube by accident somehow. But David, you know, he brings up the point that you basically say, and in my opinion, not David's opinion, but in my opinion, you basically say, this is what's going on and this is what I think about it. I
Mhm.
find that um, different than what I see on TV.
Fuck, I don't think you see a Brit calling an
Dude, you're
American a
always
cunt
welcome
on
here, by the
cable.
way, Anthony. But yeah, I'm still listening, Bob. I just had to say goodbye to Anthony. He just dropped in for a minute to say hello. Damn that leg.
Yeah, I appreciate that also, Anthony. But I heard David say something, but I didn't understand. I didn't hear it.
Saying, well, you don't exactly get a Brit calling an American a cunt on cable now, do you?
You don't hear a Brit calling a cunt on cable?
You don't hear a Brit calling an American on a cunt on cable now, do you? She said you don't see this kind of shit on TV. No, you don't.
Okay, I think your terminology about the C word is,
Different than ours, yes.
yeah.
Yeah, it's way different, which is why David can get away with saying it and we can't.
I was just like, whoa, whoa, back up. What's he saying?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the terminology is used different over there. Well, it kind of means the same
Yeah.
type of thing to an extent, but it's the same way we would call somebody a little bitch.
Okay,
Pussy.
that I
Dude,
get.
her
That
foot
I
fell
get.
off.
Her foot fell off.
Yeah, her damn foot just like went bloop and popped off.
Yeah, well, you need to pound it in a little heavier.
It's not that. So this glue that I'm using, you're supposed to let it dry for 2 minutes, cure for 2 minutes, push them together, and it's supposed to hold. I've had it sealed for more than 2 minutes, and it's not holding this time for some reason. Like her head keeps bobbling loose, her arms held in there, the one leg held in there. There's definitely issues with some of the other parts holding in there. I don't know if it's weight distribution or I'm just not holding it long enough. So I got to hold on to it a little bit longer.
Both.
But yeah, I mean, that's just it. Language is language. But yeah, and I try to make this different than everybody else because I watch a lot of that kind of stuff. You know, I watch Joe Rogan. I watch. Used to watch Candace Owens. I can't take Candace Owens anymore. But ABL. I don't watch ABL anymore, and it's because I watch certain things. So one of those things, and I probably mentioned this to a point where it's annoying now, but it still holds true. The way you treat your audience, or the way the person treats the audience, and for me, that's the factor that makes me want to keep streaming, is because of the way I watch others treat their audience. They either treat them like they don't know as much as the person talking, and or they'll also treat them like they have all the answers. And then if you challenge those answers with logical questions, they treat you like you pissed on their leg or something. You know what I mean? Like you called their mother naughty names. And I don't like that. Like that drives me nuts because the one thing is I don't hold myself above everybody else. I'm part of the audience too. I'm just like you guys. I'm one of you guys. I'm an audience member too at times. So I know how I would like to be treated when it comes to that kind of thing. That's got to get re-glued. And I don't understand. It's like, to me, it's like, I have this weird feeling if you were to ask ABL, like, what other shows do you watch? ABL would be like, oh, I only watch my own, either I only watch my own shit or none because I'm too busy watching my own, or, like doing my own shit. And so when you break it down like that, it's like, okay, so you haven't been an audience member. You don't know what it's like to be on the other side of the microphone and how to treat people with respect, or how like if you're treating your audience with respect and you're the same as them and you realize this about yourself, I don't want to say you're downplaying yourself, but you're humble. Because why should I be arrogant? What makes me better than Eugene, Ian, David, you, Beans, like anybody? Nothing. There is nothing that makes me different. The only thing that makes me different, the only difference is that I'm the guy with the microphone. I'm the same.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
I would like to know how David found you.
On a very heavy boat.
Yeah, that's the best way of putting it.
Okay, you're gonna have to explain that one.
The way we met David, and I say we because it wasn't just me. We were playing a game, and there was these two guys.
So you're both streamers, right?
No. David wasn't streaming. We were just playing this game. I wasn't streaming at the time either. And David, he was playing with a bunch of guys, but he didn't like playing with them because they weren't very good at the game.
They were fucking retarded.
Yeah. And I was going to be nice
David,
about it.
I don't understand what you're saying. Won't you make yourself clearer?
Just kidding. So these two guys, we needed more people in our group. And these two guys that were with me were like, hey, man, why don't you come play with us? And then they asked me, can we bring this new guy in? I said, all right, if you're vouching for him, yeah. And so David spent, 3 days in game sailing to where we were, joined our group.
One whole real life day, probably a day. No, I think it was 2 days because I started to sail. Then I had to park up somewhere and fucking the 6 or 7 line.
And then David came in with us and all that, and we got to be, friends because we were playing a game where you have to trust each other. And we didn't know how old David was when we first met him. We all assumed he was like in his 20s. And then it came down to a dirty joke that came out. And David said, I'm only 15, guys. I just turned 16. And it was like, oh, shit. Like, why the fuck didn't you say anything? Some of this stuff we're saying isn't appropriate for 15-year-olds. But he carried himself like he was older. And, just friends with him ever since. And, he became like my little brother in a way. He really did. I think I finally got that.
So you're going to have to remind me whenever I'm talking, because David, I'm not a young man. Okay. I've lived. Yeah. There's a shock, right?
Oh, I was about to say, shit.
I've lived a full life, and I hope to live a little bit longer. But my language might sometimes.
No, David's 22 now, and he's been around me long enough where some of the shit we say ain't even safe on YouTube.
Okay, that's good because
yeah.
I don't want to offend nobody.
Spewing horrible words since I was the age of 6, playing Call of Duty game chat and search and destroy.
Like I said,
I learned well.
David's kind of a very old soul, if we're to be honest.
He does. He sounds that way.
Right. That's because, again, we joke that we raised him, but him playing games with us all this time for like 8 years now, from the time he was a teenager, he learned from the old guys, the older guys. And it's cemented him where even like down to his political views, everything else, he calls bullshit for bullshit.
I'm just saying he sounds smart. He sounds smarter
Because I am.
his age.
He actually is. He's actually very, very smart. Don't let him know
I'm
that.
fucking lazy.
Yeah, he is actually very fucking lazy.
In what way?
Every way.
Oh yeah, dude. When you've got no woman and
Okay, here we go.
you got your favorite
Whoa,
gym
whoa,
sock
whoa,
and
whoa.
a little
Wait a
bit of
minute.
imagination and you're alone.
Back
David will get
up-
Is
half.
that where we're going with this?
Yeah,
Back up, Gam, because
David
No,
will
let
be.
him finish,
Well,
let him finish.
no. You don't understand, Bob. He'll get halfway through the act and just be like, I don't even feel like finishing.
Ain't that right?
okay, well, if you're talking about banging somebody and you get halfway through the act and you say, I don't feel like fishing.
Yep. Yeah, David will do that too.
Will I then?
What's the point of the act?
Well, I mean, that's just it. I mean, David doesn't want to put in that effort.
Yeah, mate, just like...
Gets strenuous, Like, he's like, I don't feel like doing an ab workout today. Like, David's like that.
Well, David, I can tell you from personal experience, the greatest feeling I have in my life.
Oh, fucking hell, where are we going with this?
Y'all don't know what I'm going to say.
I know, that's why I'm dreading this, because it will either be the best information I've ever received in my life, or...
I'm going to be mortified.
The greatest feeling I've ever had in my life is when a woman grabs me by my ass cheeks and says,
Okay, yeah, that's
"Don't
enough.
stop,
All right,
don't
well,
stop,
Bob, you're doing
don't
it again.
stop, don't
I'm trying
stop."
I'm trying to save you, Bob. Stop.
Greatest feeling you ever had in your life.
Oh, I really want to hear this.
No. Stop him right there, dear Lord.
My opinion. That's just my
No,
opinion.
that's fine. You're allowed. Shit, Bob. You better hope Smurf's not listening to work. He just pissed himself laughing.
Oh, kiddo.
That's when you know you're doing it right.
Yeah.
But it's just my opinion. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Shit. Fucking Bob. Bob, we're on the internet, not the locker room, Bob.
I don't even know what the fucking internet is.
Well, you're on it.
Yeah, well, what are they
You
gonna
wanted the
do?
clip that would make you viral. There it is.
Yep, that's the clip that'll make me viral, Bob.
They're gonna come and arrest me for saying what I think?
No, you live in
No.
the US, not England.
Yeah,
That's right. They do arrest you in England for that shit.
yeah,
They would.
They would. They absolutely would.
Well, you're a young man, David, and I just hope that
Woman grabs you by my cheeks.
I
Or
just
what?
hope,
Like, shit.
I hope. Here's what I hope. I hope one day you wake up
Oh no.
and you have a big smile on your face, and you're like,
Fuck me.
now I know what he's talking about.
Oh shit. Yeah, you know what,
I was
Bob?
about to say,
That's a good wish.
You were stretching for a second, but then you brought it back in, so fair enough to you.
Yeah, I do a lot of stretching.
I believe it.
Huh. Some reason I don't doubt that.
His name was Yoga Bob at one point.
We're talking about stretching, two different things.
Oh, well, shit.
Okay.
Okay, now you've gone a little randy, mate.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I'll calm it down.
Dear Lord.
I'm just saying, David, I hope you have at least those experiences that I've had.
I don't
Yeah.
think I will.
No, you can't think that way, man. You can't
No,
think that way,
like
Dave.
genuinely, I don't think they eat cherries out of belly buttons no more.
Okay, I don't want you to have that experience because it was not a good one. But you know,
Oh, so that's how you want to tell me, Bob?
I'm just saying. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now because Gam's probably gonna cut me off.
I ain't gonna cut you off. I'll never cut you off.
Yeah, well,
No,
Well,
don't
no.
fucking lie.
Actually, there's one word that you could say that I'd have to cut you
yeah.
off,
I've
and it
always
has
said
nothing to do with the
I could think
sailor
about 8
talk.
words.
Yeah, probably like 8 of them, but there's one, and it's a racist word, and that would be the word.
you talking about the N word.
Yeah, that's correct. That
I
would
will
be the
not.
one that will I'll smooth kick you for. Outside of that, you're good.
I will never say that because there are no. Well, okay, I can't
Yeah,
say.
there are, but most of them are white.
Yeah. Not going down that rabbit hole because
Yeah, you don't
Just
want
has
to
to
go.
press that you can't
No,
say
we
it.
got to get that out of your mind now, Bob. Talk sea tales or something, because otherwise,
it's called sea stories.
sea stories.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. That word's never going to come out of my mouth. Ever.
Right. I didn't think so.
And it's not. It's just because it's. I don't even know why, but I grew up with a lot of
I mean,
black kids.
I don't care about people saying that word personally.
I,
I don't give a shit because I've worked on the edge of a city and I'm used to hearing it all the time. But for YouTube will smooth, just that'll be it. No more streams, no nothing. They will just throw you off for that.
I don't know why, but it just bothers me. You can call me honky, you can call me cracker, you can call me whatever you want to call me, and I don't have an issue with that. But if you say that word, I'm probably going to be the first one that pops you in the mouth,
Right.
other than some brother.
Yep.
I'm just, I don't even know why that is. It just is. And it's like,
It's the
David,
connotation. It's the history of the word, what it was used for, um,
I don't know if the British have that kind
how
of,
it's been used, the hateful context that comes with it. A lot of times, it's all of these things that you find abhorrent.
abhorrent. Now we're talking big letter words. But I don't know if David or the UK has that.
That kind of
Mm,
stuff, yes, they do, and it's way worse over there than it is here,
It
because
is.
the word is actually
The P
for.
word.
Yep, he calls it the P word. It's Paki.
Acting?
Somebody who's from Pakistan, be it over there, that they'll arrest you if you call a Pakistani person a Paki.
What do you mean they're going to arrest you for what?
Exactly, for saying that word
For saying packy?
to a Paki. Yes,
Is that against the law?
Discrimination.
yes. It's
Wait a
like
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do they not have free speech in England?
no, they do, but they don't. It's not like our Constitution where it's guaranteed. So, and I want you to think about this. Congress has been trying to pass the anti-Semitic laws, right? It's the same thing, but they actually did pass it for people of Pakistani descent.
Well, why just single out the Pakistanis? Why don't you make it for the Congo people?
Because the Pakistanis are the ones that are the main illegal migrants over there. So, in order to be kinder and gentler to these new people coming in, they instituted that law. It's the same reason why, supposedly, the reason why Britain will not let them use their islands for the staging when they were staging to go into Iran. The reason why they weren't letting the planes land there and everything else was because the Pakistani population of Britain would have flipped the fuck out and they didn't want riots and stuff. It's the same reason Spain just let, like, I can't even remember, like 1 million immigrants or something like this in. And they're all, not all, but most of them are from Muslim countries. And that's why they won't back the U.S. in the war right now. Because they don't want riots in their street from these people they've imported.
Okay, so they're, instead of backing what's correct, they're backing their own self-interest.
Correct. So think of it this way. Democrats with mass immigration, how they opened the border. Why did they do that? So they could build up the voting bloc, because they used to count on the black vote, but now the black vote has been
migrating away,
which is going towards the Republicans now. So they need to replace that voter bloc. So what do? You bring in new voters. That's kind of what the UK has been doing.
Well, I mean, UK, no offense, it's an island. There's not but so many people you can stick on there.
Yeah, but we've crammed quite a fucking lot in. And here's the worst part. Up north, I don't mean north, I mean the middle point of the UK. I'd even go for a third. The bottom third is all fucking city and shit. The very bottom's a bit of countryside. Then above that, it's cities with a mix of open fields and land. And farmland, like.
Okay, so
And if we cram as many more as we are, then trust me, that open land and farmland, ooh, let's just say.
well, I mean, forgive me because I don't understand your election process. Is it by district or?
I think this shit came out all right.
What do you mean by district?
Well, is it like, okay, the southern district and the middle district and then the northern district?
UK as a whole. Everyone votes.
Wait a minute, everyone. What do you mean everyone? Everyone who's breathing or everyone who is a citizen?
Everyone who's breathing.
I believe there is some sort of documentation you need to get it, because I don't know if I had to do it, because I remember getting a letter about it once. But honestly, you can still get in there and vote. Like, I don't know the true effect of it, but I know it ain't hard to get this documentation or membership, whatever the fuck it's called. But on that note, I'm going to fuck to bed. I bid you fuckers good night.
Good night, Mike. Good night, you wanker.
Yeah, he dropped off.
Oh yeah, of course he did. David isn't one for long goodbyes. Yeah, actually, she's done.
Well, she looks good. I mean, honestly, I'd bend her over a table.
Well, shit, Bob. Man, I mean, that's an amazing compliment. Yeah, I'm actually shocked I nailed the face. I actually nailed the eyes. I always fuck those eyes up so bad.
Yeah. You actually did a very good job on that, and I'm not even in the models or nothing, but she kind of looks seductive.
Thank you. It's actually that's a hell of a compliment, believe it or not.
Now, who is this one going to? Are you going to sell her, or are you going to give your wife?
This one will get displayed in the back. This one again is a practice phase for the female models. So I haven't done many females as far as the modeling goes. She had a ton of skin. which, yeah, as you can see, she's just wearing the like her uniform or what have you. But and the camera doesn't pick it up real well. But let me see. Let me see if I can move it to standard so you can actually see. But I actually toned out the skin so there's highlights and undertones, and it doesn't come through very well. You have to see it like actually in person, I think, to actually get the feeling for it. Or I got to figure out how to dial my camera in right where I can always see those undertones. But and overtones, you can kind of see them, which is why you get shine in certain places.
Well, I see there's like a joint right at her right knee.
Actually, right here. Oh, you'll see
Or
that in a minute.
No,
It's actually not a joint. There's no joint there. It's one piece.
no, at her right knee.
And that's what I'm saying. It's all one piece. Like the legs are solid. They're one piece. The joints actually right where the hips attach to the, basically we'll call it her bathing suit, but her uniform. That's where the actual joint is.
At least on my camera, it looks kind of wonky.
Let me switch down. Try switching the color grab on it and see if this fixes it. She also looks blurry like when I'm looking at my stream. But that should tighten it up. And then you can, now you can actually see the over and undertoning on it. Those little highlights and everything else, I actually painted those highlights in. So
Yeah,
where the skin looks lighter, that's actually not the light hitting it. That's what the model looks like. So I'm starting to learn like how you have the darkness in her armpit, but then it goes to like a medium tone in here. And then you got highlights here from where the light is actually supposed to be hitting it. So you can look at it in low lighting or bright lighting, and it should look the same.
I mean,
man, I'm definitely insecure when it comes to the
good.
lady models. Yeah, like I don't know who just said that. I guess Ian said that, but I am definitely insecure when it comes to doing, because the worst thing you can do, in my opinion, when it comes to lady models in particular, is doing them and then your anatomy looks fucked up or the face looks ugly.
Well, why are you insecure? Why do you care about what somebody else thinks? This is your gig.
Okay, so right, you got it in one, Bob. Why am I insecure about that? It's not so much just like other people judging, right? That's not what makes me insecure, is because I want it to look fucking good. Like I want it to look like, I wanted to get to a point where it's like, oh shit, that looks really good. Who painted that, GAM? Because I want to keep improving myself. And that's why I challenge myself. Like I tried doing a cutesy thing the other day, right? Like there's a cutesy one that I did for my wife. From Hello Kitty, Hangy Odin. He's like a little fish man, right? And it was a challenge because I don't paint cute things. Painting like her skin tones and all that, and overlaying it with the overtone, undertone, and everything else, because it's a lot of skin showing. I haven't really done much skin showing. If you notice, like, and you think back to it, most of my stuff is wearing clothing and heavy uniforms like Captain America or Iron Man's a whole suit of armor. There's no skin there. So trying to catch, because I struggle with that. Like, how do I lay this skin tone in where it looks good? And maybe they have a little bit of skin, so it's not as difficult. Like I can kind of screw that up a little bit and get away with it. But on something like this, where you have nothing but skin, it's rough. And it's like with female models, again, the worst thing you can do is put together a female one, paint it and everything else, and then look at it and be like, dude, the model looks good, but her face looks stupid. Like she looks like she's retarded. You know what I mean? Like What's up with her makeup? Like, you're clearly like, you got the eyeshadow wrong, or you got the lips wrong, or the contour of the eyes. Like you said, she looks seductive with her look. And that's what I was trying to go for with the eyes. Like, but I didn't want them staring straight ahead.
Well, yeah, but I just don't understand. Okay, you got a hobby. All right, I'm gonna be Bob. Okay, for a minute.
All right, let's put this in Bob terms then. Let Gam explain it to you in Bob terms. You do a weld and you put a shit joint on there that's noticeable to everybody, or do you do it where it's nice, polished, tight, and you can't even tell those are two pieces of metal, they're just one?
Well, I do the second, but
Correct.
I don't do it on purpose. It's
You
natural.
right. So that's just it. When you first started and you put on that original weld, well, you know what? You welded two pieces of thing together, and it's holding, and it looks all right. But when you get it mastered, it looks perfect.
Okay, here's my
Why?
problem.
What would you be acceptable with the one that just holds two pieces of metal together, or do you want it to look perfect?
Here's my problem with that, and it's funny that you bring it out that way, but when I first struck a weld, I
Yeah,
was at
yeah,
Gordon Cooper
natural.
Votech. I was at Gordon Cooper Votech, okay, just outside Shawnee, and they had me strike my first weld, and I finished making the bead and the slag. You know what the slag is?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So the slag just peeled off, basically. I ran the chip and hammer down the crack, and it just fell off. And the welding instructor looked at it, and he's like, "How long have you been welding before?" And I said, "This is the first one." And he was like, "It's perfect. It's natural." So I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense to me. But the very first bead that I laid was perfect. I'm just a God-given gift, something like that. It just came natural to me. And
Right.
this stuff that you're doing right here, I think it comes natural to you.
You know what? Thank you. I'll take that compliment, but I can tell you now, it doesn't. Um,
You got to work at this.
I got to study all the time. I'm constantly studying any kind of flaw, anything else I see in it. I see the flaws too, right? Like, I immediately can see, like, oh shit, I could have done better with this line. I could have painted this in different. I could have added this here, but I've studied. Like, I've been doing it for what, a year and a half now on lives. I've been doing these bigger models probably less than a year. I've really working with the minis, right? Like the little figurine kind of things. Um, and it's one of those things where I've watched different artists on YouTube and watched them paint stuff, including the ones that get like the $300 to $500 for their statues, and see how they do it. And like, they do it so effortless. There's no effort. Like, it looks like they're just doing it like they breathe. And you're like, how in the fuck are you pulling that off? And every now and again with the professional ones, like the ones that are doing it for a professional studio like Sideshow Collectibles, they'll tell you, this is how I got this effect while they're doing it. But most times they just start painting, right? Then there's other guys that are actually breaking it down, like, this is what I'm using for my undertone. This is what I'm using for the skin tone. This is why I'm doing it. So it's one of those things. One of the early tricks I picked up is, like, the guy was always using pink before he would paint a flesh tone. And the reason why is because, and it makes sense, when you look at your hand or something, you can see underneath all the blood vessels. You don't just see white skin, right? A skin tone. You're actually seeing through the skin, you're seeing a little bit of the blood vessel underneath, and then starting to realize, like, oh, okay, so he's thinning out the top layer of paint that's a flesh tone and putting it over this pink, and now you're kind of seeing underneath the skin a little bit. And then he's sticking this layer on, putting shadows in here and that. It's one of those things that I can understand it, I get it, but you have to study it and you have to practice. And that's one of the things that I get out of the streams is it forces me to practice. It doesn't even just force me to practice my hands. It also makes my mind focus too, because I'm having a whole conversation with you while I'm painting this thing. I'm reading the chat on top of it while painting this thing and reacting or telling news stories or whatever, which is why sometimes I'll start telling a news story and be like, shit, I know the guy's name, but I can't remember the guy's name. You know what I mean?
That's actually very impressive because I know you're doing your thing on the stream. I know you're reading the chat, and now you're talking to a drunk old guy, and so you got to balance all that out. And that's not easy.
But that's just it. The talking part, I think, is the easy part. Right? Discussing, because the whole thing is, and this is why I'm always shouting out my audience and why I don't understand people like ABL or Tim Pool or any of these fucking guys that ignore their audience while they're talking. And it's probably why they do 3-hour streams and my shit will go on for 6 to 12 hours, right? Is because
you don't even take a piss.
I do here and there. Every now and again, I got to get up. You missed the one stream, Bob. I got hit with a shit spear and had to I was like, I'll be right back, guys. Just took a dump real quick and ran back. Like, I was just like, I know it's TMI, but just to be transparent with the audience. Yeah, I got hit with the shit spear.
That happens.
Right.
Now, the person, I'll tell you the person that I actually, I've never met, but the person that I actually would tip my hat to, let's say that, and I don't tip my hat to many people, is your wife.
She gets 1,000% of the credit because she puts up with my shit.
I mean, I'm assuming she's in bed.
Yep. Yeah, she's sleeping. She's snoring.
And she gets up and says, "Oh, you were up until 4 o'clock in the morning. Did we make any money?"
No.
And you gotta say no.
No. Here's the one thing my wife never says to me. Did you make any money? She'll ask me how the stream went, how the discussions were, everything else, because she's not allowed to watch the stream simply because I paint shit for her. So it's ruining her present if she even looks at my thumbnails because I used whatever model I finished. So there's 2 of them that I just did back to back that are for her. And so if she watches the stream, she's going to see the thumbnails, but there's never one word about money involved in this. She'll ask me if I had fun. Did you have any good discussions? Any hot takes? Stuff like this. What were your conversations about? That kind of thing.
Well, if you had a discussion with me, it's probably like, yeah, Bob called in.
Ian said he was here for the shit spear incident, and he doesn't know how he feels about that.
Yeah, well, if she asked you how was the stream and did anybody call in, and you say, yeah, Bob called in.
Oh yeah,
she's probably rolling her eyes.
No, she laughs. Because, and that's just it. It's like Smurf, like the whole thing was you guys are like, yo, is Smurf talking to you yet? After every stream, she'd be like, so did Smurf call in yet? Is Smurf back yet? Like, yeah, he's out there. He's doing his thing. He'll be back eventually, but yeah, she asked about Smurf all the time too. Like, are you guys really pissed at each other? Nah, we're not. It's nothing severe like that. Because my wife actually really respects Smurf a lot, believe it or not. I mean, I don't even respect Smurf all that much, but she does. because Smurf's done me a kindness at different points in time over the years. So and
Also,
she knows he's like my good friend. You know what I mean?
well, here's the kindness. And I know a lot of people. I don't have a lot of friends, and you're not one of my friends, okay? Because I don't know you.
Right.
But
I got you. I understand what you mean.
I have acquaintances that
Acquaintances.
yeah, that will call me up out the blue. One of them just called me tonight, as a matter of fact. And he's like, I got to go to Puerto Rico. I'm like, okay. I'm like, why? And he's like, well, my wife's going down there for a job, and she's going to have to be there for like 3 weeks, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. And he finally, I don't know why y'all. When I say y'all, I don't mean you.
I
I'm
know what you
like,
meant.
if you have a request, hey Bob, can you do X, Y, and Z? I'll be like, let me check my Miles account. Let me check my Hilton account. I'm like, yeah, I can do X, Y, and Z. Why not just do that? Why not? Why you got to go through all this song and dance stuff?
Yeah, I hear you. Say what's on your say what you mean what you say, right?
Yeah, I mean, so I ended up getting him a hotel for 3 weeks. I got him a flight down there for, well, a flight down, flight back.
I mean, if we're gonna be legit with something like that, that's more I would think like a pride thing. You know? Like hurt your pride to have to ask another person for help, with most men, not all men, but a good chunk of them, it's a pride thing like shit, I can't handle this on my own. Fuck.
You
You
know,
know? And
I
then
did not.
the ones with their hands always out though, Bob, are the ones you don't want to fuck around.
I, I hate the fact when you make good sense, but I think you're correct. I think that okay, he needs to go somewhere for a certain amount of time and stay at a certain amount of place, and he couldn't afford it. And to be honest with you, I didn't pay for any of it. His company, because he's an old employee or employer that I used to work for, but he knew that I could help him out. And so he calls me out the blue, talking, yes, hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And, you know, how much snow we got and all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you're exactly right. That is, it's a it's a pride thing
right.
because I'm extremely prideful. I'm not helping. I'm not asking for help from nobody.
Right. And that's just it. You'll wait till somebody volunteers to help, but you won't go out of your way to ask for it, you know? Um, and then, like Ian said, he goes, yeah, that was some real shit to me. Like, GAM's actually real. I was half tempted to just say, sorry about that, guys, I'm back. And then I was like, nah, I better just be honest about this. Like, got hit with the shit spear, guys, had to run to the bathroom. Sorry about that, you know?
That happens.
Yeah, it happens. Like, I mean, it's not like it could have been worse. It could have been like, hey guys, I'm back. Yeah, I had to throw my underwear away. I sat here so long and tried to hold it back, but yep, never trust a fart. And didn't do that one. So I mean, I'm one up on that. But no, whatever I was going with everything, to be honest with you, is that's where I'm thankful to the audience because everybody does. They're you guys are what keeps the sword sharp, so to speak.
I don't
Um,
understand why YouTube doesn't push you.
Well, I think they
I mean,
might have because I went up a bunch of subs. So clearly somebody's watching it, and some of them I know, some of them, there's a lot of them I don't, that people have come in, seen part of whatever I'm saying or whatever I'm painting or whatever I'm playing, and have smashed that sub button, that like button. And I'm starting to grow, but it's organic, and I'm okay with that. I'm all right growing very slowly, but again, having that foundation. Do you want a foundation of 10,000 members all at once of subscribers, and everything's built on sand, right? You didn't earn it at that point. You just went viral for a minute. Everybody was like, oh, that's really cool. Like the Hawk Tua chick, for example, right?
What's a hot to a chick?
You know, the girl that was like Hawk Tua and spit on that thing. She started a YouTube channel, and she got like, I think it was like 1 million subs almost overnight, because what she did and what she said went viral. And everybody tuned in for it. And now, you know, nobody's watching it. Nobody gives a shit about it. It's a flash in the pan. I would rather build something that has a foundation to it off of people that are solid, good people, and keep adding to it and building on and adding more good people. And it's going to take time. And I'm all right with that. I've got a little bit of time left. I hope, you know, I'm not going to wipe out tomorrow, but, God willing, I should say. But you know what I mean? My whole thing is I can look at my chat and I can say hi to, you know, Melissa, how's everything going with this? Or what's up, Beans? How are you? How was everything at the Cigar Factory? I can have you on here having conversations. Say, you know, Ian, Rebel, 6 dropping some mad beats on the drums, and then, you know, Balin, Eugene coming in here, and I got my new music out and all. I like that. I like the fact that I know the people that are actually watching me. I know who they are. And they're solid people all the way through. And everybody, again, it comes down to this, Bob. We don't live in an echo chamber here. There is no echo chamber. You said, yeah, you know, I see it a slightly different way than you. I'm not going to tell you the way you see it is wrong. You know, we can argue the difference or whatever and discuss it, and then people can make up their own damn mind. But I try not to piss on anybody in anybody's Cheerios too. And I have a habit of doing it. Like, that was one of those things I had to figure out with this streaming stuff is I'm not always right. I know I'm not always right. Yeah, you know, but arguing it in a different way where I wasn't being a dick about it. That's the best way of putting it, because there's been points in time where I was a dick about it and had to apologize or whatever. No. But I'm also honest with myself. Like, were you a dick there? Yeah, you were. Okay, I'm sorry. You know, I was a dick.
Well, I'm going to tell you something that I've never said before. And I'm stroking my chin. If you want to put my name in one of the titles of your streams, like GAM, Happy Accident, She-Hulks, Bob
right.
K Talks, you have my permission.
Cool. I appreciate that, and I probably will do that at some point in time too.
Just
I do it with Smurf, I do it with David, I do it with Twisted, I do it with like all different people that are contributing, you know, because that's the other thing. This is something else that kills me with other creators. And this is why the other night, I don't know if you were on, and I had like 55 people watching. It's because this guy, late night stream, he had like 90 people watching him. He was ending the stream, and instead of ending the stream, he's like, hey, let's check this guy out. And he came in and rated my stream with his channel.
Rated?
Yes, rated. So that's what they call it. It's when you take everybody from your channel and link it to the other channel and send them to it. So he did this the other night and put like 55 eyes on me that wouldn't have found my channel otherwise.
But was he getting paid for those 55 people?
He was on his channel, not on mine. He did it as an act of kindness. And that's why when Stranded's in here, Stranded's, you know, sleeping because she's got to work soon. Stranded always puts up links to Eugene's YouTube channel, to Beans' YouTube channel, Rebels, anybody that's got a YouTube channel that announces it. She puts up a link to it so people can go to that channel and subscribe and watch them. I don't understand why. And I could, like, it's a one-man show here, right?
Yeah.
For the most part. And then I've got Stranded, who's got my back at this point, right? Used to be Sheree, Stranded now. God bless Stranded for even eating that bullshit for me. But Stranded dropping those little things in there, right? You've got these guys like Tim Pool who makes $4 million a month off the shit he does.
A week.
I don't know about a week, but I know monthly because of the Timcast like website or whatever. He makes like 4 million of estimated, right around that. Now maybe he's fallen off a little, maybe he's gone up a little. I don't know, but I know at one point it was like 4 mil a month. You've got $4 million a month. How come you don't have somebody, because you can afford them, to pay them to just drop links like, oh shit, you know, so-and-so's in the chat, do it. Indie, shout out to Independent Many. What is it? What is her channel? But anyway, Indie, she does like music where everybody comes on and all that. Every time I go in there, one of her mods will put my channel link in there and advertise me for a second. And they don't have to do that. They're not getting paid. They do it because they're nice. You know what I mean? It's the right thing to do because that's how you build each other up. And I don't understand, like ABL. Like if he saw me in chat and knew I had a YouTube channel, hell, fucking alien dipshit calls in to ABL on a pretty consistent basis. I don't know.
Like that guy.
Yeah, I don't know if he still does or not.
He does.
Okay. So the whole thing is, when he calls in, how come none of ABL's mods ever link his channel in there and say on the phone is, and then drop his channel in? It would take 5 seconds. It would be a kindness. And he's obviously a part of ABL's show. That's bullshit.
Yeah, well, I got a sad story to tell you if you want to hear it.
All right. Go ahead, Bob. Lay her on me.
Okay, you ever hear of Atomic Tabasco?
Yes, I know Atomic Tabasco.
Apparently, Stranded, or I'm sorry, Alien, got fixated on Atomic.
What do you mean by fixated, sir? I don't mean to call you sir. I was saying it, you know, just to say it.
I got it. He wanted to fuck her.
What?
Yeah,
Is this true story?
it's a true story. I got Christmas cards that will tell you this whole story.
Oh, shit. All right, Bob. Now I'm invested. Go ahead, brother. So,
Well, Atomic,
right.
I'm not going to tell you her true name, but
No, but she's married.
Well, yeah.
I know who Atomic is. Yes.
His name is Chris, by the way. He's a good
Okay. All right. Cool.
guy. Alien dude. Let's just say he became kind of a stalker.
What?
Yeah. And she called me because she's got her and Devin are the only two people on the internet.
Right.
who
That have your phone number. I know
They have my
this.
phone
Shout
number.
out to Devin Popcorn in the chat to her.
And she called me and she's like, this dude's like outside my house and he's outside where I work and stuff like this.
Wait, hold on. Let me get this straight. We're talking about in real life.
That's correct.
He would show up at her work
And her house.
and her house?
Yep.
You're fucking kidding me.
No, I'm not. And this was a couple of years ago. Excuse me. And she was texting me. And I was like, call the fucking cops.
Yeah, no shit. Immediately. Or go out there with your gun and say, what's up, motherfucker?
Well, apparently they actually did call the cops. They being Atomic.
And her
and
husband.
Her husband. Who, if I was her husband, I'd have shot the motherfucker. Excuse my
Beans,
language.
to answer, no, there's no excuse because he is a motherfucker at that point. And Beans, at that, the name drop there, that was Atomic's husband.
Yes, correct. But anyhow,
I just answered Beans. You'll see it on delay. Go ahead. Anyhow,
I'd have shot the motherfucker. But
dude, I would have killed him. I would have just, he would have been dead.
Well, I probably would have dragged him into my house and then shot him.
Yeah, that's smart. Smart. Good call.
But anyhow, so this dude, alien guy, basically he wrote into or he emailed or whatever he did to ABL talking shit about Atomic and Devin. And so basically ABL listened to him.
Is that why Atomic hasn't been on ABL?
Damn! He figured it out.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Nope, not at all.
What?
That's what was going on back then. This is a couple of years ago, 2 years ago. So Atomic was like, okay, you're not going to stick up for me, then why should I support you? That's exactly what happened.
Oh my fucking God.
You didn't know this?
I didn't know any of that. Well, okay, so the full disclosure here with Atomic, when it comes to Atomic, her and Devin were like best friends, right?
And they kind of have fallen out.
Right. Well, I took I took Devin's side. And B, I kept breaking Atomic's balls because she always was talking about the New World Order and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the Great Reset and all that. So she'd come on, she'd watch me, but I kept breaking her balls. So she stopped watching me. Right. And plus, I'm on team Devin because Devin has been A1 day one with me forever. And I still don't know why the two of them had a falling out, to be honest with you. And that's their business. But I back Devin 1,000% on it. You know, regardless, I'm just like, yep, Devin's cool with me. She's always been good people and all that kind of shit. And then I know Atomic was always on ABL after the fact. And because I'd go on, when I was still watching them, and then I'd tease her about the Great Reset or whatever. And I'd always joke it was an in-joke between me and Devin about it. But I never wished ill on her or anything else. I always thought she was decent people. Like she's never done me a dirty or a bad turn. Fuck, dude.
Well, that's everything going on down in Nolans.
Okay, hold on a second. So let me sum up what Bob's just said, guys, because I can tell Ian's like, who was being stalked, who was doing the stalking. So apparently Atomic, you know, like everybody else, was supporting Alien. And Bob's going to correct me if I get any part of the story wrong. And apparently, I guess, Alien took a liking to her because they lived somewhat close to each other. And then Alien kind of became infatuated with her and started real life stalking her, including showing up at her job and showing up at her house. And she had to call the cops on him. And when she did, Alien turned around and, you know, emailed or messaged or whatever to ABL and let them know that, you know, something about them, about all this. Well, I don't think he said anything about this part of it, but he told ABL some shit, and ABL basically muted Atomic, like silenced or permanent.
Is that the story, right?
Okay, so that's what happened. So, and then Beans' question was, who's Chris? Well, that is Atomic's husband. That's his actual name.
That's correct. But anyhow.
And I'm right there with Beans too. Like the whole thing is, I'm not going to say, it's not that I don't believe you, Bob, but I want Atomic to tell me the story, to be honest with you. Because I want to know if this is true. Like I
I
really
get
do. You understand why too, right?
I get this beans and GAM. You know, it's sort of a
Sticky wicket.
it's more of like a drama story or something like that. But
It's more to the point to me that one of those things is if ABL banned her from the chat like that, fuck ABL twice. Because
I don't think he banned her. I think she just, to be honest with you, because I've talked to her on the phone in person. I think she just wanted to withdraw from the whole thing. And,
like it made her uncomfortable.
Yes. And it made her feel unsafe. And ABL and alien spaceship dude or whatever, he only lived a couple miles away from her.
Which I know where he lives. I'm not going to tell you how I know where he lives, but there's a reason I know where he lives.
I don't know where he lives, but I'm assuming it's pretty close to in and around Gretna, Louisiana. But she got to the point that she felt, she saw her there, him, she saw him there, and she saw him there. And she was like, this is not good.
Well, that's a question for you, Bob, right? Like Beans just brought it up, and I knew this about Atomic. Didn't she have like glaucoma surgery recently?
She did. How do you know
that? I remember her telling the tale about how she had eye surgery and she was away for a little while. Matter of fact, it might have still been while she was watching me. But my bigger question is, was she 100% it was him?
I don't know. I didn't ask her.
Yeah, okay.
But
it's little things like that where, you know what I mean? Not that I did. Again, you might have it spot on 1000%, and he is kind of a weird fucking dude. So it's a possibility, but I can't motherfuck that dude until I know. You know what I mean?
Well, here's my concern, and maybe you can help me with this. Some of your people that are listening.
Okay.
About 4 months ago, I reached out to Atomic, called her, sent her a text, radio silence. Now, I know her real name. She sent me some Christmas cards, and she sent me my smokeless ashtray, which I have right here in front of me. So she knows a lot about me, right?
Uh-huh.
Heard a word from her. And I've checked the internet to see if...
Well, I mean, Bob, you also got to figure, like, there's a point in time where Devin, she'd come into the chat and Devin would be like my bestie, right? And they were like super close. And like I said, again, I don't know what the falling out was or anything else, but she did kind of just ghost Devin too. So maybe she just moved on from it. I mean, you could say the same thing about Sheree with me. Like, I mean, I knew stuff about going on with Sheree behind the scenes that I've never told anybody, never will tell anybody, because that's some shit between me and Sheree. And Sheree was just like one day like, yo, I gotta go, and I miss all you guys, and I'll keep missing you, but I'm gonna be out of both streams for a while. And that was the last I've heard from Sheree. I've sent her Merry Christmas, all that kind of stuff. Haven't heard anything back. So it happens that way sometimes. Some people on the internet, they just disappear. I mean, I don't think she's dead or anything, but some internet people are strange like that to an extent where there's guys I game with where they'll disappear. Like I'll be in charts, parties, and all that kind of stuff, playing a game for like better part of a year with some of them for like 10 hours at a shot. And the next thing you know, they're just gone, right? Like the game ends, or what have you, and they just disappear or they fall away. And we'll still tell stories about them, and I'm sure they still tell stories about me, but they're gone. You know what I mean? Sometimes the internet people, that's what happens.
Excuse me. I need to, because I'm reading the chat, I need to address something.
Okay, go ahead, Bob.
And
Well, for the record, Beans, I also will not accuse Alien of something unless I know for sure he did it. I'm just going to say that, but I'm also not going to say that Bob's lying either. Bob's probably spot on with his recollection and everything else with it. But yeah, you know how it goes when I won't just, that's why, like I said, I can't motherfuck the dude until I know 1000% one way or the other, if that's true or not.
okay, Beans, I don't know you personally. You seem like a solid person to me, honestly. But Devin has not stopped contacting me. She still texts me regularly. Atomic has, and to be honest with you, I'm a little worried about not hearing from her, because I've actually reached out to her in a lot of ways, and I've not heard from her, and it makes me concerned about
Her
what's
well-being.
going on. What's going on? So it's not true that Devin did not stop contacting me, because she still sends me texts all the time. But Atomic has kind of disappeared, and to be honest, I'm kind of worried about her. That's all.
I mean, that's fair. I understand. You know, like I said, Smurf and I have fallen out of contact for like 6 months at a time, different shots, and things like this. So it happens. Sometimes internet people disappear. But yeah, that the story about him is fucking crazy. You know,
That's a true fact. She told me this dude, alien spaceship dude.
well, is it possible she was lying?
I mean, it could have been.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's not out.
No, I understand. And I'm not calling her a liar either. Let's be clear on
I'm
that.
just saying. The woman sends me Christmas cards. The woman sends me birthday cards, and writes handwritten notes in them.
And I know.
I tend
Right.
to trust that.
Right. I got you. Well, trust me, I can understand. I 1000% understand that perspective, especially in that case, right? And like Bean said, she's heard you say before you lost contact with both of them before, and maybe she misheard it and she apologizes if she did. But there was a time where you said, I have not heard from Devin and Atomic in a long time. I do remember that. And when Devin was in my chat, I was like, yo, Bob's trying to get a hold of you. Either that or else we were in ABL's chat, and I said to Devin, like, yo, Bob was saying that he hasn't heard from you in a while. Give him a call. And she's like, oh, okay, yeah, you know what? I've just been busy. And so she called. Did. Yeah, and she called you, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
She did.
Yeah, so hopefully that clears that part up, Beans.
So here's the only issue that I have. And
Beans, I agree.
I don't mean to offend you at all. At all.
There's listen, I'm not offended one way or the other.
I don't care about you. I'm worried about Beans.
Oh, okay.
But the whole radio silence from Atomic for a little while does concern me. And there's nothing you can do about it. I get this. I'm just Bob Benton.
No, it's not even just that. I can't, what should I call it? The whole thing is, I don't have any direct lines to Atomic. I kind of do to Devin, but not Atomic. Like, I don't know Devin. Well, Devin's real name is Devin, but you know, like outside of if I hop into ABL's chat, like when I hopped in when the war was first kicking off and I was looking at different people's takes on it, because I went through a whole bunch of different streams. Like I went through Young Turks, I went through, Dave Smith, and I was like, ABL streamed on Wednesday right before I streamed Thursday, and I was like, what was his take? And I jumped in. I was already late in the show, and I asked Devin because I saw her in there. I was like, hey, by chance, Devin, did you see, did he already cover the war? And she was like, yeah. And she was like, back in the very beginning. I'm like, okay, thank you. And that was it. That was like my whole conversation. I was like, good to see you and everything else. I'll shout you out in the show. And I did on Thursday, but I went and watched ABL's take on it. Because I'd like to look outside my comfort zone too and see what other people are saying. Because some people are going to have similar takes. Some people are going to have way different. And sometimes, everybody's going to have their own take. And I like getting different perspective on something. Like maybe I overlook something. I don't like
today. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I don't like overlooking, things when it's something as important and as vital as like a war, for example.
Yeah, my son actually came in and, okay, I'm an old guy. I tend to take naps. I was taking a nap after I was watching the golf tournament. And then I switched it over to CNN, and don't shoot me, but I was watching CNN.
Why would I shoot you?
I'm just saying. And so my son comes in and he's like, Dad, why are you watching CNN? I'm half asleep, sort of, the in the middle time thing.
The Twilight Zone?
Yes, I do like golf, Ian. Yeah, but in the Twilight Zone. And I'm like, well, you got to watch the other side so you know what they're thinking.
Oh, yeah, dude. Exactly. That's why when you're like, don't shoot me for watching CNN, it's like, why? I'll watch MSNBC cover something too to see what they're saying. Yeah, that's just me.
Far, David.
I want to see all perspectives on something when it's something major and serious, because I've gotten to that point where I know where the bias lies. And then there's this truth that runs through all three that you're going to find if you dig for it or whatever, that gives you a more informed opinion.
Okay. Are we just like freaks that look between the left and the right and the middle?
No, it's called,
say, this is the way it should be.
Right. And that's the way it should be. You should be able, and that's why Melissa was able to come on here and have a conversation with me, tell her point of view, and me still respect it and respectfully disagree with it and have a discussion about it, because you're seeing different things. And if you just stay in your comfort zone, you stay in that rah-rah pit and you let your biases run wild on you, and you never listen or engage with the other side, you're going to learn nothing. You're just going to get confirmation of what you think you already know. And that's, again, what makes this a great community is you have all these different outside voices. Everybody's chiming in, and we, like, you see it different than I see it, right? But it doesn't mean that you're seeing it wrong. Maybe I'm seeing it wrong. And looking at it from another person's perspective is an intelligent way of assessing what is actually going on in the world.
Well, you and I have actually had different points of view.
Yes. Yeah, we have different points of view.
Not always, but
not always. No, I mean, that's just it. You're going to agree on some things. You're going to disagree on some things. But the whole thing is, it's like I'll take an example from Melissa. Sorry, Melissa, I'm using you as an example. But, she was talking about the jab. And for me, it's like, she's like, no, I get boosted and all that kind of stuff. And from my point of view, I'm like, yeah, I'll never get the fucking jab because it doesn't do anything and all this and medical opinion. And like, that's fine. She's also not telling me, Gam, you have to go out and get the jab tomorrow or I'm unsubbing and telling you to go fuck your mother. You know what I mean? We can disagree on it, even though it's one of those hardcore things that most people get pissed off about. She never got pissed off at me like that and told me, well, you have to see it my way or else. She had a respectful, honest conversation. She just sees the world different than I do. And that's where I feel that most of us need to fall. And that's part of why the country feels like it's fractured and fucked up, is because the news coverage, you know, it's not just the media, it's also personalities on the internet and everything else. They build this circle. And in that circle, the moment you step outside of that circle a little bit, you're told that you're a communist, a libtard, a fucktard, whatever. You're a Nazi. You want to kill grandma. You're an insurrectionist. You want to destroy the Constitution. You know, pick your wording, but it's always you're ostracized from that group. And for me, it's like, why? People are allowed to have bad ideas. I've had plenty of fucking bad ideas. I followed through on some of them I didn't, you know? But if we don't discuss it with one another and respect each other, that's where you're going to have actual real fractures that are going to turn into, okay, well, now fuck that, your opinion's evil, so I'm just going to kill you. You know what I mean? And we don't want that civil war to actually happen. We can have a soft civil war where people are tearing at each other for ideal of the country and policy propositions and stuff like this. That's one thing. But when it comes to it, there is a way that all of it leads to mass violence and the fall of a nation. And I don't want to see the fall of the nation. I love America. I don't want to see like people hate each other just because they think different.
I hope you think that I'm a respectful caller. Okay.
You know what? I hereby on this internet's, I declare that good old Melissa can have all the vaccine that was offered to me. All of it. It's all free for you. You take my share too. And she'll take it. She said she'll take the extras.
I got a story to tell you, but I might have told you this already, but I got to go take a leak and get a beer.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to, I'm going to address
2 minutes.
something with the whole alien thing too. But go ahead. Yeah. So when it comes to alien, Bean said this best, and you guys should know this about me. I'm fact-based, evidence-based. I don't go by he said, she said. Regardless if I'm considering the source, and I trust the source. I trust what Bob said, but I'm not going to, I can't put that on alien unless that shit is like definitively proven. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you could accuse me of, I don't know, beating my wife or something, right? And all of a sudden everybody on the internet's yelling at me that I'm a wife beater. And it's like, yo, my wife will even tell you I've never laid a fucking finger on her. Like, what are we talking about here? So until like, I won't go ham or all that kind of stuff. And I want factual evidence. I want to have conversations with people if that's the case. Like, before I ever made some kind of definitive statement on the guy. I'm just going to let you guys know that right now. Yes, Ian, you called in when Bob was on and you were 6 guns to the wind, sir. And you passed out on the mic. Yeah, exactly. Ian, you got it in one, dude. I can't smash. I mean, I'll tell you he's a weird dude, but that's just my observations. That guy is a weird dude. You know, I don't know if he's
Who?
weird in that way. Alien. He's a weird guy. But you know, like I can't smash his name or anything out. Shout out to him. I hope his channel's doing swimmingly well and he is still monetized and he's rocking and rolling. Best of luck to you. Best in the world to you. But yeah, I don't know.
Let's okay. I don't know how many you probably only got like 4 people watching your channel, so it doesn't matter. But
6.
okay. There's something in men, not lighting the loafers, man. I don't know them. But something in men
Good way of
that
putting it.
just raises the heckles on the back of your neck. Okay. When you know something's not right.
Yeah, okay. I'm with you.
So one time, it's a story. Let me get back to the thing I wanted to talk about in a sec. What was that about? What were you talking about before?
Which part? We were well. Let's see. I was talking about giving the vaccines to Melissa.
Oh, yes, the vaccine.
Okay.
Okay. Remind me of that, and I'll get back to it. So anyhow, this is what I mean by the sixth sense that men have. I don't know if women have it because I'm not a woman.
Women have it
So
even more than men do. I'm just gonna let you know that now.
probably true. Probably
Yeah,
true.
yeah. That's what's mother's intuition. You ever hear of that?
Yes.
Yep, that's sixth sense.
So anyhow, I'm stationed in Charleston, South Carolina. And Top Gun, when it first came out, was playing at the theater in the mall. Tried to take a bus from Goose Creek to the mall in North Rhett because I wanted to see Top Gun. You couldn't see it back in the day. You didn't have YouTube. You didn't have streaming stuff. So I go there. I'm alone. Number one problem. Never do that. And I watched the movie. Great movie. Very first Top Gun. You know, I wouldn't say that I did this, but it felt like I'm sitting in the seat going, don't know. You don't know what that was, then you don't know. So the movie ends, the mall's closed. It's like 11:30 at night because I went to the late showing. And I'm walking over to the bus stop where the bus goes.
And you were gonna turn the corner, and instead
I
something told you not to turn that
told
corner.
I told you this story, didn't I?
You did. You have,
Okay.
and you went to go turn the corner, and you decided to go the other way, and the other guy went down that corner and got mugged.
No. What happened was there was a big fat guy in front of me, and he walked around this 90-degree corner, and something in a little birdie in my head said, "Don't walk around that corner." So instead, I walked out to my left into the parking lot, and I walked to where I could see around that corner. And sure enough, that motherfucker was waiting on me right there.
Yeah, that's
And we
right.
just
That's what it was.
we just looked at each other, and I was like, "What you gonna do now? Because I know I can outrun you. So even though I'm short, I'm fast." But anyhow, that's a story. And let's talk about. I told you this story before, so it doesn't matter.
No.
Um,
That's a good story. But yeah, the
Well,
vaccine is what you were going to talk
no,
about.
that story is to tell people, I don't care if you got 2 people listening to this, that story is to, when you're, and I'm pumping my chest right now, when your inner chest, when your inner soul says, don't do that, you need to stop and listen, because they're probably right. And when I say they, I mean, you can call it God, you can call it intuition, you can call it whatever you want.
Right.
But whenever y'all get into those situations and you hear that little whisper in your ear, this is not a good idea, pay attention to it, okay? That's all I'm saying. Now, let's talk about the vaccine.
Uh-oh. Bum, bum, bum.
I may have told you this story before too.
I think Beans is going to sleep. You going to sleep, Beans? I mean, I think
Beans,
she said thank you for the stream. She Hulk looks great and have a great week. Usually that's Beans signing off. Beans, I appreciate you to no end. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being a long time, actually since the beginning, day one listener, and I appreciate you. You know how I was saying before, Bob, when I had listened to the audience about different ideas and different points of view, the reason why my camera moved down and went more angled, the reason why my lighting changed, all this is because Beans kept saying, hey, this camera angle sucks. You need to do it a different way. But she said it in a much nicer way than that. Your lighting's a little off. This is a little low. So she actually had a lot of influence on the early stream. So I appreciate you, Beans. Get some rest. Have a great week. Don't work too hard at the cigar factory, lady.
Beans didn't actually work at the cigar factory.
One day, Bob, we'll fill you in on that joke.
Okay.
It's something with Beans with real life where she doesn't want it on the internet. Maybe she'll tell you eventually.
That's her business, and that's good.
Yeah.
But anyhow, do you know, maybe I told you this, maybe I didn't. I actually lost about 80% of my vision.
I brought this up when Melissa and I were having our discussion. I said, you know Bob that calls in? She said, yeah. I said, Bob got that vaccine and lost sight in one of his eyes.
Okay.
But I didn't go deep into it, so you can tell your story with your vax injury.
No. You already.
No, man.
Right.
Like, listen, that's not my story to tell. I was explaining that, but I did touch on it. I'm just letting you know that I wasn't talking out of school. I had said that. I was like, Bob told us, and you said 80% of your vision. I thought it was 100, but 80%'s pretty fucking close to 100.
It's not 100, but it's about 80. And it's basically because, back in, what was it, 2020, 2021, something like that. They were saying, well, if you don't have the shot, you can't fly. Well, my whole job back then was flying.
And talking to people up close.
Exactly right. Flying and teaching and all that stuff. So I took the shots. Actually, it's 2 shots.
And yeah, lost 80% of the vision in one eye.
Well, what happened was I woke up one morning and I couldn't see out of my right eye that much. And I thought, well, maybe it's just sleep. Maybe it's I drank too much last night, whatever. And I went back to bed. Woke up the next day, same thing. And she's like, how you doing? I said, we got to go see the doc. And I hate, by the way, saying those words.
Oh,
I hate
yeah.
those words.
Yeah.
And so we go down the dock, and he's staring at my eyeball and shit, stuff. And he's like, well, sir, you've had a stroke. Okay, had a stroke. So he gives me all these referrals. You got to go see this doctor. You got to see that doctor, and blah, blah, blah. You got to get a CT scan. You got to get an MRI scan. And do this and that. So I did all that, which, by the way, I don't normally do. I just normally tell them to fuck off.
Yeah.
But I did all that. And they basically come back and said, your health is a goat. He said, we found nothing wrong. And I was like, well, how do you explain my vision loss out of my right eye? And they're like, oh, well, we think it might be cataracts, or maybe it's your age or something like that. Finally, I got one doc, and he's like, and he kind of looks to his right and to his left, like making sure nobody's looking. And he's like, did you take the vaccine? I was like, yeah, I had to take the vaccine so I could go to work, because I couldn't get on a plane without this little card. He's like, looking to the left, looking to the right. He was like, that might be the issue. So anyhow, I'm not looking at your chat. I'm just.
Oh, no. Chat's just listening. Melissa says she's sorry you got vax injured. She said her second shot gave her terrible vertigo.
Well, I apparently I've told this story before, but I'm just saying, to this day, although I can pass the driving test, which is kind of weird.
Bob, they're giving CDL license to illegal immigrants. It's not that weird. It's not that weird that you can pass the driving test, sir.
Well, I go into the driver's place, and instead of asking me to read the letters right to left, they just say, what light is flashing, left to right?
Oh, shit.
That's all it was.
Wow.
Which light is flashing, left or right? Now, I don't see well out of my right eye, but it can still see light.
Gotcha. So they were basically like this, and they were trying to explain it to you, Bob. Like, these are what turn signals are. This is how you use them.
Well, I know what a turn signal is.
Yeah, but a lot of people apparently don't, because they don't use them when they're, changing lanes and shit. So
here's what I think was going on. I still think it's going on. These illegals cannot read letters, English letters. They can't read them.
I think that's part of it.
So they don't do that no more. Now they just say, which light's on?
Right. Or which shape is it, like, because a stop sign's a certain shape, a yield sign's a certain shape. So what shape is it? I think a lot of the stuff with the illegals, like if you're looking at the ones who are causing the accidents and stuff, they're not necessarily like Hispanic illegals from South America.
They're Indians.
They're Indians from India. And in India, if you ever go and look at their traffic statistics, how many accidents and stuff. Now, I know you watch Deadliest Catch. I'm not sure what network that's on. But they used to do a show on, I want to say it was Discovery, that was called Ice Road Truckers. I think it was Discovery or History, one of the two.
It was Discovery.
Okay, so ice road truckers, they went to India one time, and that was their thing, was hauling in India, and it was fucking ridiculous. Like 2 of them got in like actual accidents there because people can't drive worth a fuck. Like they kind of just press down on the gas and try to steer and not hit things. Like they don't know what a brake is. It's terrible. So I can definitely see why, they're having trouble adapting to American highways. Like, remember the one car got taken out because the truck turned too steep and jackknifed itself across the lanes.
Illegal U-turn.
Right, because it was an illegal U-turn, but in India, you can make that illegal U-turn. Like it's not illegal, it's just, I'm turning the truck.
You know what I hated about that the most?
That-
I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, that the guy got out and was like, want to see a trick with my Cobra? No,
Exactly.
Well,
he was just standing on the side of the road,
didn't give a fuck.
and there's like what 3 or 4 people dead in that van.
And he just didn't care.
He was just standing there like, oh, this is what happens every day, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, like, I mean, to be honest with you, that's the point when you kind of wish that the cops turned off the body cam, if you know what I mean. Like, yeah, we had 3 fatalities in the one car and 1 in the truck.
It's a good thing I'm not a cop, because honestly, we wouldn't have to put up with bail or court cost or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Bob. That's what I was alluding to, sir.
I got a
good morning.
right here in the back of the yard.
We got
No
to
problem.
we got to say good morning to our early riser who is about to go on her way to work.
Stranded.
Yep. Stranded's back. Good to see you, Stranded, as always. I was actually like, we're in the midst of winding down. I finished She-Hulk. She didn't come out bad. I think
looks good, by the way.
The glue should be set now. Hold on. I'll get in close for you. I actually did it, Stranded. I didn't screw up her face, and it doesn't look goofy. I think I gave her a not a slutty look. How did you say it? A seductive look. There you go. I like the way Bob said that. A seductive look. We actually got some good shading on the boobs, the muscle structure on her. And yes, the boobs are important to make look good, by the way, on a female model. You don't want them all lumpy or anything. You want that nice, smooth, clean, glistening with a little bit of sweat. The legs came out good. The sneakers actually came out neat, too. I'm actually shocked by that one. But, yeah, I hammered her out. She's all done. She's ready to rock and roll. And she's glued together. She's actually holding solid. Give her a little turn. And the eyes, I put them in a direction where they're still looking in a direction, but they seem to follow you wherever you turn the model. Those eyes look at you.
All right, well, there's some... Is that Melissa that starts with a G?
Yes, that's Melissa.
Okay, well...
I didn't even touch the base. I got to knock out the one that I did for the wife the other day. I still got to do that base, and I got to do her base, and I'm going to have to do it during this week. I had a bitch of a time gluing her together too, Stranded. Like, I mean, the foot fell off, then the leg fell off, then the head kept falling off. I had to keep re-gluing, but I got it where it's solid now. And this was CA3D Designs did this one, and shout out to them. I think they did a beautiful model.
All right, so well, I'm sorry to take up so much of your time. By the way,
What?
I like that model, and I don't even like models.
Yeah, I mean, wait, and you got to stop saying that, Bob. I love having you on here, man. I love talking with you. We love hearing your tales.
Why?
Why? Because you're fun, Bob. That's why. Because you bring insight. you come in with an opinion. Like one of the things I never would have even realized without you. For example, here's one. Not just your old tales. We love your old tales too, right? You're plain spoken, so you just say what's on your fucking mind. I always appreciate that. That's one because it means you're being honest at all times. Even when, like what you say sometimes is like, oh shit, Bob, like we're on the internet. But
you can't say the P word.
right, yeah, well, no, you can say the P word, just not like the way you were, well, that's a whole different discussion. But like stuff like we sunk that Iranian flagship. I watched the video of it and I was like, son of a bitch, Bob called it. The way the torpedo they were using, everything they did with it, the whole 9 yards, it was a level of insight that I never would have picked up on. The little nuances with it, if you hadn't told us. Like, if you hadn't told me, like, oh yeah, this is what that was, this is how they did it and everything else, I'm watching the replay of the video and I'm like, Bob nailed that. Like 1,000%.
Well, yeah, I mean, I worked with a Mark 48 for years.
Right,
I
but
know what it does.
But you know who hasn't worked there ever in their life? Me and pretty much everybody else watching. So you gave everybody a knowledge at that point. You laid down some knowledge that you were like, yeah, this is how it was done. This is why it was done and everything else. And you were spot on. Where even the news didn't pick up on all the little nuances that you threw out there and all the little facts. So learning stuff from you and everything else. Plus you're a good person, Bob. Like that's one of the big things is you're a good person. You're fun to be around. We have interesting conversations. I mean, shit, it's 4:00 in the morning Eastern time for you and for me. And like, we've been talking this whole time. I've been done painting for at least 2 hours now, right? I finished her like right around 2:00 in the morning, glued her and everything.
That's correct.
So this is what I'm saying. Like, if I didn't enjoy talking to you, then I'd just be like, hey, what's up? I would do the ABL thing. Thanks for calling in. But I don't do that. It's, I enjoy talking with you. You're a good dude. You're a good person.
Let me ask you something seriously. Oh, this is probably going to change the whole relationship, but I'll go on ahead and ask it. Would you like to meet me in real life?
If you're asking me out on a date, Bob, I'm still married, dude, and I don't swing that way.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
And I guarantee everybody in the chat's probably already going to start laughing as soon as they hear that part of it, right? No, if we're ever in the same roundabout place, absolutely, Bob. I'd hang out with you. I wouldn't drink a beer. I don't drink anymore, but I have a Coca-Cola while you're drinking a beer. You can drink my beer too.
Well,
we'll catch up one time.
Well, no, maybe I just need more friends.
Yeah. Well, and that's just it. Again, look into that suggestion I have for you. And I know you're not going to remember this tomorrow, and I'll say it to you next stream or whatever. But APA, the Amateur Pool Association, look into it.
I'm good at pool.
That's what I'm saying. You can go to their website, look up leagues in your area, maybe find a pool team, and, and go out and have fun and like let your hair down. And, yeah, like I said, you'll meet new people and maybe new women.
Well, Six is saying I hear violins, and as far as that's concerned, I think somebody needs to be punched in the nose. But
shit!
Well, that's just who I am.
Feel good about that, Six. He said punched in the nose, not kicked in the nuts.
That's good point.
Yeah, I mean, that means Bob likes you. If he's willing to punch you in the nose, that's a nice thing. Because that sack kicking, remember, made a dude puke his lungs out.
He threw a pole over. I mean, this dude apparently had a big meal because it was all over the carpet.
Oh, yeah, I don't doubt that one. Dear Lord.
Yeah. I don't even know how I get myself into these situations. I'm just a dude. I'm just a guy taking care of myself. And
Because, Bob, good stories are good stories. But if you don't have a good storyteller, then they're boring stories. So you're a good storyteller, and therefore, these things are going to happen. So this way you can tell the story. So it's a good story.
well, to me, I mean, I understand all y'all's perspective, but to me, they're not stories. They're just like,
No, this was just life.
yeah, this is just what happened. Okay. Dude comes up, old man, walk around. Old man, walk around. And it's like, I actually paused
Like,
and
say
thought
what?
about that for a second,
Yep. And then
which
it's,
is not something I normally would do, but
but
I
one,
actually paused and thought about it for a second. And it's like, not in the mood for it.
nope. And neither were his nuts were in the mood to taste the tip of your steel toes.
I wasn't wearing steel toe boots, although I do have steel toe boots. But anyhow,
Yeah.
I appreciate your company. I appreciate your chat. And hopefully I didn't keep you up too late.
Nah, brother. It's perfect time to wind down right now. Let Stranded take her medicine without choking to death on it. Because we're making her laugh.
If I can make you laugh, Stranded, honestly, I'm going to go to bed with a smile on my face because I made Stranded laugh.
You
And
brought good in the world.
that's not no bullshit. I'm just saying. I'm good with that.
Yeah. It's a good place
All
to
right, so-
wind down, brother. Get some rest. I'll be back Thursday. You know that.
All right, so will you take care, and I'll like Jericho Green says, I'll catch you on the flip side.
Good night, man.
You too.
Shout out in the chat to Bob, guys. It's always a pleasure talking with Bob. It is wind down time for GAM too. I got the pup laying here looking at me like, yo, motherfucker, where's my puppy cup? He knows it's good boy night because he was good through the whole stream. Shout out to each and every last one of you. It's not just some lip service or bullshit. I couldn't do, I could do this without you guys, but it wouldn't be good. You guys make this good. You guys make this worth it to me and make it fun. And again, like I said, shout out to Bob because he is invaluable to the show. And it's just like every last one of you. You guys, without you, what the hell would I do? I'd be sitting here just staring off into space going, well, now I'm going to put down this brush stroke. Yay, me. But I thank each and every last one of you. Stranded, thank you for always being awesome, too. I was mentioning this earlier. Thank you for all you do. All the thankless work you fucking do to back me up. I appreciate you. I'm sorry I put you in that position, but I appreciate you for it every time. You guys try and have a good week. Try not to work too hard. Try not to worry too much. And try and have some fun. Hopefully we get some interesting stuff happening that's on the positive side that I can cover as well as the negative side because hell, negative sells apparently. But I'll be back on Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. I don't know what I'm going to be painting yet. I've got a bunch. Well, not a bunch. I've got Bizarro done. I've got the Wasp printed out. I don't even know what the hell else I have printed out laying around here, but I definitely have stuff printed out laying around here. I know I got a Mario Brothers somewhere. but I might be doing a pair of minis, maybe 2 or 3, depending, because like I said, wife's birthday's coming up. I got to finish that off, her birthday present, what have you. But I'll be back Thursday for that. Friday night gaming with Team Twisted Gaming. Shout out to them. Shout out to Twisted, David, Rogue. And I don't want to shout out myself, so I'll shout out Tank instead. But gaming with those guys on Friday, goofing off. And of course, Smurf. We always got to make a shout out to Smurf, okay? The Blue Dingus demands respect and tribute, okay? So shout out to Smurf too. Shout out to SE Wolverines. We miss you, brother, and hopefully you don't work your ass off either. He's been working his guts out, from what I understand, and what he told me too. He's really been putting in that time at work, which is why you haven't been seeing much from him. But yeah, then Sunday we'll be painting again, just like this. Anyway, I couldn't do this without you, and if I did, it wouldn't be fun. So I thank all you guys for all your support. Thank you for everybody who's tossed a coin to The Witcher. Special shout out to Beans, who has done it pretty damn religiously, and I appreciate her for it. She's awesome. But anyway, guys, I think we're going to call that a show. Everybody, have a great night. Always be creative. And most importantly, don't take shit from anybody. Thank you guys, and good night.